Section 72 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. C. Germanic Heathenism, Part 1, by B. Phillpotts. Attempts to reconstruct the great edifice of ancient Teutonic religion base themselves on two main sources of information, the continental and the Scandinavian. English evidence stands midway between the two. With the exception of Tacitus, the continental writers seldom do more than let fall some chance remark on religious practices, their chief concern being with other matters. In classical and post-classical times, with the wars of these barbaric races, and later with their conversion to Christianity. We also possess some early laws and the histories of those tribes fortunate enough to have inspired a medieval chronicler, but the laws date in their present shape from Christian times, and the histories are hardly more sympathetic towards heathen ideas than are the lives of martyred saints or the edicts of church councils. The chief sources from Denmark, Norway, and Sweden comprise a great wealth of archaeological information, their early laws, and Saxo's history of the legendary kings of Denmark, written about 1208. It is Iceland which furnishes us with almost all the literary evidence, beginning with the mythological poems of the Older Edda, which can in one sense be termed Icelandic with impunity in the midst of the conflict as to their origin, since they only reach us from that country. With them may be classed the earlier skaldic poems from the Norwegian court. Then come the sagas, prose histories of Icelandic families and Norwegian kings, often dealing with events which occurred before the conversion to Christianity about AD 1000, but not committed to writing till the 12th and 13th centuries. Neither source of evidence is perfectly satisfactory. The Scandinavian sagas, though originating among a people with an extraordinarily keen instinct for historic truth, are far from contemporary with the events they relate. The continental references to the subject are indeed often contemporary, but they are the observations of alien eyes, and some of them are open to the further objection that the superstitions mentioned may occasionally be mere survivals of the religious legacy of Rome. Fortunately, there is more agreement between these two sources than we could have dared to expect, and this common factor in both is the more valuable since, though one channel of information begins where the other leaves off, they are yet practically independent of one another. While fully admitting that there were extremely wide local divergences in the practices and belief of the various tribes, the following survey of the main features of Germanic heathendom is yet based with some confidence on this common factor, to which a third stratum of evidence, folklore, contributes subsidiary testimony. It has seemed best in almost all cases to begin with the fuller, though later, Scandinavian sources, in the light of which it is sometimes possible to interpret the more meagre references of continental writers. A problem confronts us at the outset with regard to the position of the two chief gods, Odin and Thor, in Scandinavia. Most of the poetical sources depict Odin as the chief of the gods, as the all-father of gods and men, while the prose writings contain frequent indications that Thor, the thunder god, Anglo-Saxon Thunor, stands highest of all in the popular estimation. There can be no doubt that the sagas are right with regard to their own territory. The frequent occurrence of proper names compounded with Thor, such as Thorolf, Thorstein, etc., testifies to his importance in Scandinavia, especially as we are told that a name compounded with that of a god was esteemed a safeguard to its bearer. At least 1 out of every 5 immigrants to Iceland in heathen times bore a name of which Thor formed part. His is certainly a very ancient cult. His whole equipment is primitive. He is never credited in Scandinavian sources with the possession of a sword, a horse, or a coat of mail, but he either walks or drives in a car drawn by goats, and wields the hammer or axe. The sanctity of this symbol appears to date from very remote times. In fact, the museum at Stockholm contains a miniature hammer of amber from the later Stone Age. Another indication of the antiquity of the cult is afforded by Thor's original identity, not only with Jupiter and Zeus, but also with Celtic, Old Prussian, and Slavonic thunder gods. But like these, Thor is much more than a thunder god. In Scandinavia he is called the Defender of the World, a title which he may have earned in his encounter with the Jötna. This word usually denotes demonic beings, but it seems that it may originally have applied to the early non-Aryan inhabitants of Scandinavia, whom the Teutonic settlers drove gradually northwards. We may hazard the conjecture that the Teutonic invasion, which crept forward from the Stone Age till the close of heathen times, was made, as it were, under the auspices of Thor. He is also the guardian of the land. In Iceland we hear of settlers consecrating their land to Thor and naming it after him. It is interesting to note that an ancient method of allotting holdings in Sweden was known as the hammer partition, while among the Upper Saxons the throwing of a hammer was held to legalize possession of land. That this is probably connected with Thor's guardianship of law and order. The older Edda represents him as dealing out justice under the great world ash Yggdrasil. Most of the Scandinavian assemblies began on a Thursday, the day named after Thor, and there seems no doubt that it was he who was invoked under the name of the Almighty God by those swearing oaths at the Icelandic Things. The Russian historian Nestor of the 11th century records that the Scandinavians from Kiev ratified a treaty with the Byzantines by swearing by their god Perun, the Slavonic Thor. The Frisians attributed their laws to a supernatural being with an axe. Among the Upper Saxons a hammer was the summons to the assembly. In later times in Iceland a small object called St. Olaf's axe served this purpose. It is likely that this axe was originally a Thor's hammer, for by the irony of fate many of the attributes of his old enemy Thor attached themselves in popular belief to the sainted King Olaf, who rooted out his worship in Norway. An Icelandic settler invokes him in sea voyages, and Adam of Bremen states that the Swedes sacrificed to him in famine and in pestilence. As regards disease, we have the further testimony of an Old Norse charm found in an Anglo-Saxon manuscript, which appears to call on Thor to drive away an ailment, and it was until recently a common Swedish practice to mix in the fodder of cattle powder ground from the edge of a Thor's hammer or flint axe to avert disease. It is possible that the miniature T-shaped hammers, often of silver or gold, of which over 50 are to be seen in the Scandinavian museums, were worn to shield the wearer from disease. But the protective functions of Thor were so numerous that the symbols may have served other purposes as well. It has recently been recorded that Manx and Whitby fishermen wear the T-shaped bone from the tongue of sheep to protect them from drowning, and slaughterers at Berlin wear the same bone suspended from their necks. The appearance of the bearded Thor himself, hammer and all, on a baptismal font in Sweden has been considered to prove that the hammer was used at the heathen ceremony of naming a child, and we have some ground for supposing that it figured at weddings and at funerals. Sacrifices to Thor are constantly mentioned, and range from the daily offerings of the Goth Radagaisus in Italy at the beginning of the 5th century to a song in his honour composed in the year 1006 by one of an Icelandic crew starving off the coast of America. It seems probable that the sacrifice at the beginning of all things was to Thor. At one place of assembly in Iceland we hear of a stone of Thor on which men were broken. But human sacrifice is so rarely mentioned in Iceland that the statement is looked upon with suspicion. We must note that Tacitus fails to mention a Germanic Jupiter. It has been suggested that he represents Thor by Hercules. After the enumeration of the manifold activities of Thor, there seems hardly room for the imposing figure of Odin, and indeed in Scandinavia, besides being the lord of Valhöll, Odin only presides over war, poetry, and magic. Yet in one point he stands nearer to the race of men than Thor, in that he is regarded as the ancestor of most of the royal families of Denmark and of England, where the form of the name is Woden. It is perhaps hardly correct to speak of Thor and Odin as ruling over different social spheres, for Thor numbers earls and others of high degree among his worshippers, but persons of royal blood and their followers seem to devote themselves to the worship of Odin, the cult of a royal ancestor. Nomenclature affords interesting testimony to some such social division. We have seen what a large proportion of Norwegian proper names contained Thor as a component part, but we do not find any of these borne by a single Norwegian, Swedish, Danish, or English king. Not even among the petty kings of the period preceding the unification of Norway under King Harald Fairhair do such names occur. Now we are told that it was just these petty, often landless kings who with their followings practised war as a profession, and it was certainly in Norwegian court circles that skaldic poetry, an art attributed to Odin, took its origin. If the position of Odin was at all similar on the continent, it would be easy to explain the prominence of this god in all continental accounts from Tacitus onwards. For it seems probable that there also each king or prince was surrounded by a body of warriors devoted to his service, and that these took the principal part in wars. In Iceland there is no mention of Odin worship, though there is one instance of the old custom of throwing a spear over a hostile force, a rite which originally devoted the enemy to Odin. The existence of the cult in Norway is vouched for by the custom of drinking a toast consecrated to him at sacrificial feasts, but we must note that a toast to Odin is only mentioned at courts. In Sweden, however, Odin is more prominent. There is a statue of him, like Mars, by the side of Thor in the great Uppsala temple, and the people are said to sacrifice to him in time of war. A legendary king sacrifices his 9 sons to him for long life for himself, a gift which another story shews it to be within Odin's power to bestow if he receives other lives in exchange. It is generally agreed that he was originally a god of the dead before he became a god of war, and it is in the guise of a soul-stealing demon that he seems to appear in folklore. For Denmark, the tales of heroes under Odin's protection, and the importance of the god in Saxo stories, where he sometimes appears himself to demand his victim, form a considerable body of evidence. Of the Frisians we are told by Alcuin that the island Valkeren was sacred to a god whom later accounts identify with Mercury. Mercury is the name under which Odin appears in Tacitus and all continental writers, and shews that the god must there have borne much the same character as is ascribed to him in Scandinavian sources, where he is described as shifty and full of guile, skilled in magic and runes, and the inventor of poetry. To judge from the evidence of place names, his cult extended as far south as Salzburg. It is also noteworthy that the Scandinavian account of his equipment, armed only with a javelin, corresponds to that of the Germans in the time of Tacitus. An ancient form of sacrifice to Odin in Scandinavia is the gruesome cutting of the blood eagle, or removal of the lungs of the victim, of which we hear once or twice, but there seems ground for believing that the usual ritual frequently combined both hanging and stabbing. In fact, all those who fell in battle were regarded as sacrifices to Odin. Tacitus tells us that on the eve of the battle between the Chatti and Hermunduri, each side dedicated their opponent's army to Mars and to Mercury. By this vow, both horses and men, in short everything on the side of a conquered, was given up to destruction. After their victory over the Romans at Arausio, BC 105, the Cimbrians hung all their captives and destroyed their spoil. The complete destruction of the legions of Varus and the total massacre of Britons after an Anglo-Saxon victory have been suggested as other instances of the same wholesale sacrifice. In some places in Denmark, immense masses of heaped-up spoil, mostly intentionally damaged, from the 4th century AD have been found. These must have been offered as a sacrifice after victory, and have lain undisturbed on the battleground owing to a stringent taboo. A dedication of whole armies to Odin is mentioned in later Scandinavian sagas, where it seems to be connected with the idea that the god needs more warriors in Valhall. While Odin and Thor, however inimical to each other they may be, are both regarded as Aesir, gods, in the mythology of the North, in fact Thor is made Odin's son. We are told that Frey and his father Njord were originally hostages from the Vanir, a rival race. Certainly their functions in historical times are very different from those of Thor and Odin. Frey, whose name is derived from a word meaning lord, is only known in Scandinavia. He is a god of fertility, with the usual attributes of such a deity. He is especially honoured by the Swedes, and Adam of Bremen tells us that his statue stood by the side of Thor in the temple of Uppsala, that sacrifices are made to him at weddings, and that he grants men peace and pleasure. Tacitus's account of the peaceful, wealth-loving Suiones, Swedes, closely corresponds to what we should expect of a nation whose chief god was Frey, and places beyond question the old-established nature of a cult of this kind. In Norway we hear of toasts drunk to Frey and his father Njord for prosperity and peace, and a sacrificial feast at the beginning of winter to secure the same benefits is associated with Frey in Iceland, where he and Njord are invoked in legal oaths. A legendary saga relates that Frey, in the company of a priestess who was regarded as his wife, was in the habit of peregrinating the country round Uppsala in the autumn for the purpose of causing plenty. This is the clue which leads us to detect traces of an allied cult on the continent. The goddess Nerthus, who is worshipped, according to Tacitus, by 7 tribes, apparently in Zeeland, possibly at Nerum, older Neartharum, journeys round her island at certain seasons in a covered vehicle. During this time peace prevails, and her presence is celebrated by festivities. The ritual of lustration, described by Tacitus, is generally regarded as a rain charm. From a similarity of this cult to that of goddesses of fertility all over Europe, we may assume that Nerthus, like Frey, partook of this character. Amongst other Teutonic races, the earliest parallel to her peregrinations is recorded by the Byzantine historian Sozomen in the 5th century, who states that the Goths led round a statue in a covered vehicle. From the 9th century we have the item concerning the images which they carry about the fields, in a list of prohibited superstitions. But ample evidence for these practices is afforded by the ceremonies common up to 20 years ago connected with Plough Monday in England and with Frau Holle in Germany. It is to be noted that the names Nerthus and Njord are identical in all but gender, and it seems that in Scandinavia Nerthus has changed her sex and has subsequently been partly ousted by Frey. Njord, however, still rules over fishery and wealth, 2 very closely allied ideas among the Norwegians, to whom a sea teeming with fish was quite as important as the fertility of the land. It is just possible that it is Njord to whom a 9th century Latin poem refers under the name of Neptune as a chief god of the Normans. Frey seems also to have partially ousted his sister Freya. One of the Edda poems is concerned with a certain Ottar who sacrifices oxen to Freya, and whom she on one occasion declares to be her husband, a parallel case to that of Frey and the priestess mentioned above, but with the sexes reversed. End of section 72.
Section 73 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Germanic Heathenism, Part 2, by B. Phillpotts. Of the numerous other gods mentioned in our sources, some may be either tribal deities or better-known gods under other names. Such are the Frisian god Forsyth, the twins whom Tacitus equates with Castor and Pollux, and who are worshipped by the Nahanarvali, the god Saxnat, or Saxneat, forsworn with Woden and Thunor in an old Saxon formula for converts, and claimed as an ancestor by the English East Saxon royal family. Other gods, such as Balder and Loki, of whom we only hear in Scandinavia, have been occasionally regarded as mere mythological figureheads. Of the evil-disposed Loki, there is indeed no trace of any sort of cult. It has been suggested that he was a Finnish god. Balder is the subject of much controversy, some scholars dismissing him from the rank of deity altogether, while Dr. Fraser maintains that the story is a survival of tree worship and of the ritual sacrifice of the god. In any case, the only reference to an actual cult of Balder occurs in a late and doubtful saga. Tyr, who seems to have been a war god, stands in a different category. It is likely that he had once been an important deity all over Teutonic Europe, though his cult was already overshadowed by that of Odin at the dawn of historical times. Some modern authorities place his cult in close connection with that of Nerthus, for which view certain local groups of place names afford support, and regard him as being originally a god of the sky. A reference by Procopius to Ares in his account of the inhabitants of Thule, and by Jornandes to Mars, both of the 6th century, and both in connection with human sacrifice, are usually held to indicate Tyr, as is also the important god Mars of Tacitus. The identity of Mars and Tyr is established by glossaries which equate Mars with Chu and Tig, as in Tuesday. In Scandinavia, the word Tyr originally means god, and in compounds is applied to Odin. There is evidence that Frigg, in northern mythology Odin's wife, was also widely known among Teutonic nations, but she seems in part to have been ousted from her place by Phrygia, and in part to have suffered that general decline which must have overtaken the Germanic goddesses since the time of Tacitus, in whose day female divinities appear to have been in the ascendancy. We think of his Veleda, Isis, Ausinia, Nerthus. It is noteworthy that Bede knows of several important goddesses in England, though all other trace of them has vanished. One class of female divinities, however, still held a place in Scandinavian belief, at least. It seems likely that the term Disir, supernatural, female beings, covered both the Valkyries and the Norns. The Valkyries in the north were Odin's handmaidens in war, and some trace of such beings survives in Anglo-Saxon glossaries, where Valsyrge is used to translate Bellona, Gorgon, etc., though in the laws the word is merely equivalent to sorceress. The Norns seem to have been hereditary tutelary spirits. They are thought of as causing good or evil fortune to their owner, and appear in dreams to him, frequently in threes, to warn him of impending danger. When there is only one attendant spirit, she is called Hamingja, or luck. Such a being appears to the dying Halfred, the unlucky poet, and to her the saga writer evidently ascribes the ill luck first of Halfred and later of his son. It seems possible to discern an original distinction between these beings and the Fylgja, or associate, which appears as a mere materialization, as it were, in animal form, of the chief characteristic of its owner. His soul, perhaps, though it is not the immortal part of him, as it dies on his death. It is probably closely connected with the werewolf beliefs, and that the conception was common to all Teutonic races is indicated by the Song of Roland, which makes Charles the Great dream before Roncesvalles of a fight between a bear and a leopard. The Disir are, however, too capricious to be called guardian spirits. Those of one family, provoked at the coming change of faith, are credited with having killed one of its representatives. We see the reasonableness of the attitude taken up by a would-be convert who stipulates that the missionary shall guarantee him the mighty archangel Michael as his attendant angel, Fylgjuengil. All the 3 sacrifices to Disir are on record occur in the autumn, and of one it is stated that it took place at night. It is noteworthy that the term Disething is used as late as 1322 to denote a festival at Uppsala. A Disir hall appears to be an old name for a temple. From Germany we have a charm which seems rather to invoke the aid of friendly Valkyries, Idisi, than of tutelary spirits, but we find many references to a personified luck, the Früh Selda, in medieval German poems, and we are told of a poor knight accosted by a gigantic being who declares itself to be his ill luck. He shuts it up in a hollow tree and enjoys good fortune ever after. Northern mythology preserves a memory of 3 Norns who rule men's destinies, like the Parcae of the Romans, but the words used for fate, Anglo-Saxon weird, Old German Wurth, weird, literally that which happens, Old Norse skip or urlig, things shaped or laid down of yore, show that fate was not personified, was rather thought of as a force shaping the destinies of the world to unknown ends. It was a mystery ever present to the consciousness of the heathen Germanic races, and their deepest religious conceptions center round it. The old Greek idea that a man might unwittingly be forced by a retributive fate to shameful deeds never haunted the northern races, who would have claimed for mankind the completest moral freedom, but in the physical world the decree of fate was beyond appeal. A man might defy Odin and even fall upon him with mortal weapons and gain only a keener tribute of admiration from posterity. But after he had striven to the utmost against all odds, his world required of him that he should accept the ruling of fate without bitterness, and even, if we read the old tales rightly, with a certain dim recognition of vaster issues at stake than his own death and defeat. Of ancestor worship, or worship of the dead, there are clear traces both in Scandinavia and on the continent. From Scandinavia we hear how when the god Frey died, the Swedes would not burn his body, lest he should leave them, so they buried him in a barrow and sacrificed to him ever after. The case of the quite historical Swedish king Eric of the 9th century, whom the gods themselves raised to their rank shortly after his death, may also be quoted. Again, a somewhat legendary King Olaf, who flourished in South Norway in the first half of the 9th century, is made to say before his death that in his case he does not want people to act as they sometimes do, to sacrifice to dead men in whom they trusted while alive. But after he was buried at Gjerstad, there was a famine, so they sacrificed to Olaf for plenty and called him the Elf, Alfr, of Gjerstad. And there was competition for the corpse of the contemporary king Halfdan the Black among the 4 chief districts of his kingdom. It was thought that there was a prospect of plenty for whichever got it, and the matter was only settled by dividing the remains into 4 parts. So much for kings. But ordinary mortals could also enjoy worship after death. An Icelandic source tells of one Grim, the first settler in the Faroe Islands, who had sacrifices made to him after death. It was the custom at sacrificial feasts to drink to one's dead kinsmen, those who had been buried in barrows. Such toasts are called minni and are paralleled on the continent by the drinking to the soul of the dead, forbidden by a 9th century church capitulary. But there is more definite evidence than this. The Norwegian laws expressly forbid worship at barrows, a custom remembered by the saga of the island of Gotland, and Charles the Great forbids burial in them. Almost every capitulary and church council in Germany, though not in England, forbids sacrilege at sepulchres, laying food and wine on the tumuli of the dead, or partaking of food offered at such places. Among the Saxons, and probably among other tribes, the festival for the dead was celebrated in the autumn. At the beginning of the 5th century, the poet Claudian speaks of worship of ancestors among the Geti. In Iceland, some families are said to have believed that after death they entered into a hill, which they accordingly worshipped. In this connection, elf is again used, and it seems reasonable to assume that whatever other signification this word may have had later, it must also have meant the spirit of a dead man. Now in Sweden, the cult of the forgotten dead may be said to live on to this day, for the peasants still place offerings in the saucer-shaped depressions on some megalithic graves, and here in heathen times we find mention of sacrifice to elves, not at a festive gathering, but offered by each household within its own four walls. It took place in the late evening or night, a circumstance which strongly reminds us of Greek sacrifices to heroes. There is yet another class of Scandinavian deities who may be classed as chthonic. These are the landvættir, guardian spirits of the land. That they were highly esteemed is evident from the beginning of the Icelandic heathen laws, which enacted that no ship was to approach land with a figurehead on its prow, lest the landvættir should be alarmed thereat. In Saxo, men are warned not to provoke the guardian gods of a certain place, and that it was perilous to do so transpires from the fear with which a certain spot in Iceland was regarded because of the landvættir, since a murder had been committed there. The nearest approach to worship of these beings appears in a curious story of the Icelander Egil in Norway in the year 934. He sets up a horse's head on a stake, a common insult to an enemy, and utters what appears to be a formula. Quote, I turn this mark of contumely against the landvættir who inhabit this land, that all of them may go astray. None find nor happen upon her home till they have driven King Eric and Gunhild out of the land. End quote. It has been suggested that the matrone, or maters with German names, monuments to whom were erected by German soldiers in the service of Rome, were guardian spirits of their native land. Northern mythology tells us further of a female daemon of the sea, Ran, who claims the drowned. We know of no direct sacrifices to her, but there are traces of prophylactic sacrifice to some demonic being of the sea. The Frisians sacrificed human victims before expeditions by sea, as did also the Normans, according to Dudo, though he attributes the sacrifice to Thor. In Norway, there are references to the placing of a human victim on the rollers of a ship about to be launched. Of inanimate objects of worship, besides sacred groves, which will be discussed later, there are sacred springs. Close to the temple at Uppsala was a sacred spring, in which we are told that human victims were drowned, and the story should not be too hastily dismissed, since sacred springs are found within the precincts of many old churches all over Germany and England. The occasional practice of Germanic tribes, mentioned by classical authors, of throwing conquered enemies and valuables into rivers, was probably a recognized form of worship of some god, possibly of Odin. From the frequency of holy springs, wells, and lakes, bearing names compounded with As, heathen god, Thor, or Odin, we may assume that they were sometimes sacred to the greater gods, as were probably the sacred salt springs mentioned by Tacitus. On the other hand, Procopius in the 6th century says that the Scandinavians worship, besides other gods, minor spirits in the waters of springs and rivers. Knut's laws in England and church edicts on the continent refer to the worship of rivers and water wells, and further mention the worship of stones, also known in Scandinavia. Having now passed in review, however briefly, the chief objects of worship among the Germanic races, it behooves us to consider the manner of that worship. In the north, there were 3 main sacrificial festivals. One, in the autumn, is said to have been for peace and plenty. The second, at Yule, for growth. The third, at the approach of summer, was for victory. On the continent, the autumn festival and that at midwinter appear, as in Scandinavia, to have been the most important. We hear very little of a midsummer festival, but its existence is vouched for by the widespread festivities in all Teutonic countries on that day. In Denmark and Sweden, special festivals appear to have taken place at Lyra and Uppsala, respectively, every 9 years, at which a great number of animals and even men were sacrificed. The ritual of sacrifice is mainly known to us from the north. The officiating priest fills the sacrificial bowl and reddens the altar with the blood of the victim, scattering some of its contents over the worshippers and the walls of the temple by means of sacrificial twigs. The blood is, in fact, offered to the gods, or cements a bond between them and the worshippers. The flesh is cooked and eaten. In Scandinavia, horses were much valued as sacrifices, so that to eat horseflesh was regarded as a heathen practice, and Tacitus also knows of sacrifice of horses. Excavations of Icelandic temples, however, reveal a preponderance of the bones of other domestic animals. In England and on the continent, cattle were frequent offerings. Gregory the Great decided to allow the English to eat oxen ad laudum Dei, just outside their churches, since they had been accustomed to sacrificing them to demons. Human sacrifice seems to have persisted in Sweden till quite a late period. In 1026, a little party of Norwegians declared that they narrowly escaped being utilized for that purpose on an expedition to Sweden, and the saga of the island of Gotland remembers the custom. On the continent, too, human sacrifice seems to have continued as long as heathenism, and we even hear of an outburst of it among the converted Franks. In Friesland, human beings seem frequently to have been sacrificed by drowning. Except perhaps in the last named country, the victims were almost invariably prisoners taken in war, slaves, or outlaws. If the sacrifice was a public one, and probably in any case, it was followed by a feast which lasted till the ale gave out and no longer. A Norwegian archbishop reveals the importance of the ale even at Christian festivals when he finds it necessary to ordain that a wedding can yet be held even though there be nothing but whey to celebrate it with, and other Norwegian ecclesiastical ordinances enact that every farmer shall brew so much ale in preparation for the various church festivals. The drinking itself began with sacrifice in the form of toasts drunk to the gods, and this seems also to have been the case in Germany, for we hear of drinking wine for the love of the devil. Jonas of Bobbio relates how he found a party of men sitting round an immense vessel of ale, who described themselves as worshipping Woden. We also hear of an individual in a temple, opima libamina exhibens usque ad vomitum sibo potuc replebatur. Centuries earlier, Tacitus tells us that when the Romans surprised the Germans at a religious festival, they cut down an intoxicated foe. It seems that songs and dances were common at such times, and we hear of the wearing of animal masks at Yule and at funeral and memorial feasts. Several other Scandinavian festivals are worthy of notice, such as the Greeting Ale and the Ale of Departure. Even when a Norwegian chief is about to flee from the swift vengeance of Harald Fairhair, the Departure Ale has yet to be brewed. Still clearer traces of sacrifice are discernible in the feast, for which the Norwegian laws stipulate on the occasion of granting rights in the family to an illegitimate son, and also in that made by a slave on his liberation. End of section 73. Section 74 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Germanic Heathenism, Part 3, by B. Phillpotts. During the course of the great Scandinavian festivals, as well as at other times, it appears to have been the custom for private individuals to offer sacrifice for the purpose of propitiation or of learning their future. The means employed in this latter case seems sometimes to have been the sanctified twigs mentioned above. Tacitus knows of divination by twigs and also mentions various other forms of augury. In Friesland, the casting of lots seems to have played a particularly important part and was employed to select men for sacrifices. We have already had occasion to refer to officiating priests. The term, though permissible, is somewhat misleading, as the existence of a special class or caste of priests in Scandinavia is much disputed, and there seems to be considerable divergence on this point among the various Germanic races at different times. In Iceland, any leading settler who built or came into possession of a temple officiated in it himself and was called a goti, plural gotar, the connection of which with got, God, suggests that the priestly function was older than the temporal authority. In Norway, the balance of probability seems to lie with the theory that the earls and local chiefs, Hursar, and probably also the petty kings, each administered the chief temple of his district, perhaps with a goti or gayoja, priestess, probably of his own family, to help him. In Sweden, where worship was more centralized and systematized, there is some slight evidence for the existence of gotar, but it is clear that the king was the high priest of the people. It is recorded from prehistoric times that when one of their kings failed to sacrifice, the people attributed to him a famine which ensued and sacrificed him for plenty. As late as the 11th century, they expelled their Christian king for refusal to sacrifice, and the idea of the king's responsibility for bad weather, for instance, can be traced as late as the reign of Gustavus Vasa. This idea of royal responsibility for national misfortunes is paralleled among the Burgundians in the 4th century. For Denmark, the only evidence is the occurrence of the word goti on 2 runic stones of about the 9th and 10th centuries. In England, there must have been a more specialized priestly caste, with disabilities unknown to the Norwegians, for Bede tells us that heathen priests might not bear arms. For the continent, we have extremely little evidence. An old German glossary translates Kottink, formed from Kot, God, not by presbyter, but by tribunus. And on the other hand, the old German Evart, guardian of law, and the Frisian and Low German Asega, Osega, lawsayer, are used to denote priest. So we may perhaps assume that the functions of priest were not very highly specialized at the close of heathendom. Tacitus knows of a regular priesthood whose only administrative function consists in opening public assemblies, probably with a sacrifice, as in Iceland, and in playing some part in their procedure. We hear occasionally of a chief priest, as among the Northumbrians, and among the Burgundians. Among the latter, he was called Sinistus, and it is worth noting that Sinistans is the word chosen by Ulfilas for elders. Priestesses are rarely mentioned in the North, though they seem to have been common among the Germans of Tacitus's time. The well-known statement of Tacitus that the Germani do not confine their gods within walls, but dedicate groves and trees to them, does not seem to have been of universal application even in his own day. But it is quite certain that he is right in the main with regard to the prevalence of grove and tree sanctuaries. The frequent occurrence of such place names as the German Heiligenloh, Heiligenforst, and the Scandinavian Lund, the latter often compounded with the names of Odin, Thor, and Frey, would alone suffice to prove the earlier existence of groves, grim with ancient religious rites, as Claudian describes them. Of sacred trees, perhaps the most famous was the Robor Jovis in Hesse. An interesting old Scandinavian proverb recorded in Iceland may be quoted here. One must worship an oak if one is to live under it. After the erection of a temple, the sacred tree may have lived on beside it, and indeed probably conditioned the form of the temple itself. The Icelandic temple, as we know from recent excavations, consisted of a hall, like the hall of the ordinary dwelling house, and at its further end a smaller building, with slightly rounded corners, which was the real sanctuary, with the altar in the middle and the images of the gods, generally 3 in number, standing round it. The outer hall, with its sacred pillars and its row of fires down the middle, is thought to have been a later addition for the convenience of worshippers, but the form of the inner building is considered to show descent from the tree sanctuary. It has been suggested that the round churches, only found on Germanic territory, are the lineal descendants of the heathen temple and hence of the tree sanctuary. Besides the images, the inner temple contained the sacrificial bowl and twigs, and the sacred ring which the priest wore on his arm at all assemblies, and on which oaths were sworn. Both temple and images appear to have been very highly decorated, sometimes even with gold and silver. Two other types of sanctuary deserve mention. On the continent we hear of pillars, apparently called Irminsul, translated Universalis Columna, which may well have been a side development from the tree sanctuary. Charles the Great destroyed the most famous of these in Westphalia. The northern Hurg is frequently assumed to have been a stone altar or high place, but the Norwegian laws speak of making a house and calling it a Hurg. It is only mentioned in connection with female deities or with Njord, but the occurrence of Thorsharg and Odensharg as place names in Sweden renders it doubtful whether it could have been limited to the use of female or originally female deities, at any rate in Sweden. The cognate Old German Haruk is sometimes translated Lucas or Nemus, sometimes only by the vague Fanum, while the Anglo-Saxon Hurg seems to be a comprehensive term for any kind of sanctuary, almost corresponding to the Scandinavian ve, though this includes things. In Scandinavia, the violator of any sanctuary is called wolf in holy places and becomes an outlaw in his own land, though we note that he may be well received in other Scandinavian countries. In Friesland, those who broke into a temple to rob it were sacrificed to the god whom they had offended. It is difficult to say how far, on the other hand, the sanctuaries offered a refuge to accused persons and criminals. The abuse of the right of asylum in medieval churches, many of them only transformed temples, suggests that this was a prominent characteristic of heathen temples. On the other hand, we learn from an Icelandic saga that the god Frey would not tolerate the presence of an outlaw even in the neighborhood of his temple. It will now be convenient to consider the funeral customs of the Teutonic races. Excavations in Scandinavia, as well as literary records, show that towards the close of heathen times, the great majority of the dead were interred in barrows, often in their ships with some of their valuables, and occasionally with horses, dogs, and other animals. Slaves sometimes accompany their master or mistress. Leo Diaconus informs us that in the 10th century, the Swedes in the Byzantine Empire used to kill their captives and burn their bodies with those of their own slain, apparently with the idea of providing their friends with servants in the next world. The practice of suti was not unknown, though very rare. In some cases, everything found in the barrow has been burnt, but inhumation is the commoner practice. It is noteworthy that weapons are rarely found in the period preceding about A.D. 500, while after that time, in the Viking Age, weapons form the most important part of the goods placed in the grave. It is sometimes shown in our sources that all these objects, including the ship or occasionally a chariot, are provided with the intention of supplying the dead with what they will need in the next world, or with a means of getting there. Besides a few indications of a belief in rebirth, there are no less than 3 forms of life after death in Scandinavian belief alone. We will begin with the most famous, Valhall, the Hall of the Slain, where those who fell in battle feasted and fought into eternity. But when we come to apply the commonly accepted theory that all those slain in fight passed into Valhall, we find it impossible to make it fit the facts as reported to us. A number of the Edda poems seem to know nothing about Valhall and dispatch their mightiest warriors to the dreary abode of Hell, and the same treatment is frequently meted out in the sagas. The likeliest explanation seems to be that Valhall was intimately bound up with the cult of Odin, which, as we have seen, probably entered into the lives of a comparatively small class and was very recent in the north. The influence of the cult may perhaps be traced in the sudden appearance of weapons in graves about the 5th century. The great historical importance of the Valhall idea lies in the stimulus it gave to desperate courage in battle. The influence of a similar belief among the Japanese of our own day was evident in their war with Russia. It was no doubt belief in some such palace of the dead, only to be reached by those who died of wounds, which induced the aged among the Heruli to accept a voluntary death inflicted by stabbing, and it has been shown that the formal marking of a dying man, mentioned 2 or 3 times in the north, is probably a substitute for the older custom of the Heruli in the 5th or 6th century. Hell answers to the Greek Hades, a shadowy region of which we hear very little in the sagas, where the word hell does indeed frequently occur, but usually merely with the signification of death. We have already seen that the conception of a future life spent by the ghost in or near its burial place was by far the commonest, not only in Scandinavia, but all over Germanic territory. It would not be surprising to find that this, evidently the oldest belief about the dead, was connected with the faith of Thor, and some testimony to that effect is afforded by the inscriptions on a runic grave monument in Denmark. May Thor consecrate these mounds, or in 2 other cases, these runes. In Sweden, we find an inscription which has been translated, Thor give peace. The sign of the hammer occurs on several other monuments, no doubt with a similar force. With regard to the variant of this belief, the dying into mountains, all the evidence seems to connect it with Thor. In 2 cases out of the 4 on record, we are explicitly informed that the persons believed in Thor. In the 3rd case, that of the kinsmen of one Aud, we know no further detail of their religion except in the case of Aud's brother, of whom it is stated that he believed in Christ, but invoked Thor in voyages and difficulties and whenever he thought it mattered most. It is clearly this belief in the continued presence of the dead which caused the widespread worship of them already discussed, and it is this belief, too, which has peopled all Germanic territory with ghosts, whether malignant trolls, slayers of the living, or friendly spirits. Like all other religions, that of the Germanic peoples was a mass of mixed elements, a jumble of many different stages of culture. Primitive magical rites were no doubt freely practiced, and in view of the age-long survival of such rites in rustic festivals and rustic faith, it would be the greatest mistake to belittle their importance in earlier Germanic life. But our sources refer to them so little that we are justified in suspecting the mass of these practices to be already declining into the observances of popular superstition, with possibly nearly as little conscious religious significance as today. There were still traces of an early grim idea of placation by sacrifice. The god of the dead, or the demonic being who inhabits the sea, demands a human life, and one must be offered that others may be safe. But except for a few legendary instances, we see that the Germanic peoples have progressed so far in corporate sense that the community only offers the lives of those outside its pale, outlaws or captives to whom it knows no obligations. Only in Friesland is there any definite evidence that members of the community were immolated. But the prevalent idea of sacrifice is a more comfortable one. Gifts are made to the gods, who requite them with favors, an idea which reflects the manners of the time, with its system of gifts and counter-gifts, and which shows that the gods were thought of as recognizing a social bond linking them to their worshippers. The cult of the dead reveals a sense rather of piety than of fear, for we never find that the Scandinavians, at any rate, sank to the placation of evil ghosts by sacrifice. They adopt other, somewhat matter-of-fact precautions against them, such as taking the corpse out through a hole in the wall of the house, burning and scattering the ashes, or decapitating the ghost, though perhaps there never was a prototype in heathen times of the delightfully ironic scene in one of the Icelandic sagas where the living, ousted from the fireside by the dead, hold a court of law over them and banish them by the verdict of a jury. On the whole, we are left with the impression that Germanic heathendom was as far from being a religion of dread as it was from the formalism impregnated with magical ideas which pervaded the religious system of the Romans. Though the gods could be angry and cause famine and plague and defeat, they were at any rate occasionally the objects of real trust and affection, and their acknowledged favoritism is not imputed to them as injustice. Only near the end of the heathen period do we find any repugnance to the idea of allegiance to non-moral gods. Perhaps the finest flower of Germanic heathendom should be sought in the period just before its extinction, in the Viking Age, so often accused of godlessness. In the conception of Ragnarok, which fired the imagination of the North, we find the idea of fellowship with the gods, fellowship not in feasting and victory, but in stress and storm. For the gods, too, are in the hands of destiny, of a fate ever moving towards the end of the world, when they and the armies of the valiant dead together make a vain stand against the race of demonic beings, monstrous shapes of disorder and destruction, loosed in the shattering of the earth which precedes that titanic struggle. The great bequests of the heathen Germanic peoples to the new order, their courage, and their ideal of loyalty to a leader find their highest expression in this vision of preordained defeat. End of section 74. Section 75 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. A. Conversion of the Celts, Part 1, by F. E. Warren. 1. Roman Britain. By the British Church is meant the Christian Church which existed in England and Wales before the foundation of the English Church by Augustine of Canterbury, and after that event to a limited extent in Cornwall, Wales, Cumbria, and Strathclyde. How, when, where, and by whom was it founded? To these questions no answer is forthcoming. The legends connecting various apostles and other scriptural personages, especially Joseph of Arimathea, with Britain, may be dismissed at once. They first appear in very late writings and have no historical foundations. We next come to a story which has obtained some considerable credence because it is found in the pages of Bede. It is to the effect that in the year A.D. 156, a British king named Lucius, Les Apquel, appealed to Pope Eleutherus to be instructed in the Christian religion, that the application was granted, and that the king and nation were then converted to Christianity. The story first appears in a 6th century recension of the Liber Pontificalis at Rome, whence Bede must have borrowed it. It was unknown to the British historian Gildas, and it has no other support. Bede's version of it involves chronological errors, and Professor Harnack has recently driven the last nail into its coffin by his brilliant suggestion, or discovery, that Lucius was not a British king at all, but king of Bertha, confused with Britannia, in Edessa, a Mesopotamian realm whose sovereign was Lucius Aulus Septimus Magus Abgarus IX. But there is indirect and outside evidence that Christianity had penetrated Britain at the end of the 2nd century. The evidence is patristic in its source and general in its character. Tertullian, writing circa 208, speaks of places in Britain inaccessible to the Romans, yet subject to Christ, and Origen, writing about 30 years later, refers in 2 passages to the British people having come under the influence of Christianity. But how did they so come? In the absence of precise information, the most probable supposition is that Christianity came through Gaul, between which country and Britain commercial intercourse was active. There may also have been individual Christians among the Roman soldiers who were then stationed in Britain. In fact, the almost universally Latin, or at least non-Celtic names of such British martyrs, bishops, etc., as have been preserved, point to a preponderating Roman rather than Celtic element in the British Church. Though against this, it must also be remembered that, as in the cases of Patricius and Pelagius, the names known to us may be assumed Christian names superseding some earlier Celtic names, of which in most cases no record has come down. Possibly the British Church consisted at first of converts to Christianity among the Roman invaders, and of such natives as came into immediate contact with them, and the native element only gradually gained ground when the Roman troops were withdrawn. The known facts are too few for a continuous British Church history to be built upon them. The only early British historian, Gildas, circa 540, is the author of a diatribe rather than a history. Nennius, writing in the 9th century, is uncritical and too far removed from the events which he records to be relied upon. Geoffrey of Monmouth, writing in the 12th century, is notoriously untrustworthy and hardly deserves the name of historian, and all extant lives of British saints are later than the Norman Conquest and historically almost valueless. Yet from these and other sources the following persons and facts emerge as historical, with probability if not certainty. A. Among martyrs, Alban of Verulamium, martyred, as Gildas asserts, or according to another manuscript, reading Conjectures in the Persecution of Diocletian. But as this persecution is not known to have reached Britain, it is more probable that the persecution in question was that of Decius in 250 to 251, or that of Valerian in 259 to 260. Bede tells the story at greater length and says that the martyrdom took place at Verulamium, now St. Albans. Both Gildas and Bede evidently quote from some early but now lost Passio S. Albani. The details may be unhistorical, as is frequently the case in such passiones, but it would be unreasonable to doubt the main story, because we have the 5th century evidence of the Galician presbyter Constantius, who, writing a life of St. Germanus, describes a visit of Germanus and Lupus to his sepulchre at St. Albans, and the 6th century evidence of a line in the poetry of the Gaulish Venantius Fortunatus. B. Aaron and Julius of Caerleon upon Usk. These two martyrs are likewise mentioned by Gildas, and though there is no early collaborative evidence, as in the case of St. Alban, they may be regarded as historical personages. Bede's mention, and all later mentions of them, rested upon the original statement of Gildas, who does not say that they were martyred at Caerleon upon Usk, though this is not unlikely. In the martyrology of Bede, and in many later martyrologies and calendars, 17 September is marked in Britannis, Natal, Socrates et Stephani, and in Baronius' edition of the Roman Martyrology in 1645, this has grown to Sanctorum Martyrum Socrates et Stephani. So 7 February is marked in Augusta equals London, Natal Augusti or Auguli Episcopi et Martyris. There is no early authority for the existence of these saints, and nothing is known of their history. C. Among bishops, the existence of the following bishops is known to us. 3 British bishops are recorded to have been present at the Council of Arles in 314. They were 1. Eborius Episcopus de Civitate Eboracensi Provincia Britannica. 2. Restitutus Episcopus de Civitate Londinensi Provincia Superscripta. 3. Adelphius Episcopus de Civitate Colonia Londinensium. These British sees were fixed in Roman cities, York, London, and Lincoln, if we may suppose that Londinensium is a mistake for Lindumensium. Some, however, would read Legionensium and interpret the word of Caerleon upon Usk, but this suggestion is negatived by the fact that Caerleon never was a Roman colony. Eborius has a suspicious look as the name of a bishop de Civitate Eboracensi, but similarity need not here suggest forgery. It is a Latinized form of a common Celtic name. There was a bishop, Aburius, in Ireland in St. Bridget's time. They were attended by a priest named Sacerdos and a deacon named Arminius. Sacerdos has been thought to be a suspicious name for a presbyter, but though we have been unable to find any other instance, it may be pointed out that priest may be found as a proper name in the clergy list of today. There is no evidence for the suggestion sometimes made that British bishops were present at the Council of Nicaea in 325. The only difficulty in proving a direct negative is the incomplete and unsatisfactory state of the list of signatories. Athanasius tells us that British bishops were among the more than 300 bishops who voted in his favor at the Council of Sardisa in 345, but he does not mention the names of any of these bishops or of their sees. There were British bishops among the 400 or more who met at the Council of Arminium in 359. We know this on the authority of Sulpicius Severus, who unfortunately mentions neither the names nor the numbers of these bishops nor of their sees, yet adds that there were 3 bishops from Britain who, because they lacked private means, made use of the public bounty, refusing contributions offered to them by the rest. The public bounty refers to the provision for their entertainment, anonis et salaria, which the emperor had ordered to be offered at the public expense. D. Another British bishop whose name has come down to us is Riocatus, who made 2 journeys from Britain to Gaul to see Faustus, a Breton and bishop of Rheims, died circa 492, and carried certain works of Faustus back to Britain. E. There is extant a book addressed by a British bishop named Fastidius to a widow named Fatalis in the first half of the 5th century. He is mentioned by Gennadius, but his see is not named. His book, De Vita Christiana, is printed in Mean. The only other bishops known to us by name before AD 600 are the famous Welsh bishops. F. There are in existence lists of early British, Welsh, Manx, and Cornish bishops, for the majority of whom no certain evidence can be produced. Some of them, such as St. David, first bishop of Menavia, St. Dubricius, first bishop of Llandaff, and his immediate successors, Tylo and Odysseus, Cantigern and Asaph, the first 2 bishops of St. Asaph, Daniel, first bishop of Bangor, together with a few less known names on the lists, are historical personages, but these belong to the 6th and 7th century Welsh Church and stand partly outside the period covered by this article. It must not be forgotten that Patrick and Ninian, bishop of Candida Casa, Withern, were Britons, but their history belongs rather to Ireland and Scotland than to England. The following facts may be also worth recording as events of the 6th century. 2 bishops of the Britons came from Alba to sanctify St. Bridget. 50 bishops of the Britons of Selmwine visited St. Modoc of Ferns. These figures indicate that the British episcopate, like that of other parts of the Celtic Church, was monastic and numerous, rather than diocesan and limited in number. The Celtic saints of Britain, like those of Ireland, were great travelers. Gildas asserts this. Palladius, in his Historia Lausiaca, speaks of British pilgrims in Syria, and Theodoret, writing circa 440, speaks of their arrival in the Holy Land. These early independent outside testimonies make it possible to believe many otherwise incredible stories in later Vitae Sanctorum, e.g. that David, Tylo, and Pattern went to Jerusalem, where David received episcopal consecration, and that the Cornish Saint Cubi made a pilgrimage to the same city. References to British travelers in Rome and Italy ceased to excite wonder after this. It does not, of course, follow that the Jerusalem stories are true, only that they are within the bounds of possibility. The legends are late, and they were probably invented to give independence and prestige to the Celtic episcopate, as compared with the later episcopate of the English Church. There is no serious doubt about the orthodoxy of the British Church. Gildas accuses its clergy of immorality and of venality, not of heresy. On the other hand, testimony to its orthodoxy is plentiful. Athanasius stated that the British churches had signified by letter to him their adhesion to the Nicene faith. Chrysostom said that, quote, even the British Isles have felt the power of the word, for there too churches and altars have been erected. There too, as on the shores of the Euxine or in the south, men may be heard discussing points in Scripture, with differing voices but not with differing belief, with varying tongues but not with varying faith, end quote. Jerome asserted that, quote, Britain in common with Rome, Gaul, Africa, Persia, the East, and India adores one Christ, observes one rule of faith, end quote. Venantius Fortunatus speaks of Britain cherishing the faith, and Wilfrid himself, though openly hostile to the British Church, asserted before a council held in Rome in 680 that the true Catholic faith prevailed throughout the British, Irish, and Pictish, as well as the English race, thus claiming for the whole Celtic Church in these islands what Columbanus claimed for his own Irish Church when he told Pope Boniface that it was not schismatical or heretical, but that it held the whole Catholic faith. But in defending the orthodoxy of the British Church, we must not be supposed to mean that no heretical opinions ever obtained temporary ground or attracted individuals. Vitricius, Bishop of Rouen, came to Britain circa 396 at the request of the bishops of North Italy. Nothing is known of the purpose of his journey, except that in his own language it had to do with the making of peace. It has been conjectured in connection with the attempted introduction of Arianism or of some other form of false doctrine. In 429, Germanus, Bishop of Auxerre, and Lupus, Bishop of Troyes, were sent by a Galician synod according to Constantius, but by Bishop Celestine according to Prosper, to Britain to stem Pelagianism. And in 447, the same Germanus and Severus, Bishop of Treves, came to Britain for the same purpose. Pelagianism would naturally establish a footing in Britain because Pelagius himself was most probably a Briton by birth, a member of one of those Gaelic families who had crossed from Ireland and settled themselves on the southwestern coast of Great Britain. His companion, Celestius, no doubt, was an Irishman, but Faustus of Rheims and Fastidius, both semi-Pelagian authors, were the first a Breton, the second British, and the same may be surmised of a certain Agricola, the son of a Pelagian bishop named Severianus, who taught and spread Pelagianism in Britain, as Prosper tells us. Their names have more a Roman than a Celtic sound, but that point cannot be pressed, because Britons frequently assumed a Roman or a Romanized name. But thanks mainly to the Galician bishops previously referred to, all efforts to Pelagianize the British Church were unsuccessful. The last recorded communication between the British Church and Western Christianity took place in 455, in which year, according to an entry in the Annales Cambriae, the British Church changed its ancient mode of calculating Easter and adopted the cycle of 84 years then in use at Rome. This was shortly afterwards exchanged at Rome for the Victorian cycle of 532 years, and that again was changed there in the next century for the Dionysian cycle of 19 years, but neither the Victorian nor the Dionysian cycle was ever adopted in the British Church, which still retained an older Roman cycle. The archaeological evidence which is forthcoming as to the character and even as to the existence of Christianity in Britain in Roman times is extremely limited. Nor is this to be wondered at when we consider the wave of destruction which swept over Britain through the Saxon invasions. In only one case has a whole church so far survived that we can trace the outline of the building and measure its dimensions. This church was recently discovered at Silchester, Caleva Atrebatum. It bears a close resemblance to 4th century churches discovered in Italy, Syria, and Africa. Traces of the foundations of a Roman basilica have likewise been found underneath the churches at Reculver and Liming in Kent and at Brixworth in Northamptonshire, but whether those basilicas were used for secular or ecclesiastical purposes is uncertain. The only claim of the above-named churches, and of a few other churches, such as St. Martin's at Canterbury, to be regarded as Romano-British, lies in the fact that they have a few stones or bricks of Romano-British date used up a second time in their construction. Apart from churches, the Chi Rho monogram has been found in the mosaics, pavements, or building stones of 3 villas at Frampton in Dorsetshire, Chedworth in Gloucestershire, and Harpole in Northamptonshire, on a silver cup at Corbett-on-Tyne, on 2 silver rings from a villa at Fivehead Neville in Dorsetshire, on some bronze fragments at York, on some masses of pewter found in the Thames, on one of which it is associated with A and W and with the word spes in Dio, on the basil of a bronze ring found at Silchester, though the nature of the ornament in this case has been doubted. There was also found at Silchester a fragment of white glass with a fish and a palm roughly scratched upon it. There are no distinctively Christian inscriptions of a very early date, but there are several which suggest a Christian origin by the use of the phrase plus minus, with reference to the length of a person's life, a phrase often found on early Christian inscriptions abroad. And there are some pagan altar inscriptions which point to a pagan restoration and a revival after some other influence, possibly the Christian influence, had allowed such altars to fall into neglect or decay. Archaeological evidence is therefore in itself distinctly weak, and yet it may be considered sufficiently strong to support facts which are known to us on other and independent grounds, while further evidence of this kind may be discovered hereafter. End of section 75.
Section 76 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lauren Fontaine. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. A Conversion of the Celts, Part 2, by F. E. Warren. Ireland. No exact answer can be given to the question, when was Christianity first introduced into Ireland? The popular idea is that it was introduced into Ireland for the first time by St. Patrick. This is negatived by the following facts. St. Patrick's mission work in Ireland commenced in 432. It is quite true that Patrick, as a youth, aged 15 to 21, had spent 6 years in captivity in Ireland under a heathen master called Miliuc, 405 to 411, but it is impossible that at that age and under those conditions he can have done any evangelistic work. Indeed, he himself nowhere claims to have done any. In the year before the date of St. Patrick's missionary advent to Ireland, that is to say in 431, we find the following distinct statement made in the Chronicle of Prosper of Aquitaine. Ad Scotos in Christum credentes ordinatur a Papa Celestino Palladius, et primus episcopus mittitur. This statement must be accepted as historical. There may be some difficulty in interpreting it, but there is no ground whatever for doubting it. Prosper has sometimes been accused of bias, but bias is one thing, deliberate invention or forgery is another. Nor is there the slightest ground for suggesting that Prosper may have been misinformed. Though not himself a native of Great Britain or Ireland, Prosper belonged to the neighboring country of Gaul, which he permanently left when he went to Rome in 440, and became secretary to Leo I as Bishop of Rome. Prosper was alive in 463, but the exact date of his death is unknown. If Prosper's statement that there were Christians in Ireland before the arrival there of Palladius were unsupported, we should feel bound to accept it. And we are much more bound to accept it if we find it corroborated by a series of incidents or facts which, if not conclusive singly, have a combined weight in substantiating it. Before enumerating these facts, reference must be made to a passage written by Prosper about 6 years later. In his Liber Contra Collatorum, written when Sixtus III was pope, i.e. between 432 and 440, and speaking in praise of that pope's predecessor, Celestine, he says, Et ordinato Scotus episcopo dum Romanum insulam studet servare Catholicam fecit etiam barbarum Christianam. There is no allusion here to the early death of Palladius, the episcopus referred to, nor to the failure of his mission. Obviously, writing a panegyric on Celestine, it was not to Prosper's purpose to refer to them, nor, on the other hand, is there any reference to the mission of St. Patrick. Though, as Professor Burr has pointed out, if Celestine had sent Patrick, and still more if he had consecrated him, Prosper would almost certainly have referred to the fact as enhancing the achievements and the reputation of that pope. The passage is obviously rhetorical and need not be pressed as superseding or canceling any part of his statement about the mission of Palladius previously quoted. Its truth is supported by the following statements and allusions, which may be legendary because the earliest form in which they have come down to us is several centuries later than the events to which they refer, but which may still be true. It is hardly impossible to say more of them than this, that if they are true, they imply the existence of a pre-patrician church in Ireland. Teretian records that when St. Patrick ordained a certain Owlivia as presbyter, he showed him or told him of a wonderful stone altar in the mountain of the children of Ailill, to which the tripartite life, calling Owlivia an archpresbyter, adds that this altar was in a cave, and that there were 4 glass chalices standing at the 4 angles of it. In the additions to Teretian's collections, it is recorded that Bishop Colman at Cloain-Cain in Acud, Clonkeen, presented his own church to St. Patrick forever. Teretian tells a story, also told with unimportant variations by Mirshu Macu Mactheni, of St. Patrick finding a cross, signiculum crucis Christi, which had been, through a mistake, erected over a heathen's grave. The lives of the Irish saints represent some of them, e.g. Elbus, Ibar, Declan, Sheeran, etc., as older or partly contemporaneous with St. Patrick. But these lives are too late in their present form to be accepted as historical, and are only or chiefly valuable for Irish words, and for incidental allusions surviving in them. The general policy of Loeger, High King of Ireland, 428 to 463, who, without apparently becoming himself a convert to Christianity, was not hostile to its promulgation by St. Patrick, and the curious policy of the Druids concerning the advent of Patrick, betraying in its language some acquaintance with the ritual of the Christian Church, have been noted as indicating the previous existence of Christianity in Ireland. Pelagius, who must have been born circa 370, though the exact date of his birth is unascertained, is known on the authority of St. Jerome, and on other grounds, to have been an Irishman, and as such the presumption is in favor of his having been born in Ireland, and of Christian parents. But too much stress must not be laid upon this fact, or supposed fact. Though accepted as a fact by Professor Zimmer, it has been rejected by Professor Burr, who thinks that the evidence points to Pelagius having been born in Western Britain. His contemporary and chief disciple, Caelestus, was likewise an Irishman and probably born in Ireland. An Irish Christian named Fifth, better known under his Latin or Latinized name of Icernius, was with St. Patrick at Auxerre, was ordained there, and also went, though somewhat against his will, when St. Patrick went as a missionary to Ireland. All these facts go to substantiate the statement of Prosper that there were Scoti in Christum credentes in Ireland in 431, before the great mission of St. Patrick was commenced. But how did they get there? How did Christianity in Ireland originate? To these and such like questions, no certain answer is forthcoming. Although Ireland was never conquered by the Romans, and therefore never became an integral portion of the Roman Empire, as England and the larger part of Great Britain did, yet there are traces of Roman influence in Ireland at a very early date. Large and not infrequent discoveries of Roman coins in Ireland, ranging from the 1st to the 5th century, prove that there must have been considerable intercourse during that time between Ireland and Great Britain and the continent, and some knowledge, possibly some seeds, of Christianity may have been sown by Roman sailors, or merchants, or commercial travelers. In the 3rd century, an Irish tribe, named the Dessi, were driven out of their home in Meath and migrated partly south into County Waterford, and partly across the sea to South Wales, where they were permitted to form a settlement, and there are indications that they penetrated into Somerset, Devon, and Cornwall. The Dessi at this time were, of course, not Christians, but they paved the way, or they formed a highway, by which a century or so later British Christianity may have reached, and probably did reach, Ireland. Irish raids into England and Wales in the course of the 4th century may have brought Christian captives back into Ireland, as one of such raids in the early part of the 5th century brought the captive youth Patrick. Inhabitants of the southwest of England, whether Brythonic occupiers or Goidelic settlers, establishing and pursuing intercourse with Ireland would naturally land at Moerdea, in the mouth of the Varty near Wicklow, or at some other port on the southeast coast of Ireland, which is the nearest coast of Ireland to that of England, and Christian settlers from Britain would thus influence, first of all, the south rather than the north of Ireland. There is an ingenious argument of a philological character which we owe to the keen insight of Professor Zimmer, and which has been explained by him at length in his Celtic Church in Britain and Ireland. We can hardly reproduce all the linguistic details here, but a convenient and concise summary of Zimmer's argument has been printed by Professor Burr. It is to this effect. A number of ecclesiastical loanwords assume forms in Irish which they could not have assumed if they had been borrowed straight from the Latin, and which can only be explained by intermediate Brythonic forms. The presence of these forms in Ireland can, again, be best explained on the supposition that Christianity was introduced into Ireland in the 4th century by Irish-speaking Britons. And the further conjecture arises that the transformation of Brythonic Latin loanwords into Irish equivalents was made in the Irish settlements in western, and especially southwestern, Britain, which are thereby indicated as the channel through which the Christian religion was transmitted originally into Ireland. There is no authority for the legend that the British Ninian labored in Ireland about the commencement of the 5th century, other than an Irish life existing in the time of Archbishop Usher, but now lost. Usher unfortunately does not give its date, or supposed date, but he quotes from it several facts which, if not impossible, do not seem to be at all credible. Yet the story of Ninian's connection with Ireland gains some footing there, for his name under the affectionate form of Moen, or Moien, or Moen, Maeninius, or Ninian, is found at 16 September in the martyrologies of Tullacht, Gorman, Angus, and Donegal. Though, then, there is sufficient evidence to prove the existence of some Christianity in Ireland before AD 432, yet the majority of the population of Ireland at that date was pagan, and the conversion of Ireland to Christianity was mainly, though not entirely, the work of St. Patrick. He is not, therefore, to be robbed of his title of Apostle of the Irish. Pre-patrician Christianity in Ireland was scanty, sporadic, and apparently unorganized. Exactly when and by whom it was introduced we know not, and it is unlikely that we ever shall know. The Roman mission of Palladius in 431 was a failure, either through his missionary incapacity or more probably through his early death, though his death is not recorded, or less probably through his withdrawal from Ireland, according to Scottish legends, to preach the gospel among the Picts in Scotland, or, as is more probable, the Pictish population in Dalaridia in the northern part of Ulster, amongst whom he was working, and died before he had spent a whole year in Ireland. Then, on learning of the death or departure of Palladius, St. Patrick went to Ireland as his successor. A complete biography of St. Patrick cannot be attempted here, but a compressed account of his mission work in Ireland is necessary. It was in the year 432 that Patrick, then in his 43rd year, was consecrated bishop by Germanus, Bishop of Auxerre, and started from Gaul for Ireland, fired by a love for that country in which many years before he had spent 6 years as a captive slave, 405 to 411. His wise policy was to approach the kings of the petty kingdoms which went to make Ireland in the 5th century, and among them Seeliger, son of Niall, who in the year of Patrick's arrival in Ireland ranked as High King, with certain rights over all other kings. Tribal loyalty was strong, and if the petty king or chieftain was won over, or even if, like King Seeliger, he sanctioned the mission without being converted himself, the conversion of his tribe was much facilitated, if not certain to follow. Landing near Wicklow, Patrick coasted northwards, stopping at the little island afterward called Innispatrick, eventually passing up the narrow sea passage into Lake Strangford, in that southern part of Dalaridia which is now County Down. On the southern shore of this lake he landed, and Dichu, the proprietor of that part, became his first convert, and granted him, after his return from an ineffectual attempt to convert his old master, Milius, a site for a Christian establishment at Saul, and in its vicinity, Bright, Rathcolpa, Downpatrick also have a legendary connection with him. Then, in County Meath, Trim, and Dunshaughlin, both not far from the royal hill of Tara, Oisnoch, and Donna Patrick, where Conall, brother of King Seeliger, was converted, are all places associated with the activities of Patrick. Thence he advanced into Ulster, destroying the idol Crom Cuach in the plain of Slecht, founding churches at Agana, Shancow, Tanach, and Kaisalere, all in County Sligo. Then, turning south, he founded the church of Agahour on the confines of Mayo and Galway, not far from the hill Crochan Aigley, Croagh Patrick, on the summit of which he was believed to have spent 40 days and nights in solitude and contemplation. Traces survive of a second journey into Connaught, full of interesting incidents, and of a third journey, to be dated 13 years after Patrick's arrival in Ireland, into the territory of King Emongade, including the wood of Folklad, where, according to the most probable interpretation of documents, he had wandered in the days of his early captivity. Here, a church was built, and a cross set up, in a spot which still bears the local name of Crosspatrick. The year 444 saw the foundation of Armagh, Ardmagh, on a small tract of ground assigned to Patrick by Dare, king of Oriel, or one of the tribes of Oriel, at the foot of the hill of Macha, subsequently exchanged for a site on the hilltop. Traces of Patrick's work in South Ireland are less distinct, but tradition points to his having been there, and he is said to have baptized the sons of Dunlog, king of Leinster, those of Natfrek, king of Munster, and Crimthon, son and successor of Ensi, a sub-king whose residence and territory were on the banks of the river Slaney in County Wexford. But Christianity had an earlier footing in the south than in the north of Ireland. Patrick's mission work was therefore less needed there, and his glory clusters rather round Northern Armagh than round any place in the south of Ireland. In 461, Patrick died, and was buried at Saul near the mouth of the River Slaney in County Down, where he had first landed at the commencement of his missionary enterprise in Ireland. Subject to the necessary limitations of one man's life and powers, and to the exceptions already described, Patrick was both the converter of Ireland to the Christian religion and the founder and organizer of the church in that island. Not that he extinguished heathenism. An ever-increasing halo of glory surrounded his memory in later times, until it came to be believed that he converted the whole of Ireland. We are told in a late life of a saint that the whole of Hibernia was through him filled with the faith and with the baptism of Christ. But such a sudden and complete conversion of a whole country is unlikely, unnatural, and practically impossible. And there are proofs that paganism survived in Ireland long after St. Patrick's time, though the successive steps of its disappearance and the date of its final extinction cannot be traced or stated with certainty. Very little light is thrown on this point by the Irish annals. They are a continuous and somewhat barren record of storms, eclipses, pestilences, battles, murders, famines, and so forth. But there are occasional allusions to charms of a druidical or heathen nature, which imply either that heathenism was not extinct, or that heathen practices continued to exist under the veil of Christianity. In AD 560, at the famous Battle of Culdrevny, we are told in the Annals of Ulster that Fraican, son of Temnan, it was that made the Druids' herb for Diarmait. Tuatin, son of Dimon, it was that threw overhead the Druids' herbe. The exact meaning of herbe is not known, but it was evidently some kind of druidical charm. Another mysterious entry made in AD 738 points in a similar direction. Fergus, Glut king of Cobha, died from the envenomed spittles of evil men. Later, from the last few years of the 8th century onwards, there are many records of conflicts with the Gentiles, but the reference is in all these cases to the new wave of heathenism, which swept over Ireland through the Danish invasions. Evidence is, however, forthcoming from other sources. For example, in the form of baptismal exorcism used in Ireland in the 7th and 9th centuries, we find the clause expelle diabolum et gentilatum, but the last two words have disappeared from the same form as used in continental and English service books of the 10th century, in countries where the extinction of paganism had, by that time, rendered the words obsolete. The canon of the Mass in the earliest extant Irish Missal contains a petition that God would accept the offering made in this church, which thy servant hath built to the honor of thy glorious name. And we beseech thee, O Lord, that thou wouldst rescue him and all the people from the worship of idols, and convert them to thee, the true God and Father Almighty. This passage, which has not been found in any other liturgy, tells us of some place in Ireland, probably in County Tipperary, where there was still, in the 9th century, a pagan population among whom some pagan landowner seems to have been at the time sufficiently favorable to Christianity to build a Christian church, although he himself had not yet become a convert. It is true, as has been previously noted, that a fresh inroad of heathenism into Ireland took place through the Danish invasions, which began in AD 795. and that one of the fleets of their leader Turgesius sailed up the Shannon, which forms the northern boundary of Tipperary. But their paganism was fierce, and it is impossible to think of any Danish settler being sufficiently favorable to Christianity to allow the building of a Christian church, at all events, within 2 centuries after the date of their first arrival. End of section 76.
Section 77 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Conversion of the Celts, Part 3, by F.E. Warren. 3. Scotland. When and by whom and under what circumstances was Christianity first introduced into Scotland? It is not easy to reply to these questions with certainty, because of the unsatisfactory character of the later authorities, and the scanty character of the earlier authorities on which we have to rely. Writing circa A.D. 208, Tertullian refers to the fact that Christianity had already reached Britannorum in accessa Romanis loca, an expression which must include the north of Scotland, and probably also some of its numerous adjacent islands. Origen, circa 239, speaks of the Christian Church having extended to the boundaries of the world, yet evidently not as all-embracing, for he refers to very many among Britons, Germans, Scythians, and others who had not yet heard the word of the gospel. No other father of the first 3 centuries refers to Britannia or the Britanni. We turn then to Scottish authorities. Scotland possesses no early historian at all resembling Bede. The earliest formal history of Scotland is the Chronicle of John of Fordun, who died in 1385, and which takes us up to the reign of David I, inclusive. It was afterwards re-edited and continued from 1153 to 1436 by Walter Bower or Bowmaker, abbot of Inchcolm, a small island in the Firth of Forth, and in that form is generally known as the Scotichronicon. After Fordun came such writers as Andrew of Wyntoun, who between 1420 and 1424 wrote the Original Chronicle of Scotland, from the creation to 1368. Maurice Buchanan, a cleric in the priory of Pluscarden, a cell of the abbey of Dunfermline, who compiled the Liber Pluscardensis in 1461 at the desire of Rothwell, abbot of Dunfermline, which was largely, and especially in the earlier books, a reproduction of the Scotichronicon. Hector Boethius, Bois, 1470 to 1526, who wrote a history of Scotland in 17 books, Scotorum Historiae Libri, 17. Later Scottish historians need not be enumerated or referred to here. Now these writers make a definite statement that the inhabitants of Scotland were first converted to Christianity in A.D. 203, in the time of Pope Victor I, in the 7th year of the reign of the Emperor Severus. Fordun gives no further details, and the only authority quoted consists of 4 lines of anonymous Latin poetry which look very much as if they had been composed by himself. Hector Bois, writing later, gives further details of the conversion of Donald I by the missionaries of Pope Victor in 203, the 7th year of Severus. Now there is no authority for this statement earlier than Fordun, and we can hardly avoid the conclusion that it is a deliberate invention on his part, possibly from a desire that Scotland should not be so very far behind Britain, which claimed to have been converted to Christianity in the 2nd century by Pope Eleutherus in the time of a King Lucius. The statement also stands self-condemned through the anachronisms and the inaccuracies which it contains. There were no Scotti in Scotland in 203. Zephyrinus was then pope, not Victor, and it was the 10th, not the 7th year of the Emperor Severus. Still, there must have been Christians among the soldiers composing the Roman armies of invasion and occupation during, soon after, and even before the reign of Severus. May not some knowledge of Christianity have entered Scotland through them? Unfortunately, the traces of Roman occupation in Scotland are extremely scanty. No decorations, emblems, or relics of any kind have been found suggestive of Christianity, and there is not only no proof, but there are not the slightest traces of a Romano-Scotic church in the 3rd century. No reliance can be placed on certain statements made to the contrary in the lives of the saints. The hagiological literature of Scotland is, for the most part, very late, and for historical purposes more than usually worthless. With the exception of the 2 7th century lives of St. Columba by Cumanus, Cumene, and Adamnan, there is nothing earlier than the life of St. Ninian by Aelred, who died in 1166, and 2 lives of St. Kentigern belonging to the same century, an anonymous and now fragmentary life written while Herbert was Bishop of Glasgow, 1147 to 1164, and a life by Jocelyn of Furness, written during the episcopate of Jocelyn, Bishop of Glasgow, 1174 to 1199. All the traditions and legends assigning extremely early dates to certain Scottish saints are without foundation, such as the story in the Aberdeen Breviary which makes St. Cerf a Christian of the primitive Church of Scotland before the arrival of Palladius, whose suffragan he becomes, and the story representing Regulus as bringing relics of St. Andrew to Scotland circa 360. In addition to its purely fictitious details, this latter story antedates the connection with St. Andrew and the importation of his relics into Scotland by some 400 years. Legends, then, and fiction apart, when was Christianity introduced into Scotland? In answering this question, we have to remember that Scotland as we know it, and as it exists today, was not in existence in the earlier centuries of the Christian era. In the 7th century, the country which now makes up Scotland comprised 4 distinct kingdoms. 1. The English kingdom of Bernicia, extending from the Tyne to the Firth of Forth, with its capital at Bamborough. 2. The British kingdom of Cumbria, or Cambria, or Strathclyde, extending from the Firth of Clyde on the north to the River Derwent in Cumberland, and including the greater part both of that county and of Westmoreland, its capital being the rock of Dumbarton on the Clyde, with the fortress of Alclyde on its summit. 3. The kingdom of the Picts, north of the Firth of Forth, extending over the northern and eastern districts of that part of Scotland, with its capital near Inverness. 4. The Scottish kingdom of Dalriada, corresponding very nearly to the modern county of Argyll, with the hill fort of Duned as its capital. In addition to these 4 kingdoms, there was a central neutral ground corresponding to the modern counties of Stirling and Linlithgow, with a mixed population drawn from all 4 of the above populations, though specially from the first 3. And there was a British settlement in Galloway, corresponding to the modern counties of Wigtown and Kirkcudbright, known in Bede's time as the county of the Niduarian Picts. Niduari probably means persons living on the banks or in the neighbourhood of the River Nith, which runs into the Solway Firth between the counties of Kirkcudbright and Dumfries, though the derivation of the word is not certain. In discussing the introduction of Christianity into these various parts of Scotland, we may at once dismiss 1. The history of Bernicia falls more properly under the history of England than under that of Scotland. 2. The conversion of Strathclyde has been generally ascribed to St. Ninian, Ninius, who was engaged in building a stone church at Witherne, ad candidum Cassum in Galloway at the close of the 4th century, in 397, if we may accept the statement of Aelred that he heard of St. Martin's death while the church was in building, and that he dedicated it, when finished, to that saint. But we really know nothing with certainty about St. Ninian beyond the scanty account of him given by Bede, for which see below under 3. Bede tells us that he was a Briton, de nation Britonum, and it has been generally concluded that he was a Briton of Strathclyde. This seems a very probable inference, though Bede does not say so. If then he was a Cumbrian, and not a Welsh or any other Briton, Strathclyde must have been already at least a partially Christian county to have produced this eminent Christian teacher. And the church at Candida Casa was only the first stone church built amongst an already Christian people. But the earlier history of Strathclyde is in any case obscure, and, so far as Christianity is concerned, is quite unknown to us. Aelred tells us that Ninian's father was a Christian king, but whether he was inventing facts, or whether he was perpetuating a tradition, or how he obtained his information, we know not. At all events, it must be remembered that Aelred was separated from Ninian by a gap of over 7 centuries. This is not the place to discuss the traces of Ninian's influence and work, or supposed work, in Ireland and the Isle of Man. Ninian's time is usually given as circa 353 to 432, but there is no good evidence for the year of either his birth or death. For about a century afterwards, the history of Strathclyde is a blank, till we come to St. Kentigern, or Mungo, the great Strathclyde saint, whose life extended from 527 to 612. The latter date is given in the Annals Cambriae. The former date rests on the supposition that he was 85 years old at his death. For the facts of Kentigern's life, we are even worse off than we are for those of the life of Ninian. Unfortunately, there is no mention of Kentigern in Bede, and our earliest biographies of him date from the 12th century, namely, as stated above, an anonymous life written in the time of Bishop Herbert of Glasgow, who died in 1164, existing only in one early 15th century manuscript in the British Museum, and a life by Jocelyn, monk of the Abbey of Furness in Lancashire, written circa 1190 in the lifetime of another Jocelyn, Bishop of Glasgow, 1174 to 1199. If we may trust Jocelyn, Kentigern, having been consecrated bishop by a single bishop summoned from Ireland for that purpose, and having fixed his see at Glasgow, practically reconverted Strathclyde to Christianity, the vast majority of its inhabitants having apostatized from the faith since the days of Ninian. This reconversion included that of the Pictish inhabitants of Galwithia or Galloway, who had likewise apostatized. He is also credited by Jocelyn with missionary work in Albania or Alban, which means the eastern districts of Scotland, north of the Firth of Forth, and dedications to Kentigern, north of the Firth of Forth, seem to corroborate Jocelyn's statement, which, however, is otherwise unsupported, and cannot be accepted as certainly established. His other statements that Kentigern sent missionaries to the Orkneys, Norway, and Ireland are improbable in the extreme, and it is only the general and inherent difficulty of proving a negative which makes it impossible to refute them. It may be of interest to add that traces of Strathclyde Christianity, coeval with Ninian, survive in the names of 2, possibly 3, bishops engraved on 5th century stones at Kirkmadreen on the Bay of Luce, County Wigtown, and in the remains of a stone chapel of St. Medon, an Irish virgin and a disciple of Ninian, at Kirkmaiden on the same bay. 3. The Picts. Bede tells us that Ninian converted the southern Picts, Australes Picti. It has been thought that these Picts were the Picts of Galloway, the Galwegian or Niduarian Picts, But as Bede describes them as occupying territory within, that is, to the south of, the month, he must refer to the southern portion of the northern Pictish kingdom, which would correspond to the 6 modern counties of Kincardine, Forfar, Perth, Fife, Kinross, and Clackmannan. Bede also records the conversion of the northern Picts by St. Columba. He gives the date of Columba's arrival in Scotland as 565, but he appears to have landed on and occupied Iona in 563, and in 565 to have crossed the mountain range of Drummelban on his missionary enterprise to the northern Picts. His first arrival in Scotland is dated by other authorities, and in the Annals of Ulster, the Annals Cambriae, and the Annals of Tiernach, as 562 or 563. Iona was probably assigned to him in the first instance by Conall mac Comgaill, king of Dalriada, and afterwards confirmed to him by Brud mac Maelchan, king of the Picts, whom Columba visited at his palace near Inverness, converting both him and his nation to Christianity. Iona was situated between the Pictish and the Dalriadic kingdoms. We know very few details about this mission work among the northern Picts, which extended over 9 years. Neither Bede nor Adamnan in his Life of Columba, which is rather a panegyric than a biography, give us any history of it, but the many churches dedicated to him are a witness to his success, and details of 2 foundations of Columban churches have been preserved in the Book of Deer, viz. Aberdour in Banffshire and Deer in the district of Buchan. Columba's activity extended also to many of the small islands adjacent to Scotland, of which, next to Iona itself, the most important settlements were at Hinba and Tiree, but other islands, including Skye, bear witness to his presence and work by the dedications of their churches. 4. The Scottish kingdom of Dalriada was founded by a colony from Dalriada in the extreme north of Ireland at the end of the 5th or early in the 6th century, and there can be no reason to doubt that the Dalriadic Irish, or Scoti as they were then called, were a Christian people, and brought their Christianity with them into Scotland, circa AD 490. Therefore, when Columba arrived in Scotland in 563 or 565, he found a Christian people and king in Dalriada ready to welcome him and to assign Iona to him as his home. And this was the beginning of a new movement which was destined to influence not Scotland only, but England also. End of section 77. Read by Jenny, 2024.
Section 78 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. B. Conversion of the Teutons, Part 1 by J.P. Whitney. 1. The English. When Teutonic tribes of mixed descent invaded Britain, they came as heathen unaffected by Roman Christianity against the Celtic tribes, partly heathen and partly Christian. The old inhabitants had been Romanized and Christianized in different degrees, varying coastward and inland, in cities and country, to the southeast and to the west. The invaders moreover covered and at first devastated more land than they could hold, and their own settlement was a long process, varying in length in different districts. The separation of the Britons from the government and influence of Rome had been also slow and reluctant. Hence, for many reasons, it is hard to generalize about the Christianity with which the Teutonic invaders came into touch. Where this Christianity was not strong or long implanted, it tended towards weakness and decay. Here and there revivals of heathenism took place, Here and there in the long years of Teutonic settlement, revivals of Celtic Christianity began. Hence, as time passes on, new vigor of the Celtic and not a Romanized type is found as in Wales among the British. Elsewhere, the influence of Christianity lessens, and the Britons of some parts, so far from being able to convert the newcomers, keep their own religion more as a custom than as a living force. In either case, the result is the same. The invaders are for long years wholly unaffected by the Christianity of the land they are conquering. Little need be said here of the religion the invaders brought with them. In some points of morals they may have been above some other races, and hence the moral code of Christianity might appeal to them. But it is idle to speculate as to elements in their religion which possibly made them readier later on to accept Christian doctrines. Their whole outlook, however, upon the unseen world brought it into close touch with their lives and the fortunes of their race. Their religion, so far as it was effective, was a source of joy and life, and of strength and action, not of fear or weakness. Hence, when they received Christianity, it was with the freedom of sons, not the timidity of slaves, with the ready understanding that its discipline was to strengthen their characters for action. English Christianity was thus marked off from Teutonic Christianity, elsewhere, by moral differences, slight and not to be overestimated. Moreover, because it started afresh, free from the political and social traditions of the empire, and because its conditions, in spite of much intercourse with the continent, were locally more uniform and more insular than elsewhere. Its growth took a somewhat peculiar turn. Christianity came to the English from the papacy and not from the empire. It came at one great epoch, and when the conquest was well underway, rather than by the gradual influence of daily life, as it did with the Teutonic races elsewhere. The wonderful vitality of imperialist traditions took no hold here. Escaping this, the English Church was saved from the infection of court life and corruption. It escaped the position forced upon the bishops of France as secular officers, defensors, and civil magistrates, and this original impulse, as described by Stubbs, kept on its way in spite of later Frankish influence and intercourse. But at the same time, the mission brought with it a larger life and a broader outlook. It is significant that Ethelbert of Kent, the first to accept the new faith, is also the first in the list of kings who put forth laws. Later kings who did the same were also noted for their interest in the church. The part taken by Gregory the Great and the impulse he gave to the mission have been spoken of elsewhere, but it should be noted here as a sign of the responsibility for the whole West felt by the Papal See in face of the barbarian inroads. Furthermore, the letters of commendation given to the missionaries by the Pope to bishops and rulers amongst the Franks opened up more fully lines of connection already laid down for the future English Church. Two of Gregory's letters would indeed suggest that the English had already expressed some wish for missionaries to be sent to them. It has come to us that the race of the English desires with yearning to be turned to the faith of Christ, but that the bishops in their neighborhood, and this apparently applied to the Franks, not solely at any rate to the Welsh, are negligent, and the Pope at an uncertain date had formed a plan for buying English youths to be given to God in the monasteries. This may be taken along with the beautiful tradition current in Northumbria of Gregory's pity for the English boys in the Roman slave market. But at any rate, the time was favorable for a mission owing to the marriage of Ethelbert of Kent, the most powerful English ruler of the time, with Bertha, daughter of Camembert of Paris, and this Christian queen had taken across to her new home the Frankish bishop Ludoc as her chaplain, but from other indications little seems to have been known in the Rome of that day about the heathen invaders, and the English invasion had cut off the British Christians from intercourse with the continent. The mission left Rome early in 596. During the journey, its members wished to return from the perils in front of them, but encouraged by Gregory's fatherly firmness and knit together by his giving their leader Augustine the authority of an abbot over them, they went on and landed, most probably at Richborough, 597. Ethelbert received them kindly and gave them an interview in the open air for fear of magic. Augustine, taller than his comrades, led the procession of 40 men, possibly including Frankish interpreters, chanting a litany as they went, carrying a silver cross and a wooden picture of the crucifixion. Ethelbert heard them with sympathy, and yet with an open mind. He gave them a home in Canterbury in the later parish of St. Alphege. Here they could worship in St. Martin's Church, and they were also allowed to preach freely to the king's subjects. By Whitsuntide, the king himself was so far won over as to be baptized on Whitsunday or its eve, probably at St. Martin's Church, 1 or 2 June 597. The king used no force to lead his subjects after him, but he naturally favored those who followed him, and soon many were won by the faithful lives of the missionaries, shown so easily by the common life of a brotherhood. Throughout the story of the conversion, it is indeed to the lives, rather than to the preaching of the missionaries, that Bede assigns their success, and the tolerance of the English kings in Kent and elsewhere gave them a ready opening. If here and there the missionaries met persecution, it never rose to martyrdom. According to the Pope's directions, Augustine ought now to be consecrated, and for this purpose he went to Arles, where Virgilius, the usually accurate Bede, mistakes the name, consecrated him 16 November 597. Footnote: the dates usually given for Ethelbert's baptism and the consecration of Augustine are connected by Bede. Dates more precise, if less trustworthy, are given by Thorne, late 14th century, and by Thomas of Elsham, R.S., pages 78 and 137, following the Canterbury tradition that the baptism took place at Whitsuntide 597. The consecration is placed 16 November 597. This is apparently founded upon Bede. But Elham saw the difficulties of these dates. Gregory, Ep. 730, to Eujulius of Alexandria, June 598, speaks of the baptism of many English in the Swale the previous Christmas by Augustine, Fratre et Copiscopo. In 597, 16 November was not on a Sunday, but in 598 it was. I should therefore prefer to place the consecration in 598, disregarding the date of this letter. The Canterbury tradition would hardly be mistaken as to the day, but might be as to the year. Further, there should be a natural inclination to shorten the interval between the arrival of Augustine and the king's baptism. It might be, therefore, that the baptism should be placed along with the consecration in 598. End of footnote. Soon after his return to Kent, the new bishop sent off to the Pope by the hands of his presbyter, Laurentius, and the monk Peter, news of his success, along with a number of questions as to the difficulties he foresaw. We find Boniface in his day doing the same, and we may see in it a common and indeed natural custom rather than a sign of weakness. The questions and the answers to them only concern us here, so far as they show the special difficulties of the mission and the character of St. Augustine. Their importance for the character of the Pope has been shown elsewhere, but their authenticity has been doubted. Some of them are not what might have been expected, e.g., those on liturgic selection and on recognizing marriages contracted in heathenism but against church law. The preface printed in the epistles but omitted by Bede is more doubtful than the reply itself, and seems intended to explain the chronology of Bede. But the documentary history of the reply and its absence from the registry in Rome, where Boniface in 736 failed to have it found, have also caused suspicion. Yet, considering the ways in which the epistles as a whole have reached us, this is not in itself sufficient to cause rejection. The arguments that Gregory's answers are not what we should expect, and that the questions concern points are raised afterwards, really cut both ways. the correction by a later letter sent after the messengers of a first command in a letter to Ethelbert, for the destruction of heathen temples would hardly have occurred to a forger, and it therefore carries weight. But the dates in the long interval between the questions, 597, and the reply, 601, are a little difficult. To heighten the success of Augustine, and to make the mission appear instantaneously successful, would come natural to later writers. The later tradition which makes Ethelbert, as the second Constantine, give up his palace to Augustine as another Sylvester is one indication of such a tendency. If the baptism really took place in 598, the difficulties are less. The first question relates to the division of the offerings of the faithful between the bishop and his clergy. To this the answer was that the Roman custom was a fourfold division between the bishop, the clergy, the poor, and the repair of the churches. But since Augustine and his companions were monks, they would live in common, so that they would share the offerings in common also. As to the clergy in minor orders, they should receive their stipends separately, might live apart, and might take wives, but they were bound to obey church rule. The purely monastic type of mission thus brought incidentally with it a difference between the systems of division first of offerings, then a systematized tithes. In England, where a fourfold division found no place, and on the continent, if indeed we can generalize as to the custom observed abroad. Later ecclesiastical regulations and orders attempted to bring the Frankish system into England, but the English division remained different from the continental. The second question was why one custom of saying Mass should be observed in the Roman Church and another in the Church of Gaul. The Pope replied that things were not to be loved for the sake of places, but places for the sake of good things. Hence, what was good in any local custom might be brought into the Church of the English. Advice which has been sometimes held to sanction a liturgic freedom, not likely to commend itself to the somewhat correct mind of Augustine, and certainly not used by him. Questions as to punishment for thefts from churches, and as to the degrees for marriage, were perhaps needful in a rough society, and one case mentioned, that of a marriage of a man with his stepmother, presented itself in the case of Ethelbert's successor, Ethelbald, who took to himself his father's second wife. But as the background to some of these questions, there is clearly something of the same social condition which produced the penitentials of later dates, although it is going too far to ascribe the whole to a later day, and to Archbishop Theodore as writer. The sixth and seventh questions dealt with the episcopate. When asked whether one bishop might consecrate by himself in cases of need, Gregory replied that Augustine, as the only bishop of the Church of England, could do nothing but consecrate alone unless bishops from Gaul chanced to be present. Provision for new sees should, however, be made so that this difficulty should disappear, and then 3 or 4 bishops should be present. The seventh question asked how Augustine was to deal with the bishops of Gaul and Britain. Here it may be noted that when elsewhere he spoke of bishops in the neighborhood of the English, Gregory seems to have meant the bishops in Gaul. The British bishops he seems to have ignored, but here he commits them, Praetorium omnis episcopos, to the care of Augustine, who is, of course, to exercise no authority in Gaul, although he is to be on terms of fellowship with the bishops there, so that the unlearned may be taught, the weak made stronger by persuasion, and the perverse corrected by authority. These answers were brought to Augustine by a band of new missionaries, Mellitus, Justus, Paulinus, and others, who carried with them sacred vessels, vestments, and books, as well as a pall for Augustine. He was to consecrate 12 bishops to be under his jurisdiction as Bishop of London. For the city of York, a bishop was also to be consecrated, who was, as the districts beyond York gradually received the word of God, also to consecrate 12 bishops unto himself as metropolitan. During Augustine's lifetime, the Bishop of York was to be subject to him, but afterwards the northern metropolitan was to be independent, and the metropolitan first ordained of the two ruling together was to have precedence. All these bishops were to act together in councils and so on. To Augustine, likewise, Gregory committed all the priests of Britain. To Mellitus, after he had started, the Pope also sent a letter, 22 June, in which he gave directions about the use of heathen temples. The buildings themselves were not to be destroyed, as he had said before to Ethelbert, but the idols were to be broken and the places purified. Altars were to be built, and then the temples were to become churches. Thus the people would keep their old holy places, and rejoicings, like those on the old heathen festivals, were to be allowed them on days of dedication or the nativities of holy martyrs. The Church of St. Martin at Canterbury had already been given to the mission. On another site, that of an old church once used by Roman Christians, Augustine had built Christ Church, which was to become the Mother Church of England in the center of a great monastery. Another ruined building, which had been used as a temple, was purified and dedicated as St. Pancras, a Roman martyr. Outside the city walls, the king built a church, St. Peter and St. Paul, also to be the center of a monastery, afterwards known, when Laurentius had consecrated it, as St. Augustine's, of which Peter was the first abbot. Here the kings and the archbishops were to be buried, and between this monastery and Christ Church a long-lived jealousy arose, which had sometimes great effects upon ecclesiastical politics. In this way Augustine made Canterbury a great Christian center. If the progress outside Kent was for a long time slow, the tenacity of the Christian hold upon Canterbury itself is also to be noted. The growth of the mission in new fields and its relations with the British are henceforth the main threads of the history. A meeting with the British bishops and teachers was brought about at Augustine's Oak, on the borders of the West Saxons and Howicci, either Aust or the Severn, or, less probably, a place near Malmesbury, a local definition which changed between the days of Augustine and those of Bede. The bishops must have been those of South Wales, and those of Devon and North Wales may have been with them, but the Britons of the West Country were now separated from those of Wales by the advance of the West Saxons after Durham, 577. Augustine urged these bishops to keep Catholic unity and join in preaching the gospel to the English. This task they had not attempted of their own accord. They were still less likely to do it under the new leadership. There were points of difference between the Roman and British Christians, breaches of uniformity due to a long separation, rather than to original differences, but tending towards difference of spirit at the very time, moreover, when unity of feeling and of action was most necessary, standing as their observance of Easter shewed outside the general trend of European custom. The British held an attitude towards Rome, which had marked an earlier day. But these differences, almost accidental to begin with, were exaggerated into matters of Christian liberty on the one side, into matters of heresy upon the other. The difference in the date of Easter had been caused by the separation of Britain from the Empire. The British had kept the old cycle of 84 years, used generally in the West before the English conquest. Since the separation, Rome, followed gradually by the West, had twice changed to a better cycle, and the last change, moreover, had brought the West into accord with the East. Furthermore, Romans and Britons started from a different vernal equinox, 21 March and 25 March respectively. The Britons also kept Easter on the 14th of Nisan, if that were a Sunday, but the Romans in that case kept it on the Sunday following. There were thus ample differences which would lead to practical discord, but there was no excuse for the charge of quartodecimanism against the British, for they did not keep the 14th of Nisan if it fell on a weekday. There were other differences also. In the tonsure, where the Britons and the Kelts generally merely shaved the front of the head, whereas the Romans shaved the crown in a circle, and in baptism where the precise difference is unknown. No decision was reached, even the demonstration by Augustine of his gift of miracles, an account of which had reached Rome and caused the Pope to write to him, advising humility and self-examination in face of success, was not decisive. The British representatives went back to consult their fellows, and a second meeting, probably in the same place, followed. It is here that Beattie places the British story of the way in which, upon the advice of a hermit, the British discovered the pride of Augustine. But if there was on his side some pride in the older civilization, cherished in the Western capital, there was on the other side the obstinacy of a race long left to itself, and over-jealous of its independence. At the second conference, Augustine, ready to overlook some particulars of British use, which were contrary to Western customs, laid down 3 conditions of union: the same date for Easter, the observance of Roman custom in baptism, and fellowship in missions to the English. But to these conditions the British would not agree, nor would they receive him as their archbishop. It is perhaps well to observe that the difference on these 3 conditions would have interfered with the attraction of converts. In the eyes of Augustine, the mission would appear to have ranked above questions of precedence. The British had not yet overcome their national repugnance to the English, and they saw, what became plainer in later years, that the leadership of the Roman missionaries would of necessity result from fellowship and work. The growth of bitterness between the races was quickened by the failure of these negotiations. A step forward in organization was taken when, 604, Augustine consecrated Justus to be Bishop of Douro-Burrival, or Rochester in West Kent, and Mellitus to be Bishop of London for the East Saxons, whose king, Sigebert, had become a Christian, was now subject to Kent. Shortly afterwards, Augustine died, 605, and was followed in his see by Laurentius, who had been already consecrated in his leader's lifetime. The character of the founder of the line of Pepe Alteris Orbis has been often sketched in very different colors, and sometimes perhaps with outlines too firm for the material we have at hand. It was long before the enmity between the Britons and English died down, and until it did so, the 2 sides distorted his words and deeds. Britons exaggerated his haughtiness and pride. English exaggerated his firmness in correcting an upstart race. The ordinary view bears marks of both these exaggerations. Disputes between English independence and papal rule have had a like effect, and incidents in his career have been twisted overmuch to suit a given framework. Our earlier records may not have drawn him exactly as he was. Modern writers have certainly taken even greater liberty. He did not rise to the dignity of a Boniface or a Columbanus, but the limits both upwards and downwards of his personality are shown by us what he did. Unsympathetic yet patient, constructive and systematic, he had the genius of his race. He had learnt and could teach the discipline which had trained him, and his personality had been overshadowed by his work. The rule of Laurentius is known principally for an unsuccessful attempt to reconcile the Irish. An Irish Scots bishop, Dugan, coming among the English, would not even eat in the same house with Laurentius and his followers. Accordingly, Laurentius wrote to his dearest brothers, the bishops and abbots, through all Scotia, pressing unity upon them. But nothing came either of this attempt or from a like letter to the British, although they may have led to the Canterbury tradition of Laurentius's friendly relations with the British. Even before the death of Ethelbert, after a long reign of 56 years, 616, the power of Kent had been waning. Redwald of East Anglia, once a vassal of Kent, who had been baptized at Canterbury, had renounced his allegiance and had tried to combine in some strange way the worship of Christ and of the old gods. In 617, this Redwald was strong enough to beat even the victorious Ethelfred, king of Northumbria, who had himself beaten the Daldreic Scots in the north and the Britons of Chester, 616. This latter victory had separated the Britons of Wales from their northern kinsmen, just as the victory of Durham, 577, had separated them from the south. The warfare between Redwald and Ethelfrith had important consequences both for religion and politics. Edwin, son of Ael of Dira, was in exile as his kingdom had been seized on his father's death, 588, by Ethelric of Bernicia. Ethelric's son, Ethelfrith, a great warrior against the British, now ruled over both northern kingdoms, and to make his dynasty sure, sought the death of his brother-in-law Edwin, who as babe in youth found shelter first in Wales and then with Redwald of East Anglia. The East Anglian king refused to give up the fugitive, and in the war which followed he seized Lindsey and then defeated the Bernicians on the ford of the Idle in North Mercia. Ethelfrith was slain, and Edwin gained not only his father's kingdom but also Bernicia. Ethelbert in Kent had been succeeded by his son Edwald, who took to himself his father's second wife, thus separating himself from the Christians. In Essex, too, the Christian Sabert was succeeded by his two sons Saxred and Seward, who, being pagans at heart in the end, drove Mellitus away from London. Laurentius was now left alone, for Mellitus and Justus fled to the Franks, and even he was preparing for flight when a dream delayed him. But before long, Eadbald professed Christianity. Justus returned to Rochester, and in the end, the deaths of Laurentius, 619, and his successor Mellitus, 624, placed him on the throne of Canterbury, 624 to 627. Mellitus, however, was not readmitted to London. Kent alone kept its Christianity, but soon the conversion of Northumbria, when Horonius, 627 to 653, was archbishop, brought about a great change. End of section 78. Section 79 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. B. Conversion of the Teutons, Part 2, by J.P. Whitney. On Redwald's death, his supremacy passed gradually into the hands of Edwin of Northumbria. This prince married as his second wife Ethelberga, or Tata, daughter of Ethelbert of Kent, and sister to Eadbald, who was now a Christian. On his marriage he promised his wife liberty for her religion, and even hinted that he might consider the faith for himself. Paulinus, one of the second band of Roman missionaries, went with her to the north, and before he left Canterbury, was consecrated bishop by Justus, 21 July 625. A year after the marriage, Colcem, king of Wessex, sent one Eamar to Edwin to assassinate him, but the devotion of a Thane Lilla, whose name was long remembered, saved Edwin's life. That same night the queen bore him a daughter, Enfled, the first Northumbrian to be baptized. In double gratitude, the king vowed to become a Christian if he defeated his West Saxon foe. When later on he returned home victorious, he therefore submitted himself to instruction by Paulinus, and slowly pondered over the new faith. A mysterious vision, which he had seen long before at the East Anglian court, when a stranger promised him safety and future power, giving him a secret sign for remembrance, was now recalled to him by Paulinus along with the secret sign which the messenger in the vision had given him. Edwin was convinced for himself and called his Witan together to Eastern Dira to debate with Paulinus over the new faith. Hitherto there had been no sign of life or strength in the English heathenism, and now Coffey, the chief of the king's priests, showed its weakness by his speech. He is the first of his class we meet with, but too much stress must not be laid on Bede's mention, 2 chapter 6, of the idolatrous high priests, idolatrous pontificibus, who hardened the hearts of the Londoners against receiving back Mellitus. Bede gives us an account of the debate, probably from some old tradition, embodying truth but not to be pressed in detail. Coffey gave his view that the religion they professed had absolutely no virtue and no usefulness. He had been its diligent servant and had gained no reward. A chieftain spoke next of more spiritual things. The future life of man seemed dark and mysterious, as the night outside might seem to a bird flying through the firelit space where they sat. Perchance this new faith could penetrate the darkness. Coffee thereupon took the lead in profaning and destroying a neighboring temple at Gutmanham by Market Wayton. Afterwards, Edwin, 12 April 627, Easter Day, was baptized in York in the little wooden church he had built during his preparation for baptism. Footnote: in Nennius and in the Annus Cambri, we find the baptism of Edwin ascribed to Roon, the son of Urgen. But this seems strange in the face of what Beattie says and of the Roman connections of Paulinus. Most probably it is only a later Celtic attempt to claim Edwin as a convert won by British efforts. End of footnote. But after his baptism, he built there in the middle of the old Roman city, where Severus and Chlorus had died, and whence Constantine had started on his great career, a nobler church of stone, a material which marked the beginnings of a new civilization. This, however, was still left unfinished when he died, but its site is now covered by the present crypt. For 6 years Paulinus preached and taught both in Bernicia and Deira, though he left most mark in the latter, from Catterick southwards as far as Camperdown, possibly Slack near Huddersfield. He journeyed and sojourned, catechizing and baptizing, and a church afterwards destroyed here by the pagan Mercians marked his work at the latter place. In Lindsay also, the north of Lincolnshire, a district at that time tributary to Northumbria, he taught, and at Lincoln he built a stone church of beautiful workmanship, in which on the death of Justus of Canterbury, 10 November, probably 627, he consecrated as successor Honorius. In these labors, Paulinus was helped by others, especially by James as deacon, who was not only a man of zeal, but very skillful in song. When in later days Paulinus fled southwards, James stayed behind, and around his home near Catterick, he taught many to sing in the Roman or the Canterbury way. This knowledge of music in Yorkshire, which long afterwards caught the notice of Giraldus Cambrensis, was kept alive and furthered by Edius under Wilfield, by John, formerly arch-chanter at St. Peter's in Rome, under Benedict Biscop. Outside Northumbria, too, the influence of Paulinus' work changed. In East Anglia, Ithwald, son of Redwald, 627, was now king, and by the persuasion of Edwin, was brought with his territory to Christianity. Before long, Ithwald was, however, assassinated by a pagan, and for 3 years the kingdom fell into idolatry, until the succession of his brother Sigbert, 630 or 631, who in a time of exile among the Franks had been baptized and were fully taught religion. In the conversion of his kingdom he was greatly helped by Felix, a Burgundian, who had come to Honorius for missionary work in England, and had been sent by him to Sigbert, and placed in Dunwich as bishop for his kingdom, 631 to 647. Here there was not only a church built, but a school after the manner of Kent, in which youths were taught. From quite another part came a fellow labourer, Percy from Ireland, the founder of a monastery at Nopsburg, often but doubtfully taken to be Burr Castle, near Great Yarmouth, renowned not only for his saintliness, but for his mystic experiences and visions. He wandered, as so many of his race did, from a wish to lead the pilgrim life, and like Aidan, with whom Beattie instinctively joins him, he was torn in two by the love of mankind, driving him to active work, and by the love of solitude, driving him to the hermit's life. When his East Anglian monastery was well founded, he handed it over to his brother Phelan, who was a bishop, and the priests Goban and Duel. Later, when Penda of Mercia was restoring heathenism, he passed to the land of the Franks, and there under Clovis II, 638 to 656, He founded the monastery of Lagny on the Marne. When he was on the point of leaving this new home for a visit to his brethren, he died, circa 647. His life is significant not only of Celtic restlessness and devotion, but also the many influences now working on missions. In East Anglia, as in the larger field beyond impulses from Rome, Burgundy, Gaul, and Ireland all worked together. National and racial antagonisms were overcome by the solvent of Christianity. A new unity was growing up in the West as formerly in the East. What happened in East Anglia, and has been recorded almost by accident, must have also happened elsewhere. The energy of Paulinus, backed by the power of Edwin, had wrought so much that the Pope, now Honorius I, carried out the plan of Gregory the Great by sending to Paulinus a pall with the title of Archbishop. But the bearers of the gift reached England only to find that Paulinus had fled from the north. Edwin's rule had been effective beyond anything known so far among the English. Peace for travelers was enforced, and the king's dignity was shewn in a growing pomp. Banners were borne before him not only in war, but during peace, and the tufa carried before him on his progresses seemed to claim to a power that was either very old or very new. Suddenly this prosperous rule was interrupted by a league between Belinda of Mercia, who had gradually grown in power since his accession, 626, and Cadwallon of North Wales. In the woodlands of Heathfield, near Doncaster, Edwin was defeated 12 October 633 and slain. York was taken, Deira laid waste, Ethelberga fled with Paulinus, and a time of disorder and paganism hateful to all good men began. In Deira, Edwin's cousin, Osric. In Bernicia, Eanfrid, son of Ethelfrith, ruled, and both of them fell from the faith. Within a year, Osric was slain in battle against the Welsh, who seemed to have been holding the land. Eanfrid, too, was slain when he came to sue for peace from Cadwallon. Anfil's brother Oswald succeeded, able in war, glorious in peace, and on the Heaven Field, near Colliford, just north of Hexham, he defeated Cadwallon as he advanced against him from York and slew him on the Dennis Burn, 635. For a time the northern lands had peace, and Oswald's influence soon reached beyond his own borders. His nearest neighbor, Penda of Mercia, however, more than held his own, and even harried Egric, who had succeeded Sigebert in East Anglia. But over the West Saxons, Oswald held some kind of influence which he used to further Christianity. Burrinus, according to later tradition, a Roman, had gone to Pope Honorius, offering himself a missionary service, and after consecration by Asterius, Archbishop of Milan, he was sent to Wessex, 634. He had meant to work in the inland districts, but in the end stayed near the coast, and so became the apostle of Wessex. The king, Cinegils, became a Christian. Burrinus was consecrated as Bishop of Dorchester-on-Thames, Dorking, but we know little in detail of his work beyond its results. When Egric was attacked by Penda, Sigebert, recalled from a monastery to lead his former subjects, went to battle armed only with a wand. Both he and Egric were slain, and Anna, nephew of Redwald, succeeded. This new king's house was noted for his monastic zeal, and in the number of its saints rivaled the line of Penda. His stepdaughter Sithrid and his daughter Ethelberga crossed over to the Franks to the monastery of Brie, Faramonte-en-Brie. Here, in a double monastery for both sexes like Whitby, Strenshaw, favored by the same dynasty, afterwards both became abbesses. Hither also Erkenbert of Kent, the first English king to follow Frankish rulers in destroying idols, sent a daughter. An impulse was thus given by the foreign connection to the growth of monasticism in England. By the middle of the century there was about a dozen houses founded, and though Ethelthryth, Athelrita Audrey, the founder of Ely, and others, the East Anglian line was foremost in the movement. Paulinus, traces of whose work long remained, had fled southwards in 633, and there he became, through one of the translations so common in that day, the Bishop of Rochester. Footnote: traces of respect for the Roman mission are seen in about 30 dedications to St. Gregory, mainly old and spread nearly evenly over the country. Kirkdale in Yorkshire and Kirknewton in Northumberland, Plummer's BD 2, page 105, are the most interesting. See Miss Arnold Forster's Studies in Church Dedications, 1, page 308. End of footnote. After his departure, the Christianity of Northumbria passed into another phase. In his long exile, Oswald had been sheltered among the Scots, and had come to know something of the enthusiasm and learning which made them the best teachers of the day. He had been baptized at Iona, and thither he now sent for a bishop. One was sent, whose name the fine reticence of Beatty concealed for a Scots writer some centuries later to supply, but he despaired of the task and went home again. Then Aidan, the gentle and devoted, was consecrated bishop and sent 635. After the Scots custom, he took his seat on an island, Lindisfarne, or Holy Island, near to the Bernician capital of Bamborough. Here there grew up a monastery on the Celtic plan like that of Iona, ruled, however, by Aidan himself. As abbot and bishop, it was also a new and effective missionary center for Bernicia. Through it, Irish or Scots influence reached northeastern England and changed the land much as it had changed western Scotland. It spread far southwards, but its original home was Iona. Celtic monasticism and the work of Columba around Iona have been described in previous chapters of this work. The eremitic tendency of Celtic monasticism never disappeared, and just as the original monasteries in Ireland itself were mission stations for the tribes among which they were placed, so Iona, originally Hai, or Iu, from which, by my mistaken reading, Iona has arisen, became a mission station, not only for the Dalriadic Scots, but for the Picts. Irish monasteries, however, underwent some changes outside Ireland. The love of wandering, the restlessness which Columba, the soldier of the island, shewed his ability to be idle even for an hour, drove the monks to travel, pro Christa, pre generi. On the continent they aimed at living as strangers, but at Iona, Columba and his successors strove to learn the Pictic tongue, and mission work seems to have been esteemed even more highly there than the life of quiet devotion. Learning, however, was never forgotten. Not only Columba, but his successor Bethine, 597 to 600, copied manuscripts, and where Iona led, Lindisfarne followed. But more than all other characteristics, the enthusiasm and simplicity of the Irish monks appealed to their hearers and neighbors. Above all, it was in Aidan, the apostle of the North, that these spiritual gifts were seen, and on his long preaching tours he won the hearts of all. Oswald himself often went with him as interpreter, from which we may infer that Aidan did not gain the same mastery of language that Columba did, and as a king, Oswald answered to Aidan's ideal, frequent in prayer, fruitful in arms, the first English king to have, or indeed to need, an almoner. But once again Penda of Mercia broke in, leagued with Cadwallader, successor to Cadwallon. He defeated Oswald at Maserfield, 642. Oswald's severed head was rescued and carried off first to Lindisfarne, thence afterwards in St. Cuthbert's coffin to Durham, where it was seen in the present generation. In Bernicia, Oswald was succeeded by his brother Oswy, but in Deira the old dynastic jealousy revived, and Edwin's kinsman, Oswin, was chosen king. But Oswy joined the rival houses, for he fetched from Kent Edwin's daughter Enfield, and made her his queen. Soon afterwards Oswin, who was like Oswald in his goodness and his friendship for Aidan, was betrayed to Oswy at Gilling and slain 651. 11 days later Aidan himself died, but his spirit and his work lived on in the school he had made and the disciples he had trained. In the mere record of events, mainly wars and revolutions, it is easy to overlook the gradual work, the change of character, the growth of civilization, which had been slowly taking place. The missions from the continent had brought with them a larger outlook, a wider knowledge of a varied world, and a vision of a vaster unity with an ancient background. The Irish missions had brought deep devotion, spiritual intensity, and the traditions of the great Irish schools. In the north of England, these two streams of life were joined, and a rich civilization was the outcome. Jarrow and Monkwearmouth reached through Iona on the west into Canterbury on the south, and both Canterbury and Iona stood for a great past. Historic feeling had led Columba to defend the bards for their services to history. Canterbury, by instinct and tradition as well as by training, held to the past, and Beatty, like Alcuin later, inherited something from each. Hence came not only his love for religion and order, but also his love of history and historic truth. It was these which helped him to see the growing unity and drove him to record the ecclesiastical history of the English nation. What he felt in himself answered to the many-sided history with its growing life. We owe him so much for his preservation of details otherwise unknown, for his diligent search after truth, that we are likely to forget his sense of the unity, the common life, which was now growing up out of many elements and from many local beginnings. Beatty is the first prophet of English unity, and the first to tell its tale. The English were now taking their place in civilization and Christianity. They were soon to be the great missionaries of Europe. They were now able to care for themselves. In 644, Ithamar, the first Englishman to be hallowed as bishop, took the bishop's stool at Rochester. In 647 and 652, Englishmen, first Thomas and then Bertgills, Boniface, became bishops of Dunwich. Honorius at Canterbury died 30th September 653, and after a long vacancy was succeeded by a West Saxon, Frithinus, who took the name of Dustedit. But in spite of local work and impulses, in spite of gradual change, there was little real unity even of effort. There was still less of organization. The Roman missionaries had a wider background of civilization and were accustomed to larger states with wider interests. They worked for unity and against the persistence of little states with many narrow policies. To secure civilization, it was necessary to reach larger union. There was already the rich variety of personal character and life. Something more was needed now. It was the perception of this lack on the part of the English themselves, and not merely the accident of events that led to the synod of Whitby and the work of Theodore. The success of the Scots mission in the north had brought up once more the old differences between the Celtic and Roman churches. The same difficulty had met Augustine, and the crisis would have come earlier had it not been for the gentle influence of Aidan. When Oswy's bride went northward, she took with her a chaplain Romanus, who kept Easter by the gentle and Roman rule, whereas the Scots had naturally brought with them their own use. In southern Ireland, the Roman Easter had been already adopted before 634, but the weight of Iona had been thrown strongly upon the other side, so that northern Ireland, Iona and its offshoots kept to their older usage. Finan, Aidan's successor at Lindisfarne, 651 to 661, had come to Lindisfarne, fresh from discussions between the two parties in the Irish monasteries. He found James the deacon, and Ronan, a Scot of continental education and sympathies, urging the Roman use which had now the support of a party at court. Finan was himself a controversialist, but he was also more. It was in his days that Peida, son of Penda, and under him king of the Middle Angles, Northamptonshire, married Oswy's daughter, was baptized, and with his father's tacit leave brought Christianity into his sub-kingdom, so influencing Mercia as a whole. The band of missionaries who went to his help from Northumbria was made up of 3 Northumbrians, including Chad's brother, Cedd, and one Scot, Diuma. Diuma became bishop of the Middle Angles and the Mercians after the death of Penda, which took away the last vigorous supporter of heathenism. Under all this turmoil, a new generation, with its own point of view, its own work and interests, was growing up. Men who differed from each other were being brought together in peaceful work, as well as in controversy. New openings were also being made for work. There was, as Bede tells us, such a scarcity of priests that one bishop, like Diurna, had to be set over 2 peoples. Diuma was followed by another Scot, Seeliger, who left his diocese to return to Iona. Then came Tromhere, brought up in the monastic life, English by nation, but ordained bishop by the Scots. Christianity in England was forming a type of its own, molded by many forces in the many-sided life, spiritual and intellectual, of Bede's own monastery enabled him to understand this growth. In Essex, Sigebert II, the Good, although still heathen, was a friend of Oswy's and a visitor at his court. In the end, he and his attendants were baptized by Finan. The place of baptism was Adderwall, at Warham, near Newcastle, where Peter was also baptized, and the times of the 2 baptisms may have been the same. Cedd, recalled from Mercia, went as chaplain to this new royal convert, and after some success in work sent home to Lindisfarne for a visit. Here Finan, calling to himself 2 other bishops for the ministry of ordination, a sign that the English Church was now passing into more settled life, consecrated him bishop for Essex. As bishop, he went back, ordained priests and deacons, built churches at Tilbury and elsewhere, teaching also the discipline of a life of rule. But his love was divided between the work of his diocese and the monastic life. Ethelwald of Deira, Oswald's son, who helped Deira at some time, possibly after the murder of Oswin, was deeply attached to Cedd and his 3 brothers, one of whom, Salin, was his chaplain. As a place of retreat for the bishop and as a burial place for the king, a site was chosen in hills steep and remote, rather hiding places for robbers and homes of wild beasts than habitations for men, and here grew up famous house of Lastingham, where Cedd after him Chad were abbots. Footnote: Bede says of the site Quod vocator Lestingill, with some variations in spelling. This has naturally been taken as Lastingham, but the existence of earlier remains at Kirkdale, with his old church at St. Gregory restored under Tostig as Earl of Northumbria, has led antiquarians to place the site there. Kirkdale might be described as in the district, but the evidence is not conclusive. End of footnote. Celtic influence was thus strong, but at the same time we have many signs of a growing unity. Thus we find Oswy of Northumbria and Egbert of Kent joining on the death of Densdedit of Canterbury 655 to 664. To choose his successor, Wighard, a priest at Canterbury, and send him to Rome for consecration by Vitalian. When part of Essex left into idolatry, Wulfhere of Mercia, who stood over the East Saxon sub-kings, Sebbi the Christian and Sigher the heathen, sent his own bishop Isfriam of Mercia to reconvert it 665. Local barriers are thus everywhere overstepped. End of section 79. Section 80 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. B. Conversion of the Teutons, Part 3, by J.P. Whitney. The Yellow Pest, with all its horrors, had caused widespread terror and thrown everything out of gear. The roll of its victims was long. Erkenbert, King of Kent, as well as the Archbishop Tudedet, Tuda, Bishop at Lindisfarne, the saintly Cedd at Lustingham, which had succeeded him, at Melrose the Prior Bosil, where also his successor, the devoted Cuthbert, the missionary of the north, all but died. In Essex to the south, and northwards by the Tweed, men turned again to witchcraft and heathen charms. In its mortality and its effects upon society, it was somewhat like the later Black Death. Hence the religious and social reconstruction which follows it is all the more significant. The South Saxons were the last tribes to be brought to Christianity. Wilfrid, whose character was molded by many forces to be typical of the New Age, was chosen, probably through the influence of Archfrid, Oswy's son, to succeed Tuda. There were few bishops left, and some of those were of Scots consecration. Wilfrid, the eager supporter of continental customs, went to Frankish bishops for consecration. This he received at Compiègne, under ceremonies of unusual pomp, and among the prelates who shared in it was Albert of Wessex. This bishop, coming originally from the Franks, had worked in Wessex under Cornwall, until the king grew weary of his barbarous speech, and invited Whitney, also of apparently Frankish ordination, to take the see. Then Engelbert went 663 to Northumbria for a time, after which he went home. Whitney's story was unhappy. Not many years afterwards he too was driven out of his see, whereupon he bought from Wulfhere, for a price, the see of London, and there remained. And all this moral disorder thrown by Bede upon a strange background of miracle and portent can be seen some result of the pest. Wilfrid tarried too long among the Franks, for when he reached Northumbria he found Chad placed in his seat. He then retired to his old monastery at Ripon, but in his voyage homewards, spring 666, he had been thrown upon the Sussex coast and narrowly escaped capture by the barbarians. A wizard standing upon a mound sought to help the wreckers with his charms. He was slain like Goliath by a sling, and thus only after a fight did Wilfrid and his company escape. But later on he was to return to Sussex. Meanwhile, from Ripon, he acted his times as bishop both in Mercia, where along with Wulfhere, he founded monasteries such as Udal, and also in Kent during the vacancy at Canterbury, where, as his biographer Edius tells us, he studied the Benedictine rule. Thus he gained something for his native north. And to the south he in turn gave gifts of music and of crafts, through the singers and the masons who travelled in his train. Even before he worked in Sussex, Wilfrid, a northerner, was in himself a bond of union between north and south. After 681, when Athelwald of Sussex had already become a Christian through the persuasion of Wulfhere, and as we may suppose also of his own queen Ebba, who came from the Christian district of the Howys, Wilfrid began effective work in the almost untouched Sussex. A Scot Dykel had already founded a small monastery at Bosham, but the monks probably lived as foreigners apart from the people and at any rate had small success. Wilfrid's foundation of Selsey was to have a wider influence. This work of peace is a relief to the ecclesiastic quarrels of Wilfrid's later years. His work in Sussex completed the conversion of the English. With the Synod of Whitby, 664, under Finnan's successor Colman, and with the coming of Archbishop Theodore, 669 to 690, a new period begins. The wanderings of bishops from sea to sea, the mingling of missionary effort with more strictly local work, had been even more marked in England than on the continent. There was not merely a result of Scots or Irish influence. Indeed, the type of Celtic bishop, non-territorial and with little power, which we know the best, was probably less an original institution than the work of time. There is reason to think that territorial bishops were found in Ireland to begin with, and that the later type was due to the same social and ecclesiastical causes which later produced like results in Wales, making the church preeminently monastic and raising the power of abbots. There were not wanting signs that in the early English church something the same might have taken place had it not been for the synod of Whitney and Theodore. After them, the work of a bishop becomes more fixed and its area is limited. But the relative importance of the synod and of Theodore's rule is sometimes wrongly presented. The synod, with its removal of the obstacle to unity, the difference in Easter, was a striking witness to the need of union and the desire for it. It is not, however, until Theodore comes that the type of bishop is changed. With that, the danger from monasticism, which threatened England as it later on affected Celtic lands, was greatly lessened. What might otherwise have been, we can see from the words of Bede in his letter to Egbert. From the pretended monasteries, really secular in life and under the control of nobles, great danger threatened and even arose. The Synod of Hertford, 673, indeed confirmed those monastic immunities which were now growing up, Canon 3. But its reorganization of episcopal power prevented this danger being what it would otherwise have been, and the other canons of Hertford enforced a vigorous discipline. In its lasting impression upon the English Church, the primacy of Theodore is unique. It summed up the varied past. It was the birthday of a more vigorous and ordered life. It has become common to weigh the shares of Roman and Celtic missions in the great work thus summed up. The tendency has been to ascribe too much to the charming characters of the northern saints, and to overlook the quiet persistence of the Roman builders. But in striving after a balanced judgment, it is possible to place the two parties too distinctly against each other. The generation which came just before the Synod of Whitby probably made less of the difference than we ourselves do. Community of field and community of life was forming a community of type. The English missionaries who later on converted the Teutonic tribes based their work not only upon their own burning zeal, but upon the life of monasteries and the care of bishops. These two things were the characteristics of English religious life in the 7th century, no less than the newborn religious zeal were due to a long history in which Celt and Roman bore their part and under which they had grown together. 2. Germany. The conversion of the Franks to Christianity, and that too in its orthodox form, has been already dealt with. According to the most probable view of evidence, not quite consistent and not easy to weigh, Clovis was baptized on Christmas Day 496, probably at Rheims. He had, however, been friendly to Christianity even before his conquest of Saracens, 486, and became naturally more so afterwards. After his conversion, followed by that of many Franks, he was able as an Orthodox king to reckon on the help, or at least the sympathy of Catholic bishops everywhere. The wars that spread his power took somewhat the character of crusades, and for 3 centuries this remained true of Frankish campaigns against the heathens. Broadly speaking, with the power of the Frankish kings went the power of the church, although the fellowship between the two was sometimes closer, sometimes looser. As the Frankish power spread into districts less thoroughly Romanized, new sees had to be founded, and even in the more settled lands this happened also. But a distinction must be made between the new missionary bishops and the type of bishops already found in the Romanized cities. Up to the settlement unto Boniface, Winfrid Bonifacius, or even later we have a time in which both types appear side by side. As a rule, the city bishop owed his appointment to the state, the missionary bishop to the church. It is not a question of differences between Roman and Celtic clergy, but merely between lands in which Roman tradition survived, and those where mission started quite afresh. What Theodore did for England, Boniface was to do for the continental Teutons. local differences were many and strong. In Austrasia, heathenism was more general to begin with and lived on longer. The Frankish conquest drove together heathens and Christians, and in some places heathenism gained strength. On the whole, the leading families and the towns were more thoroughly Christianized than the country, which remained mainly heathen. In some places, like Mans, Cologne, and Tongres, Christian communities, sometimes chiefly Oriental or foreign, may have lived on since Roman times, and sometimes bishops were left. In others, like Trier, Christianity was just becoming general when the Frankish conquest brought in new conditions. Everything depended upon the centers already gained for Christianity, and across the Rhine there were few and tended to become fewer. Near Italy, there were centers to which Christianity had come from the south, such as Augsburg, which until about the year 600 was connected with Aquileia. But where such centers of life were few, where Christianity had only begun its growth, the Teutonic invaders could be but little affected by it. The Celtic missions came to give these new centers, and by a monastic framework, to guard their power. There are some indications in the letters of Boniface and elsewhere. The Celtic priests, some of whom caused him trouble, were more widely spread than we might suppose, and as Celtic monasteries became stages in systematic pilgrimages to Rome, a steady stream of Christianity was brought to bear upon the Teutons. The Celtic missionaries were, for the most part, led to travel by the wish to live amid new surroundings. They lived among their new neighbors as strangers, but the evils around them forced them to become missionaries. Although Celtic monasticism was ascetic and rigorous, Celtic monks never feared to plunge into the world and to play a part there when it seemed good. Frankish Christianity, with its comparative neglect of penance, seemed to the great missionary Columbanus merely superficial. He stood outside the ordinary Frankish church. His altar at Luxeuil was consecrated by an Irish bishop, and he had no episcopal license for his foundations. Hence the Celtic monasteries, besides being centers of learning, strengthened the tendency already shown to exempt monasteries from episcopal control. The difference about Easter did not of necessity lead to lasting strife, and the monastic foundations of Columbanus, his comrades and followers, kept alive upon the continent the Irish love of learning. As regards the papal power, Celtic tradition and habits belonged to an earlier day when the papal control had been less effective. This tradition Columbanus kept and shewed in his defense of the Celtic Easter. But it is a mistake to take these differences as implying either hostility to the papacy or a claim to full independence. The Celtic monks traveled for the most part in bands of 12, but there were other single teachers such as Rupert, Rodbert, a Frank who towards the end of the 7th century came to Regensburg, the ducal court of Bavaria, and thence passed into the wild Salzkammergut with its Roman memories and remains. Here a monastery, a nunnery, and a church were planted. A like work was also wrought at Regensburg by Emmeran, although his first hope had been to preach to the Avars. These isolated endeavors gave new centers of Christian civilization, but in later years few traces of them were left. Work on a larger and more considered plan was needed, but the life of Saint Severinus died 482 in Noricum, Bavaria, shows how far the influence of a hermit could reach and how great it could be. Phrygia, with its unknown coasts and wild heathenism, soon began to attract missionaries. The growth of Christianity here had been due to the Franks and varied with the state of their church. Simony and careless appointments of bishops had been somewhat checked. The influence of Columbanus had reached far, not only in the south but even northwards to the Marne. A new, indifferently trained generation had grown up, and when the union of the kingdoms under Clotaire II, 613, gave the land rest, the church thus strengthened broke fresh ground among its neighbors to east and north. Clotaire II had encouraged Amadas, a hermit of Roman descent from Aquitaine, who felt himself called by St. Peter to distant missions. Pilgrimages to Rome deepened the wish, and after Clotaire had procured his consecration, he worked as a missionary bishop from Ghent as a center. Hitherto Frisian Burchans had come to the Franks, and Frankish rule had gained ground among the borders, but even Maastricht and Noyen, although bishoprics, were yet partly heathen. Quarrels with King Dagobert, the banishment for a time 629, turned him to other fields, but both around Ghent and at Maastricht, where he was afterwards bishop 647, he was unhappy in his work. The enforcement of baptism by royal order under Dagobert may have been due to his suggestion, and at any rate it explains his lack of success. Spells of work on the Danube and Carinthia, at the mouth of the Scheldt and among the Basques, varied a strange career marked by restless energy and much wandering. After his death, a little more ground was gained under the direction of Cunibert of Cologne. A church was built at Utrecht, and under the well-known Eligius, bishop of Noyen 641, and renowned as a silversmith, a better foundation was laid, but the task was left unfinished until the following century. Frisia was affected by the changes of Frankish politics. Christian missions were both too fitful and too disconnected. A general plan and organization was needed. In England, as the letter of Daniel, Bishop of Winchester to Boniface, Epi 23, shews, the methods of missions had been carefully thought out, since the local conditions not only aroused enthusiasm to call forth missionaries, but gave them a training ground for their work. Englishmen were learning at this very time what careful organization and ordered work could do. They had felt the benefit of fellowship with Rome and its traditions, while they had still the fresh energy of younger tribes and growing states. This is the reason why in the 8th century English missionaries take the place of the earlier Celts, and the field of labor seemed already fixed for them. They had not forgotten the land from which they had come. Wilfrid landed in Frisia 678 on his way to Rome, in order to avoid the enmity of Elbrun, mayor of the palace, and stayed there a winter because of the friendly welcome by Eldigius, the king, who refused to sell his guest and his people. This was only an episode. Ecgbert, a Northumbrian who was afterwards to go to Iona, who had lived long in Ireland and pledged himself to pilgrimage, was hindered by visions and by storms from a long-desired journey to Frisia. In his place he sent a pupil, Wigbert, who only stayed 2 years and then went home again. This failure only caused Ecgbert to send another mission of 12 monks. The leader of it, Willibrord, was a Northumbrian whose father, Wilgils, in old age became a hermit at the Humber's mouth. He had been educated up to the age of 20 at Ripon, Wilfrid's own monastic home, and afterwards in Ireland, circa 678. He landed and went to Utrecht, and now held by Radbold, the Frisian king, who must have regained territory, for Utrecht had formerly been a Frankish town. But Frisia beyond, it was lost to the Franks as the result of a war which was just ended and had naturally left ill will behind it. The defeated Radboud was little likely to favor the faith of his Frankish enemies, and Willibrord saw a chance to secure a work under Frankish protection. He therefore journeyed to Pepin, who promised him help for a work which was of interest to both of them. Willibrord shared the enthusiasm of Wilfrid and Boniface for Rome, and indeed others, the Irish Adaman and Egbert, for instance, were turning towards Rome in unity. Accordingly, Willibrord went to Rome to get consent for his mission, thus beginning the policy which Winfrid afterwards carried out on a larger scale. Success soon made organization desirable. The monks elected one Sudbert as their future bishop, and he passed across to England to be consecrated there by Wilfrid. But after his return, difficulties seem to have arisen, and the new bishop left Frisia in order to preach to the book Terry. A little later we find Pepin, like the earlier kings, taking the organization into his own hands and sending Willibrord to Rome for consecration 22 November 695. As Archbishop of a province to include both Frankish and independent Frisia. Willibrord, who at his consecration took the name of Clement, received the pall at Rome, and from Pepin as his seat Utrecht, where he built a cathedral and a monastery. A native church began, and soon he felt able to devote himself to the Frisians in Radbod's territory, since Radbod himself was now friendly to the Franks, and his daughter, Thusund, had married Pepin's son Grimwald. But here Willibrord's success was small. Radbod was indifferent, although not hostile, and Willibrord went on further to preach to the Danes. Their country, too, he left, and on his return to Frisia, landed on the coast. By venturing to baptize some converts in a holy well, he awoke the anger of the heathen, and they sought to have him put to death by Radbod. The king, however, spared his life, but as the hopes of any work among the free Frisians now seemed hopeless, he went back to Utrecht. After Pepin's death, 16 December 714, the quarrel between his sons enabled Radbod to regain the part of Frisia held by the Franks. The church had gained no real hold among the natives. Willibrord had left, the priests were put to flight, and the land once more under the sway of a heathen king became heathen too. It was now that Winfrid came. End of section 80. Section 81 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. B. Conversion of the Teutons, Part 4, by J.P. Whitney. Winfrid was born near Crediton, circa 680, of a noble English family, after education first in a monastery at Exeter and then at Nutsall, Netley or Nursling. He was ordained and employed in important affairs, but above the claims of learning and the chance of a great career at home, he felt the missionary's call to the wild. From London he sailed to Frisia, 716. He stayed for part of a year until, on the outbreak of a Frankish war, he went back to his West Saxon monastery. On the death of his old master, Winbert, the monks wished to make him abbot, but his future work lay plain before him, and he refused. He sought letters of commendation from Daniel, Bishop of Winchester, a man of much learning and experience to whom Bede owed much information. And with these, 718, he went abroad again. But this time, passing through Franklin, he went to Rome to visit the threshold of the apostles. Here he saw Gregory II, and from him he received as Bonifacius, the religious priest, the name by which he was henceforth known. A letter of commendation, 15 May 719. The journey was a common one for an Englishman of the day, but Boniface, with his strong wish for missionary work, reached Rome when the papacy was turning to its plans of organization. Furthermore, between him and the Pope, a friendship and even a fellowship began. Taking this new line of organization under papal guidance, Boniface went to Thuringia, where the natives in new seats, impressed upon Franks and Saxons, had partly received and then soon lost Christianity. To win back their leaders was Boniface's new task. The land was disordered in politics and religion alike. Heathenism was found side by side with Christianity of strange types. From Thuringia, Boniface started for the Frankish court, but on the way he heard of Radbod's death, which might make Frisia a more fruitful field. Already Willibrord, working like Boniface himself under papal sanction, had been consecrated Archbishop of Utrecht, and to his help Boniface now went. When after a 3-year stay Willibrord would have had him as coadjutor, he pleaded the papal command. He sought leave to depart and pass to Hesse. This was ground more unworked than Thuringia, for the people had kept their old estates, and with them their old customs, but it might link Saxony to the Frankish Church. So great was his success, thousands being baptized, that he could soon think of organizing a bishopric. He sent a report to Rome, and in reply was called hither himself. On his way he probably met Charles Martel, and at Rome he was consecrated, St. Andrew's Day 722, or less probably 723. At his consecration he took an oath much like that taken by the sub-vicarian bishops, and thus pledged himself to work as a bishop under papal direction. But by a significant change, the promise of fidelity to the Eastern Emperor was left out and its place taken by a promise to hold no intercourse with bishops who disobeyed the canons, to work against them, and to denounce them to the Pope. The new bishop received letters of commendation to all who could help his work in Germany, and especially to Charles Martel. Henceforth, Boniface could depend even more than before upon papal direction, help, and sympathy. We find him, like St. Augustine of Canterbury, sending difficulties to Rome for decision, as he was to build up a church which was suffering from Celtic disorder and Frankish negligence. A collection of canons was a natural papal gift to him. Boniface now begins a new stage of his work, no longer as a mere missionary pioneer, but rather as a missionary statesman in the service of Rome. For his new plans and his new office, state support was needed. Backed by a letter from Charles Martel, Boniface went to Hesse to weld together the scattered links of his earlier work. Some 20 years later, he wrote to Daniel of Winchester, "Without the patronage of the Prince of the Franks, I am able neither to rule the people of the church nor to defend the priests or deacons, the monks or nuns, and I am not powerful enough to hinder the very rights of the pagans and the sacrileges of idols in Germany without his order and the dread of him." The boldness he shewed in felling the sacred oak at Grasmere led the heathen to think their gods had lost their power, and from these successes in Hesse, Boniface passed to Thuringia. In each district he founded schools of learning and of training for his converts. Ammanenburg and Fritzlar in Hesse, Ohrdruf in Thuringia for women, Tauberbischenschein, Kitzingen, and Aschenfurt, 3 foundations near the Main. These were founded before his organization of Bavaria, and his favorite house, Fulda, was specially planned to foster Christian civilization and to be a monastic model. This side of Boniface's work is sometimes overlooked in comparison with his ordering of dioceses, but the two were really complementary. On the monastic side, he entered into the heritage of the Celtic monks, to whom, when there was no question of disorder or irregularity, he was by no means an enemy. At Fulda Sturm, a Bavarian of his own training, ruled. There and elsewhere helpers from England, some of them bound to Boniface by ties of blood, and all by kinship and devotion, made new homes for themselves. Burkhardt, Lule, Lienhart, Willibald, Wickbert among the men, Lioba and Walpurgis among the women. With England, a lively interchange of letters was kept up. Some of his English friends came out to him as they gradually lost their kinsfolk by death, and others came because of their love for him. But in either case, they helped to strengthen associations which were of political as well as religious power. Boniface himself was strong enough to award praise and blame to English kings. He himself, his comrades, and his work gave England some hold upon continental life. On the death of Gregory II, 11 February 731, Gregory III succeeded, a true successor in his care for Germany. When Boniface declared to him that the burden of his growing work was becoming too heavy, the papal answer was, 732, to make him archbishop, although with no defined province, so that he could the better call fellow laborers to his help. In the few following years, we must probably place much of Boniface's work in furthering his foundations, and some of his letters of the time shew him turned to reading and study of questions raised by his pastoral work. But about 735, We find him in Bavaria, where once before the Duke Theodore and Gregory II had thought of a church organization in the interests both of church and duchy. Egbert was now Duke, undistrict of Frankish suzerainty. Little had hitherto been done, and Passau was the only see. In Bavaria, Boniface now travelled and taught, but his third visit to Rome, probably 738, caused possibly by his wish to take up more than his old plans for Phrygia, now that the field of Germany was under cultivation, brought a year's break and rest. This time Boniface was a great figure both with the Romans and the Pilgrims, so greatly had his renown been spread. In Bavaria, after Hucbert's death, probably 736, Odilo was placed as duke, a ruler of a different type, less ready to submit to Frankish direction and a generous patron of the church. To Bavaria, Boniface went 739, and now he takes a new position, that of legate of Rome. His appearance as legate was followed by the meeting of a synod and a division of the duchy into 4 dioceses. Passau, where Vivilla, who had been concentrated at Rome, remained. Regensburg, Salzburg, and Freising. A little later, 741, we find Boniface similarly founding another group of 3 dioceses for Hesse and Thuringia. Burrburg, near Fritzlar, for Hesse. Würzburg for southern, and Erfurt for northern Thuringia. Zacharias, who had now, 3 December 741, succeeded Gregory III, confirmed this division, although, like his predecessor, advising caution against erecting too many sees, and so lowering the episcopal standard. But Boniface's personal inspiration found him able helpers. At Burrburg, an Englishman, Witte, was placed, and at Würzburg another, Burchard, entered upon the heritage of the Celtic Kilian. The protection of Charles Martel, even if not too eager, had been of great use. His death, 22 October 741, brought about a change in Boniface's work. Henceforth it was to be for the whole of eastern Frankish territory. Carloman invited Boniface to come and hold the synod in Austrasia. In this way, discipline, which had been trampled underfoot for some 60 years, could be restored. Boniface was here faced by conditions such as he had known in Bavaria. His work in Hesse had already brought to him opposition from Frankish bishops. But among the Franks, church law was widely disregarded, and Boniface found it hard, as he told Daniel of Winchester, to keep the oath he had sworn to the Pope. If he was to refrain altogether from intercourse with offending bishops, his work would be impossible. There was no weakening of his allegiance to the Pope, but a new element, the Frankish state, was now coming more fully into his life and his plans. The most striking feature in Boniface's career is the way in which, while never waiting for circumstances he was quick to seize, each circumstance and use it to the utmost good. He never lost sight of any work he had ever planned and begun. If he turned aside for some pressing need, he wore that special work into his general plan, and with each new field, his outlook broadened. The new Pope, Zacharias, was a Greek from Calabria, a man of mildness and yet of diplomatic skill. His tone towards Boniface was somewhat more commanding than that used by previous popes, and the explanation may be found in his policy towards the Franks, against whom he for a time played off the Bavarians and Lombards. Odilo of Bavaria had probably encouraged Rothwell in his revolt against Carloman and Pepin, and afterwards he began a movement for independence. A papal envoy is said to have ordered a Frankish army to leave his land, but this did not hinder the defeat of the Bavarian duke. The Nordgau was separated from his duchy and joined to Austrasia. Neuburg on the Danube became, possibly through some adaptation of Odilo's plans, a new bishopric, and remained so for some 2 generations. Eichstätt, where a monastery had already been founded, was made the seat of another bishopric for a population of mixed descent. The projected council for Austrasia met in a place unknown, 21 April 742, and began the work of reorganization. Bishops were to be consecrated for cities, and over them was to be set the Archbishop Boniface, legate, Mrs. of St. Peter. Councils were to meet yearly, the moral standard of the priesthood was to be raised, and the priests were to be subject to the bishops. Bishops or priests who were not known were not to be allowed to minister, and heathen customs were to be put away. In the place given to Boniface, it is best to see a restoration of the metropolitan system, and that this was made by royal power is significant. Not only the bishops of the older and more settled part of the realm, Cologne and Strasbourg, but also those of Würzburg, Eichstätt, Bürgerberg, and Erfurt were invited to the council. To carry out the reforms laid down was the work of Boniface. In the next 2 years, many new bishops were appointed, and 1 March 743, a second synod met at Instance, and here, by the assembly of bishops and leading laymen, the decrees of 742 were confirmed. In 744, 2 March, a synod for Neustria met at Soissons, and a new organization followed for Pepin's realm also. The archbishops of Reims, Rouen, and Sens were to be restored, and Boniface, who had acted in close friendly, if not official touch with Pepin, asked the Pope to send through Pauls for them. But before Zacharias replied, 22 June 744, some change was made in the plans of Grimaud of Rouen. Alone was to have the Paul. This change and some freedom in Boniface's criticism of papal fees and Roman customs made the Pope a little angry, but we find him nonetheless 1 May 748 commending Boniface, his brother Archbishop Legate of the Holy See and personal representative to the bishops, expressly named about the eastern and western Franks, and in an earlier letter, 5 November 744, Zacharias even extended the right of free preaching in the province of Bavaria, which was granted by his predecessor, and not only for Bavaria, but for the whole province of the Gauls. He was to use the office of preaching laid upon it by the Pope for reformation and edification. The original plan was for Boniface to be Archbishop of Cologne, and in this position wield even greater power. To this the Pope had agreed, but when Gulip was rightly deposed from Mens, Carloman and Pepin, perhaps led by enemies of Boniface at court, appointed Boniface his successor, and so the See of Mens, which became an archbishopric in 780, as held by a legate and apostle, gained a new renown. Cologne, which had probably been an archbishopric in the 6th century, became such again in 785. But the jealousy between the two great cities lingered on, and echoes even into the letters of Gregory VII. In the spring of 747, Boniface held his last synod. One wish of his was satisfied when the bishops there met decreed their fidelity to Rome. In the way of reform, much had already been done. Some unworthy priests had been condemned both by the Franks and at Rome, 745. This last synod not only regulated metropolitan rights, but also the discipline over priests. It is clear that the power of the Frankish princes over the church counted for much, probably for more than is often allowed. Boniface had gained both inspiration and experience, not only at Rome but in England before, and he cannot be regarded as a mere emissary of Rome power, extending it over a church free until his day. The power of the state was but little affected by the recognition of Rome. Yet Boniface had brought about a union between the two. He did it with fidelity towards both, but he was the slave of neither. The anointing of Pepin after Carloman had withdrawn to a Roman monastery is told elsewhere. It took place 752, under Roman sanction by the hand of Boniface, but there is no reason to make Boniface the author or inspirer of the deed. He was merely the agent. The old man, weary with work and longing to rest in the grave of his beloved Fulda, was preparing for death. The consecration of Lowell as his coadjutor, and then by papal leave to be his successor, was a sign of the coming end. When Fulda, by an act unusual in the Frankish church, was placed directly under the Pope. It was a sign of the great apostle's withdrawal. He was going back to the dream of his earlier years. He would go to Frisia, which had never been far from his thoughts. But he knew he was going to his death, for he bade the faithful Lull send along with him his shroud packed in his box of books. Lull was to carry out to a perfect end the work in Thuringia, which the Saxons had lately harried, and he was to finish the partly built church at Fulda. In 753, Boniface left, and for 2 years he worked among the water-bound washes of the Zuider Zee. On 5 June 754, he was at Duckham, awaiting converts, who were to be confirmed. A band of savages attacked him and his followers. They were all slain. The books he had with him were found and taken to Fulda, and thither also, after some time at Utrecht, was carried the body of the saint himself. There in the house of his founding, near the middle of his vast field of toil, the great hero lay at rest. He had done much to bind together a growing world and to direct its ways. His letters with their eager interest in the past, with their requests for books, the scriptures, commentaries, parts, even particles of the many works of Bede, with their Latin verses, traced the outlines of medieval learning, and opened up channels along which medieval scholarship was long to flow. The many activities of his busy life must not hide his great services to learning. Sometimes, when the vineyard he had dug brought forth only wild grapes, and disappointments from half-heathen converts and wholly unworthy priests came thick upon him, he turned to study for rest and peace. Even when he was an old man buffeted by the waves of the German Sea, and from the dimness of eye could not read the small running hand of the day, he wrote to England for clearly written books. His connection with England meant much, and when he died, Archbishop Cuthbert wrote to Lull that an English synod lovingly placed him among the splendid and glorious doctors of the faith, and along with Blessed Gregory and Augustine, had taken him for their patron saint. The greatness of his work was seen even more in its endurance than in its variety or its extent. He had visions of what he was to do, and he also saw the lines upon which alone it could be done. The Frankish Empire, the papal supremacy, monastic foundations, ecclesiastical organization were perhaps the 4 greatest features of the medieval world. Each of these was built up by Boniface into the work of his life. He must have seen what each of them would be and would accomplish, but his far-sightedness, his enthusiasm, and his wisdom cannot fully explain all he did and all he was. For that we must go to his letters. In them we see his power of friendship, his command of detail, and its breadth of view. In them we see how the great man grew with the very greatness of his work, until the young Englishman, with the zeal of his nation's newfound faith upon him, became the shaper of the mighty German West. End of section 81.
Section 82 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. England to circa 800 and English Institutions, Part 1, by W.J. Corbett. It is not surprising that the Venerable Bede, being a Northumbrian, in his ecclesiastical history completed about 731, just 100 years after the conversion of Northumbria to Christianity, should regard Edwin of Deira, the king who had brought about the change, as almost the greatest English prince of the 7th century. In his pages, Edwin appears as the 5th English king who had won renown by establishing an effective imperium over his neighbors, both English and British, and the same view of him is repeated in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, written 200 years later, which shows that 9th century tradition reckoned him as the 5th Bretwalda, a title which seems to mean the wide ruler or over-king. The actual achievements of Edwin's reign, which began in 617 after the defeat of Aethelfrith of Bernicia by Raedwald of East Anglia at the Battle of the Idle, show that the title was not unmerited, for he is credited with subjecting the Isle of Man to his rule, conquering Anglesey from the King of Gwynedd or North Wales, annexing the Southumbrian district of Lindsey and the yet British district of Elmet in South Yorkshire, and even asserting himself along the Thames and waging successful war with the West Saxons. The only English kingdom, according to Bede, which did not bow to him was Kent, the home of his queen who had induced him to adopt Christianity. His power, however, if striking, was really precarious, and his baptism in 627 soon brought about political difficulties. Other kings had recognized his suzerainty so long as he appeared as the champion of the English against their foes, but his desertion of Woden made the more conservative of them restive. The leader of the discontented was Penda, the chief of the Mercians in the Trent Valley, and of the Riocansate, or dwellers by the Wrekin, who had settled along the upper Severn, and were fast spreading south into Hertfordshire. Penda first made his name in 628 by a successful attack on the folk called Huici, the branch of the West Saxons who had fixed their seats on the upper tributaries of the Thames, on the Worcestershire Avon and along the lower Severn. A victory at Cirencester made these districts tributary to Mercia and doubled Penda's power, whereupon he came forward as the champion of the old national religion and quickly found himself supported by all those warriors who hated the new-fangled restrictions which the Christian missionaries threatened to impose in the matters of marriage and private vengeance. The attitude of the heathen chieftains, who probably acted as priests for their several districts, and themselves sacrificed and collected temple tolls from their liegemen, like the Icelandic goddess of a later time, is not depicted at all clearly by Bede, who had little interest in heathen institutions, but we can gain a fair idea of the shape which their antagonism must have taken if we read the Christni saga, which describes a similar struggle between Christ and Woden in the northern island 350 years later. The first folk actually to rise against Edwin's influence were the East Angles, who slew their king Orpwald for accepting baptism, but the real crisis came in 633 when Penda joined forces with Cadwallon, king of Gwynedd, Edwin's chief British enemy. The rival armies met on the borders of Mercia and Deira, somewhere near Doncaster, in the woodlands called Heathfield, with the result that Edwin's army was disastrously routed, and the Bretwalda himself slain. This fight in Heathfield made the fortune of Mercia. The Deiran supremacy not only disappeared, but Bernicia and Deira again fell apart, and their leading men apostatized. Cadwallon, eager to regain the north for the British, occupied York, and this forced Paulinus, with Edwin's queen, to flee to Kent. Penda, meantime, stepped into Edwin's place as leading king, a fact not emphasized by Bede because of this prince's hostility to Christianity, and created an enlarged Mercia, stretching right across England from the Humber and the Wash on the east to Chester and Hereford on the west. The provinces of this enlarged state seem to be set out for us in the first section of the so-called Tribal Hidage, a Mercian document compiled apparently some 50 years later for Penda's successors for revenue purposes. This Hidage, or schedule of assessments, indicates that which was first called Mercia, comprised in addition to the two Mercian districts, north and south of the Trent, 6 dependent meaghs or chieftaincies, namely 1. the land of the Riocansate, now Shropshire, with parts of Hertfordshire. 2. Westerna, a somewhat vague expression which apparently refers to the plain of Cheshire and South Lancashire. 3. The land of the Pecksate, the dwellers around the Peak and Sheffield. 4. The land of Elmet, which had its centre at Lloyd's, Ledstone near Pontefract, where the road from London to York crossed the river Aire, and which reached north to the wharf. Footnote: Lloyd's has usually been identified with Leeds, but this ignores the fact that in 1066 Leeds was an unimportant village, divided between 7 small manors, whereas Ledstone with Kippax at the important crossing of the Aire was the seat of the Earl and the most extensive lay manor of the Elmet district. End footnote. 5. Lindsey with the land of Heathfield, and 6. The settlements of the north and south Gyrwe, comprising the fenlands of Holland and the Isle of Ely, perhaps detached from East Anglia. Over these Meaths, as well as in the Mercian homelands, the victorious Penda ruled as king. But his influence was also paramount over the subkingdom of the Huici in Worcestershire and Gloucestershire, and over the territories occupied by the Middle Angles, Bedes, Angli, Mediterranee, in Northamptonshire, Bedfordshire, and Huntingdonshire. These latter he formed into a second subkingdom and entrusted to his son Piada. The centre of the realm thus constituted was at Tamworth on the Watling Street, and it is clear that if its parts could only hold together, the new state, from its central situation, was in a far better position for gaining supremacy over all England than Northumbria had been. The struggle, however, was by no means over, for it was not long before the Northumbrian dynasty recovered from its eclipse and made a determined effort to undo Penda's work. The new Northumbrian leader was Oswald, one of the sons of Aethelfrith of Bernicia, who had been exiled when Edwin of Deira won his kingdom. This prince seized the opportunity afforded by Edwin's death to return to Bernicia, and in 635 signally defeated Cadwallon at Heavenfield, near Hexham on the Roman wall. Upon this, he was able not only to reunite Deira to Bernicia, but being a zealous Christian, to begin the reconversion of both districts. To effect this, he called to his aid not the exiled Paulinus, but a band of Irish-Scot missionaries from the renowned monastery of Iona on the west coast of Scotland, where he had himself learned Christianity when in exile. The struggle between the adherents of Christ and Woden was thus again renewed, but this time not under the auspices of Rome, for the Scots were quite independent of the papacy and had their own traditions and a peculiar organization. The leader of the new mission to Bernicia was Aidan, or correctly Eden, whom Oswald established, not at York, amid Roman surroundings, but on the island of Lindisfarne in the North Sea, hard by Bamborough, the Bernician capital. The detailed story of this second attempt to Christianize Northumbria will be found elsewhere. Its effect on the newly formed Mercian kingdom is what now concerns us, for Oswald, as a champion of Christ, was bound to attack Penda, even if he had not also felt it his duty to regain for Northumbria its lost political supremacy. In this enterprise Oswald was not long without allies. The numerous petty chiefs, whom Penda had subdued, were naturally not very heartily on his side. Any overlord, even one who adhered to the old religion, was distasteful to them, and this made it easy to stir up rebels. Besides, notwithstanding Penda's opposition, Christianity was making headway all round him. In East Anglia under Anna, who was crowned king in spite of a victorious Mercian invasion, and in Wessex under Cynegils, who was converted about this time by an Italian missionary named Birinus. These two folk kings were necessarily Oswald's allies, and if we are to believe Bede, even accepted him as their overlord. At any rate, Oswald encouraged Cynegils to set up Birinus as bishop of the West Saxons, with his see at Dorchester a few miles below Oxford on the Upper Thames, and was himself present as sponsor when Cynegils was baptized. By 640, the allied princes were clearly pressing Penda hard, for Oswald was able to regain Elmet and Lindsey and collect his forces for an attack on the district of Westerna round Chester. But here, as it proved, the Christian champion overreached himself. In this quarter, Penda could rely on British help and probably was joined by Cadwallader of Gwynedd. At any rate, in 642 he faced Oswald in the northeast corner of Shropshire, at the foot of the Welsh hills in the woodlands called Maserfield, and here Oswald was slain and his army destroyed. Penda had his body mutilated, but tradition says that his head was subsequently buried at Lindisfarne, while his arms and his hands were preserved at Bamborough as precious relics of the fight with heathendom. Later he was canonized as Saint Oswald. The Welsh too preserved his memory, calling the site of the battle Croes Oswalt, while the English called it Oswestry. The same results followed from the disaster in Maserfield as from Edwin's disaster in Heathfield. Bernicia and Deira again parted company, this time for 13 years, while Penda retained his position as leading king. Northumbria, however, did not go back to heathendom, though Penda ravaged it as far as Bamborough. The Irish missionaries had obtained too great a hold on the people to be repudiated, and Aidan did not think of abandoning his flock. In Wessex, heathenism had greater success. Cynegils died in 643, and his son Coenwalch, who had married Penda's daughter, succeeded and practiced heathen rites. But even here Birinus seems to have maintained a foothold. At any rate, Coenwalch soon quarrelled with Penda, and fleeing for refuge to Anna of East Anglia, was shortly afterwards baptized by Felix, the missionary bishop of Dunwich. Penda, indeed, as the years went by, must gradually have realized that in spite of his victories, he was fighting against the inevitable. In 648, Coenwalch, aided by his kinsman Cuthred, returned to Wessex and openly proclaimed himself a Christian. Piada, too, who had been set over the Midland Angles, was also found among the converts, while missionaries from Lindisfarne, headed by Ched, an Englishman, were invited into Essex by the local chiefs, who had remained heathens ever since the expulsion of Bishop Mellitus in 617. The prime mover in all this was Oswy, Oswald's younger brother, who after Maserfield had become king of Bernicia, and who in 651 tried to regain Deira as well, by putting to death Oswin, a chieftain who was ruling that district with the support of Penda. In this he did not succeed, but it heralded a new struggle in which heathendom had once more to fight for its existence. Penda, as usual, met the danger with vigor. In 654 he made a savage attack on East Anglia and slew Anna, and the year following collected all his strength to march against Oswy. At first Oswy offered tribute, but Penda refused all terms. His levies, we are told, were organized under 30 different chiefs and included contingents from Wales, East Anglia, and Deira. Oswy's forces, in comparison, were far inferior, but they had the better spirit, some of Penda's allies being half-hearted and some actually treacherous. The collision took place at the ford of the Winweed, apparently a stream halfway between Doncaster and Leadstone. Here, in the district of the Elmetsate, Penda's lifelong good fortune deserted him. The Deirans would not fight for him. One of the Welsh contingents took to flight, and in the end Penda himself fell together with the king whom he had recently set up in East Anglia and many of his other vassals. Oswy's somewhat unexpected victory not only gave him great prestige, but was decisive for the religious destiny of the English. Sussex and much of Wessex and Mercia were still heathen, and Ched's mission to the men of Essex and Middle Anglia had still much work to do. But from this time onwards, active heathen resistance was at an end. For Piada, the heir to Mercia, already stood for Christianity and had married Oswy's daughter. It must not be thought that Penda's career had been in vain. He had failed, it is true, to maintain the old religion, but the Mercian state, which he had evolved out of a congeries of tiny tribes, was destined to prove permanent, and in spite of Oswy's momentary triumph, soon showed itself able to resist all efforts to bring about its dismemberment. It remained, in fact, the leading factor in English politics for the next 150 years. It may be well at this point to glance at the chief changes from the social and political point of view which each English tribe underwent as soon as its leaders discarded heathenism. The most far-reaching change of all, next to the introduction of a higher moral standard, is clearly the rise in each kingdom of a small class who could read and write, and who had some knowledge of Mediterranean civilization. The English of all ranks, as pagans, must have lived almost without writing. They were indeed acquainted with the runic alphabet, and used it for mottos on weapons and coins, for recording names on gravestones, and now and again for secret messages. But this method of writing was altogether useless for the ordinary needs of civilization. Here and there, too, there may have been court bards who may have been capable of reading messages for the kings in the Roman alphabet, but the ordinary chief knew nothing of writing and put nothing on record. Everything that needed to be remembered had to be put in the form of rhythmic verses suitable for chanting to the harp, and all the laws and customs of the tribes were handed down orally by this method. All this now began to change. Wherever the missionaries came, they brought the Roman alphabet with them, and were ready to write down and record, at first of course in Latin, but after a few years in the vernacular also, not only accounts of deeds of importance, but everyday bargains and contracts. The new learning might be meager, and the class of writers a small one, but a new epoch had begun. A book ceased to mean a tablet of beechwood, and became a book of parchment, and hereafter there was a new leaven ceaselessly at work, making for social progress. End of section 82. Read by Jenny, 2024. Section 83 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. England to circa 800 and English Institutions, Part 2, by W.J. Corbett. Hardly less important politically was the new division set up between clergy and laity, a distinction which dominates all later periods, and which introduced a dualism into the framework of government and society, which is now difficult to apprehend in all its subtle bearings. The new class of clergy, the Godkund estate, as opposed to the Woruldkund or laity, did not merely step into the places of the priests of heathen days. As already suggested, the heathen priests, for the most part, had not been a class apart, but, like the later Godis of Iceland, were probably leading landowners who acted the part of chieftains, judges, and priests combined, and enjoyed the right of conducting the sacrifices on national feast days as an hereditary office appendant to their estates. The edifices, too, which served as temples, if they were like the Icelandic hovs, had not been buildings solely devoted to religious uses, but were attached to the big halls of the chieftains used equally for social purposes, so that a sacrifice and a banquet were easily merged together. The new order of clergy, on the other hand, from the outset, did everything they could to mark off their position from that of the heathen priests, asserting themselves to be a caste apart, superior to the lay classes, and fenced about by special sanctions definitely recognized by the law. And this in itself led to further developments, causing the bishops to be ever urging on the kings the necessity of recording in writing what the rights were which the clergy were to enjoy, and by what fines and punishments their teaching was to be made effective and their privileges guarded. It thus came about not only that the laws were materially supplemented, but that the amendments were put into writing, a step forward in the path of civilization of the utmost importance. It is true that only one amending code, that for Kent, issued by King Ethelbert, is now extant, which dates from the first advent of the missionaries. But there can be no reasonable doubt that similar codes must also have been written down, at any rate for Northumbria and East Anglia, as without them the position of the clergy, with no tradition to appeal to, could not have been made secure or their views on morality enforced. In considering these changes in the laws, it will be unjust to suppose that the work of the bishops was mainly directed to securing the status of their own order. It would be truer to maintain that their aims were revolutionary in every direction. Here, however, only two further points can be touched on. The first is the solvent effect produced by their teaching on the doctrine, so fundamental to all uncivilized men, of the solidarity of the group of blood relations. Among the English, as among all primitive races, the individual in all his relations in life was, in the eyes of the law, not so much an independent unit as one of a group of kinsmen. This group the English called a maegth, though they also used this expression for a tribe, and those who used Latin a parentela or cognatio. Any attack made on a free man counted as an attack on the maegth to which he belonged, and might be resented and avenged by the whole body of magus or kinsmen. Conversely, if a free man did any wrong to another, he and his kin had to fear the vengeance of all the members of the injured man's maegth. Hence there arose everywhere a constant succession of blood feuds, fade, and acts of violence had the most far-reaching consequences, lasting sometimes for generations, as one branch of the maegth after another took up the feud. Obviously this doctrine was most disastrous to peace and progress, and exactly the reverse of all Christian teaching with its insistence on mutual forbearance and on the responsibility of each individual for his own acts. The advent of the new faith accordingly set in train a movement which, bit by bit, if slowly, broke down the idea of the mutually responsible group of kinsmen, or at any rate so altered it as to limit its operations to useful police purposes only. Secondly, with the change of faith came the introduction of the English kings to new ideals of what a state should be and of the part a king should play. To missionaries coming from Italy or Gaul, the minute districts ruled by the so-called kings can hardly have seemed true states at all. To men familiar with the Moravian lands, with Austrasia, Neustria, or Burgundy, or even with the Lombard duchies in Italy, a state meant an extensive territory, often many hundreds of miles in length and breadth, in which the king claimed autocratic powers and legislated and imposed taxes at will. From the first, then, the clergy thought England ought to be treated as a whole, and looked forward to a coalescence of the tribes. Any folk king strong enough to subject his fellows, Any Bretwalda or Overking had their sympathy, for from such kings alone could they expect adequate protection and endowments. A folk king, say of West Kent, whose kingdom was so tiny that a day's ride in any direction would bring him to another kingdom, could not afford to give them landed estates, but a Bretwalda, like Edwin or Penda, could, especially as he had the estates of his under-kings to draw on. Inevitably then, if unconsciously, the clergy stood for fewer and larger kingdoms, and instilled into the minds of victorious kings ideas which may be called imperial, encouraging those who gained an imperium both to legislate for and to tax their people, after the fashion of the Caesars, and at the same time teaching them the methods by which permanent unity might be fostered. Perhaps the most important political help they could give in this direction was in working out orderly systems for the assessment and collection of tributes. In the Roman Empire before its fall, the machinery of taxation had been highly elaborated, and it had been found that the best way to raise a land tax was by assessing it on an artificial partition of the territory to be taxed into a number of equally assessed subdivisions. Each of these districts formed a unit of taxation, and each furnished an equal proportion of any tax, though at the same time they might vary largely in area, according as their soil varied in fertility and their population in density. On the continent, systems of this kind had never been entirely forgotten, at any rate not by the clergy, and so it is not surprising to find that almost immediately after the advent of the missionaries something of this kind, if only in a very rough and ready form, begins to be traceable in England in the shape of the so-called hide, which is the term applied to equally taxed units of land. Our main evidence for this, if scanty, is sufficient, and consists in those passages in Bede's history relating to events that took place in the middle of the 7th century, in which he has occasion to compare different districts one with another. As he wrote in Latin, he does not indeed use the vernacular term hygid, later Latinized into haida, but a circumlocution, speaking of the terra unius familiae. But this term is always found in English translations of his works, translated by hygid, and so there is no doubt that the two were equivalent. In these passages, districts are set before us as reckoned at so many hides, and these hides cannot be units of actual area, as the districts are always spoken of as containing a round number of units, and further, the number of units given to them does not vary as their actual size. Most of the hidages given by Bede also have the further peculiarity of being based on a unit of 120, but this ceases to be remarkable in an artificial assessment scheme when we remember that the English did not reckon by units of 100, 1,000, and 10,000, but, like all the Germans, by the more practical, because more readily divisible, units of 120, 1,200, and 12,000, using what is called a long hundred of 60 rather than the Roman hundred of 50. We are told, for instance, by Bede, that the Mercian homeland in the valley of the Trent was reckoned at 12,000 hides, Anglesey at 960, the Isle of Man at about 300, Thanet at 600, and the Isle of Wight at 1,200. Similarly, after the Battle of the Winwade, Oswy makes a thank offering and devotes 120 hides to the church, and this appears to have been made up of a dozen scattered estates, each reckoned at 10 hides. This evidence is further backed up by the document already alluded to, the so-called tribal hidage, which sets before us many more districts and assigns to each a round number of hides. For this list, when analyzed, is found, if allowance be made for a slight corruption of the text, to be built up of groups of districts, each group being assessed at a multiple of 12,000 hides. Further, both in Bede and in the tribal hidage, and also in the Song of Beowulf, an English epic that dates from the 7th century, we hear of other districts assessed at 7,000 hides. Examples are Sussex, Essex, Riocansate, and Lindsey. At first this seems to clash with the 12,000 unit, but we get from Bede an explanation when he tells how North Mercia was reckoned at 7,000 hides and South Mercia at 5,000, thus showing how a 12,000 hide unit might be divided into approximately, but not exactly, equal moieties. All this evidence, too, clearly shows that these assessments were arrived at, not from the bottom by beginning with the assessment of villages, but from the top by assigning units of 12,000 hides to large districts and petty kingdoms, and subsequently apportioning the hides to the various component subdistricts. The introduction of this elaborate system, though it owed something to prior military organization, must, one would infer, have been largely the work of the clergy, as it could only have been planned by men of education with views as to uniformity and some acquaintance with continental tradition. The clergy, too, probably benefited by it quite as much as the kings, for they too wanted to raise tolls and church scots, and had everything to gain by being able to distribute the burden on a definite plan. It only remains to be said that the main features of this system, when once introduced, remained in force throughout the Anglo-Saxon period, and continued for 400 years to be the basis on which military and fiscal obligations were distributed, though the actual assessments of particular districts were from time to time modified to suit changed conditions. The unit of 1,200 hides, for example, was still an important feature of English organization at the date of the Norman conquest. Only a few years before 1066, Worcestershire was reckoned at 1,200 hides, Northamptonshire at 3,000, Wiltshire at 4,800, and so on. It is clear, however, that the hidage unit in many districts was in time considerably enlarged. The Isle of Wight, for instance, was reckoned at 200 units in 1066, as against 1,200 in the time of Bede. East Anglia at 6,000 units, as against the 30,000 hides given in the tribal hidage, and we even know the approximate date when William the Conqueror finally reduced the assessment of Northamptonshire to 1,200 hides. We must now return to the events of 655. The immediate result of Penda's death was the temporary collapse of Mercia. Oswy found no one to oppose him, and quickly annexed all Mercia north of the Trent, as well as Deira and Lindsey. How far he overran Cheshire or penetrated into the valley of the Severn we do not know, but Bede says that the Mercians submitted to the partition of their province, and that Oswy took up the task of converting the country round Penda's capital, appointing Deuma as the first bishop of the Mercians. As for Piada, Penda's heir and Oswy's son-in-law, he is represented as being content with adding the 5,000 hides of South Mercia, that is to say Leicestershire, Kesteven, and Rutland, to his kingdom of Middle Anglia, and as spending his time in making plans for a monastery at Mead-Shamstead, a site on the edge of the fens overlooking the country of the Gyrwa, well known afterwards as Peterborough. Meantime, in Northumbria, the two most important events were the founding of the nunnery of Streneschalk, afterwards renamed by the Danes Whitby, and the promotion of Oswy's son Alcfred to be under-king of Deira. With affairs thus settled in the south, Oswy next turned his eyes northwards, and according to Bede, subdued the greater part of the Picts beyond the Forth. Bede represents him, in fact, as the greatest of the Northumbrian kings, with an imperium over all the southern provinces of England, as well as over Mercia and the Picts and Scots. This may have been the case in 657, but if so, the quickly won supremacy was short-lived, and in the south did not survive beyond the assassination of Piada in 658, and the accession of a more vigorous prince to the headship of Mercia. The new ruler was Wulfhere, Piada's younger brother, and like him a Christian. Elected by some Mercian notables, he came to the throne determined to reconstitute and, if possible, to extend Penda's kingdom. Bede describes the rebellion in a single sentence, merely stating that Oswy's officials were expelled from Mercia. But really the revolt was an event of first-rate importance, for Oswy's overlordship of the Midlands came utterly to an end. So long as he lived, he continued to struggle to regain it, but never with much success, and from this time onwards it grows every year clearer that Northumbria's chance of dominating all England has passed away. In Wulfhere, the Mercians found a leader even abler than Penda, who steadily advanced his frontiers and at the same time thoroughly Christianized his people. On the whole, he shunned northern enterprises, his aim being to get control of southeastern England and even of Sussex, and to hem in Wessex into the southwest. In the latter kingdom, considerable progress had followed on Coinwalch's return from exile. 3 events deserve mention. These are the assignment about 648 of parts of Berkshire and Wiltshire, reckoned at 3,000 hides, to Cuthred, the prince who had helped to restore Coinwalch, a transaction which shows that the assessment system had been applied south of the Thames. The foundation of a second bishopric for Wessex at Winchester, and a successful campaign carried on against the Britons of West Wales. The latter opened with an attack on Somerset, and in 652 a battle occurred near Bath at Bradford-on-Avon, but it was not till 658 that Coinwalch was definitely successful, when a victory at Penn in the forest of Selwood enabled the men of Wiltshire to overrun most of Dorset and to advance the Wessex frontier in Somerset to the banks of the Parrett. Again, we only have very meagre accounts of an important event, but it is evident that the settlement of so much new territory must have drawn heavily on the West Saxon population and made them less able than heretofore to withstand Mercian aggression in the Thames Valley. Here, then, was Wulfhere's opportunity to seize the Chiltern districts. Nor did he lose it. In 661 he advanced out of Middle Anglia, and after capturing Bensington and Dorchester, till then the chief centres of the West Saxons, threw himself across the Thames and laid waste the 3,000 hides, known as Ashdown, which Coinwalch had assigned to Cuthred. It would seem that Cuthred was killed. At any rate, the West Saxons were completely beaten, and the Chilternsate, or dwellers in Oxfordshire and Buckinghamshire, had to accept Wulfhere as their overlord. Their district, reckoned in the tribal hidage at 4,000 hides, from this time forward may be regarded as Mercian, while the Thames becomes the northern frontier of Wessex, and Winchester the chief seat of the West Saxon kings. A further result of this campaign was seen in the submission of Essex, at this time ruled by a double line of kings, and perhaps divided into 2 provinces, Essex proper reckoned at 7,000 hides, and Hendrica to the west of it reckoned at 3,500. This was a very substantial gain, for it gave Wulfhere London, even at that day the most important port in England. As might be expected, the Thames did not long set a limit to Wulfhere's ambitions. Using London as a base, he next overran Suthridge, the modern Surrey, and shortly afterwards Sussex. In Surrey after this we hear of Mercian aldermen, but Sussex retained its kings, as Wulfhere found them useful as a counterpoise to the kings at Winchester. Finally, we find Wulfhere attacking the Jutes along the valley of the Meon in southeast Hampshire, and the Isle of Wight. This brought his arms almost up to Winchester. There is no record, however, that he attacked the West Saxon capital, but only that he detached the Meonweres and the men of Wight from Wessex, and annexed their districts to Sussex. The dates of these events are not exactly known, but clearly they constituted Mercia a power as great as any hitherto established in England. If the title Bretwalda means wide ruler, Wulfhere clearly deserves it as much as Oswald or Oswy, and perhaps more so, for he maintained his supremacy for 14 years, 661 to 675, and was also quite as zealous as they were to forward the new religion. Examples of his zeal are numerous, as for instance the suppression of heathen temples in Essex in 665, the final foundation of Meadhamstead, and the baptism of Aethelwulf, King of Sussex, Wulfhere himself standing as sponsor, or again the encouragement which he gave to his brother Meerwald to found a religious centre for the Hecanas or West Angles, which led to the establishment of monasteries at Leominster in Herefordshire and Wenlock in Shropshire. While Wulfhere was establishing the ascendancy of Mercia, an internal struggle of the greatest importance had arisen in Northumbria, between those who looked for Christian guidance to Iona and those who looked to Rome. Though the work of evangelizing the country had been entirely carried on by the Scots, at first under Aidan of Lindisfarne, and after his death under Finan, there were none the less many clerics in the land who, having travelled abroad, were not content to see the Church cut off from continental sympathy by the peculiarities of the Irish system and the claim of Iona to independence. The leader of this movement was Wilfrid, a young Deerin of noble birth, who after studying at Lindisfarne had journeyed to Rome and finished his education at Lyon. Returning to England in 658, he had become abbot of Stamford in Kesteven, but had retired to Deira when Wulfhere revolted. There from the outset he steadily advocated union with Rome, and winning King Alchfred's sympathy, got himself about 661 appointed abbot of Ripon, a newly founded monastery, in place of Eata, a Lindisfarne monk, who maintained the Iona traditions, especially as to the date of Easter. About the same time, Finan died at Lindisfarne, and Colman was sent from Iona to succeed him. In Bernicia, the Roman party had another powerful advocate in the person of Oswy's queen, a Kentish princess. She eagerly pushed Wilfrid's cause at court, until at last Oswy and his son determined that a synod should be held at Streneshalch to discuss the matter. This assembly, later known as the Synod of Whitby, met early in 664. It consisted of both clergy and laymen, the leaders on either side being Wilfrid and Colman. The test question was as to the proper day for observing Easter. The Scots kept the feast on one day, the Roman churchmen on another. The arguments were lengthy, but the final decision was in favor of Wilfrid, whereupon Colman, with the bulk of the Columban clergy, decided to leave Lindisfarne and return to Iona. So ended the Irish-Scot mission, which for 29 years had been the leading force in civilizing northern and central England. The victory of Wilfrid's party was of great importance in 3 ways. Firstly, it restored the unity of the English Church, bringing all its branches under one leadership, and so made its influence in favor of political unity stronger. Secondly, it quickened the spread of civilization by placing the remoter English provinces under teachers who drew their ideas from lands where the traditions of the Roman Empire were still alive, and where an altogether larger life was lived than among the wilds of the Scottish islands. Lastly, it introduced into England a new conception of what a bishop or abbot should be, superseding the homely self-effacing northern missionaries, who despised landed wealth, by more worldly prince-prelates, who were by no means satisfied to be only preachers, but demanded noble churches and a stately ritual for their flocks, and extensive endowments for themselves, with a leading share in the direction of secular affairs. It was this aspect of the Burgundian and Frankish churches that had particularly appealed to Wilfrid, and he meant to bring the English Church into line with them if he could. The opportunity of making a beginning in his own person soon offered itself, owing to the death of Tuda, the bishop who had been placed over Lindisfarne after Colman's withdrawal. To fill the vacancy, the Northumbrian princes not unnaturally turned to Wilfrid, and he was quite willing to accept their offer, but on the condition that the site of his see should be transferred to York, partly to show that he was more truly the successor of Paulinus than of Aidan, and partly in imitation of the urban Frankish bishoprics. He further stipulated that he must be consecrated abroad, as he regarded the English bishops as irregularly appointed. He accordingly went to Frankland, and the ceremony took place with great magnificence at Compiègne in presence of 12 Gallican bishops. After this, Wilfrid is represented as moving about with a prince's bodyguard of 120 retainers. But so much state was hardly justified, for he found, on returning to England, that Oswy had quarrelled with his son, that Alchfrid had been driven from Deira, and that as a result Oswy was determined not to have his son's friend as bishop of the Northumbrians. Oswy, in fact, had already appointed another man to Wilfrid's see, in the person of Ceadda, abbot of Lastingham, later known as St. Chad. The motive of so anti-Roman a step is not quite clear, but its importance is obvious. It made Wilfrid a bitter opponent of the Northumbrian house, and drove him to look towards Mercia. He still remained abbot of Ripon, but in 667 we find him performing episcopal functions in Mercia for Wulfhere. End of section 83. Read by Jenny, 2024. Section 84 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. England to circa 800 and English Institutions, Part 3. By W. J. Corbett. The following year, a yet more important step in binding England to civilization and Roman culture took place when Pope Vitalian helped in filling up the Archbishopric of Canterbury and selected for the post not an energetic Englishman like Wilfrid, but a scholar and born organizer who was well acquainted at once with Rome and Italy and with the Greek world of the Byzantine Empire, then without question the most civilized part of Christendom. This remarkable man, called Theodore of Tarsus, from his birthplace in Sicilia, was already 66 when he landed in England in 669, and men must have thought that age alone would soon damp his zeal. If so, they were mistaken, for never was an archbishop so strenuous in every sphere, whether as administrator, legislator, counsellor, or peacemaker, so that for 21 years he kept himself foremost in every English movement, and by his ceaseless activity made the English understand what could be gained from unification and orderly government. The work which Theodore set himself to do was the thorough organization of the English churches upon a centralized system in subjection to Canterbury. Since Augustine's day, no archbishop had played any real part outside Kent, and Canterbury had enjoyed only an honorary precedence. Theodore, on the contrary, regarded all England as his province, and at once set out to visit all its petty kings, and make himself acquainted with their peoples and their needs. In each diocese he required an acknowledgment of his authority. In York, for example, he re-established Wilfrid, and everywhere he inculcated the need of uniform machinery and ritual. Condemning the merely missionary types of church organization as insufficient, he early decided that there ought to be a greater number of bishops and clergy, a greater number of dioceses and churches, and a substantial landed endowment, if possible, for each minister of the church, whether priest, monk, or prelate, to free them from the insecurity of dependence on lay charity. The central feature of this program was the subdivision of unwieldy dioceses and the foundation of more mother churches, a somewhat hazardous adventure, as the existing bishops were naturally jealous of any diminution of their importance. The first step was to get the existing churches into touch with each other and make them acknowledge the importance of uniformity and good discipline. For this purpose, Theodore summoned a synod of bishops to meet at Hartford in 673, a memorable event, for though only 4 of his 6 suffragans attended, the meeting may be regarded as the first attempt in England at a national, as distinct from a tribal, assembly. The chief work of the synod, as reported by Bede, was the adoption of certain canons for the guidance of the bishops, and this was followed up in 674 by the actual putting into force in East Anglia of the policy of smaller sees, the bishopric founded by Felix being partitioned and 2 new sees created, one at Dunwich for Suffolk and the other at Elham for Norfolk. A good beginning was thus made without opposition, but in his further progress Theodore soon found himself entangled in the political rivalries of Mercia and Northumbria, and in quarrels connected with Wilfrid. Theodore had reconciled Oswy and Wilfrid, but in 671 Oswy died, and Northumbria passed to his son Aegfrith, an ill-fated prince, who quickly quarrelled with Wilfrid, and about 675 reopened the feud with Mercia by again seizing Lindsey. Both events were made use of by Theodore, for they furnished him with opportunities for intervening. To subdivide the see of York had been quite impracticable so long as Wilfrid had political support, but now Aegfrith himself came forward and offered to ignore Wilfrid and further the archbishop's reforms. Theodore at once announced that though he was willing to let Wilfrid continue bishop of a reduced see of York, he wished for 4 moderate-sized bishoprics in Aegfrith's dominions, proposing as their seats, in Bernicia, Lindisfarne and Hexham, in Deira, York, and in Lindsey, Sidnecaster. Wilfrid obstinately resisted this proposal, declaring that Theodore had no power to divide his see, and that he would appeal to Rome if any division was forced upon him. Theodore treated the threat as contumacious, declared Wilfrid disposed, and appointed the new bishops. Wilfrid replied by sailing for Frisia. In 679 he reached Rome and laid his case before Pope Agatho, being the first English bishop to appeal against his metropolitan to the papal tribunal. Aegfrith's attack on Lindsey, delivered about 675, at first was successful, for it coincided with the death of Wulfhere and the accession of Aethelred, his younger brother, to the throne of Mercia. This prince, however, soon proved himself even more capable than his brother. His first exploit was to overrun Kent and burn Rochester, and by 679 he was quite ready to attack Aegfrith. No account exists of the campaign, beyond the fact that Aethelred won a decisive victory on the banks of the Trent, and would have invaded Deira, had not Theodore suddenly interposed as a mediator, and effected a peace by which Lindsey, and perhaps southern Yorkshire, once more passed to Mercia. This was a blow to Northumbrian prestige, of such a deadly nature that for the next 35 years, 679 to 714, no Northumbrian king dared to attack Mercia, and it was quickly followed by the acceptance of Aethelred's overlordship by Kent, which gave him an even greater position than had been enjoyed by Wulfhere. The part played by Theodore in these developments reveals his far-sightedness. It would have been natural if he had seen his interest in preserving the independence of Kent. His policy was just the reverse. He saw that Mercia was the strongest English kingdom and well able to help in a centralizing movement, and so he threw his influence on to Aethelred's side. Hence arose a close connection between Canterbury and Tamworth, which was to last for over a century. The first result of this alliance was the erection of 3 additional Mercian dioceses, the first for the South Mercians and Middle Angles at Leicester, the second for the Huici at Worcester, and the third for the southern branch of the Riocansate, the Hecana or Megasate at Hereford. Even so, the mother see at Lichfield remained unwieldy, as it extended over South Lancashire, Cheshire, and Shropshire, as well as over the lands of the North Mercians in Staffordshire, Derbyshire, and Nottinghamshire. Mercia thus obtained 5 dioceses, for Dorchester was also a Mercian see. The 3 new sees seem to have been created not simultaneously, but clearly at dates not far off 680, a year made memorable by a second great synod summoned by Theodore to meet at Heathfield to signify the English Church's orthodoxy on the monothelite question. Having achieved the reorganization of northern and central England, Theodore might well congratulate himself. Wessex remained undealt with, but he now had 14 suffragans in place of 7, and each had a fairly manageable diocese. The problems which still faced him were the provision of permanent endowments on a sufficient scale, and of parish priests and churches. As to the latter, time alone could solve the difficulty, and no complete parochial system came into existence for several centuries. Parishes were only slowly evolved, as the richer landowners built churches for their estates, and most villages had for a long time to be content with the occasional visits of traveling priests. The most that could be done at once was to provide little groups of clerics, living a semi-collegiate life in monastic cells scattered here and there in each diocese, and let these serve the neighboring districts. Traces of this system of petty monasteries can probably still be seen in such village names as Kidderminster, Alderminster, Upminster, Southminster, and so on, a system very similar to that of the Welsh class, but one that ultimately passed away as more churches were built. With regard to permanent endowments, nothing very definite can be said, except that they largely increased under Theodore's auspices, and that it appears to be in his time that the practice of conferring estates on the churches by means of written grants first arose. Bede tells of grants of land in some cases before 670, but none of any large amount, the largest being Oswy's gift of 120 hides for 12 monastic cells after the Battle of the Winweed, while he definitely says that the Scottish prelates actually refused land in many instances. Wilfrid, however, had introduced the desire for magnificence, and Theodore encouraged it. More and more we hear of larger gifts, for instance a gift to Benedict Biscop of 70 hides to found Wearmouth, and a gift to Wilfrid of 87 hides to found Selsey, shortly followed by one of 300 hides in the Isle of Wight. With more frequent gifts came also the need for better means of recording them and rendering them irrevocable, and so arose the use of written conveyances, land books as the Saxons called them. These were clearly introduced by the clergy from abroad, being based on Frankish models with formulas drawn from Roman precedents, but no genuine examples can be produced for England before Theodore's time. The earliest specimen, in fact, that has survived to the present day seems to be a land book dated 679, preserved by the monks of Christ Church, Canterbury, by which Lothair, King of Kent, granted Westonay, that is, the western half of Thanet, later known as Monkton, to the abbot of Reculver. Only 2 or 3 other examples claim to be of Theodore's time, but few of these are above the suspicion of forgery, and it is clear that it was only after his death that the use of such instruments gradually grew into favor. Even in the case of so old a church as Rochester, its land books only begin with a deed dated 735, and altogether there are not more than 40 genuine land books extant which bear dates earlier than 750. The later years of Theodore's activity were also a critical period for Wilfrid. As we have seen, he reached Rome in 679, but he did not gain much by his appeal, important as it was as a precedent. Pope Agatho, it is true, issued bulls in his favor, but when he returned to England he was accused of buying them, and Aegfrith put him in prison. Regaining his freedom after 9 months, he decided to become a missionary, and betook himself to Aethelwalch of Sussex, whose people were still heathen. Here he labored with great success for 5 years, 681 to 686, baptizing the chief men and founding a monastery at Selsey. In connection with this foundation, Bede adds the interesting note that there were 250 male and female slaves on the estates which Aethelwalch gave for its endowment, and that Wilfrid gave them their freedom, a significant indication, at any rate, that a considerable percentage of the English lower orders were excluded from the ranks of the freemen in the 7th century. Meanwhile, a path was opening for Wilfrid's return to Northumbria. On the one hand, he became reconciled with Theodore. On the other, the Northumbrian king was dead. After his defeat by Mercia, Ecgfrith had turned his attention northwards, and had been busy fighting the Picts and Scots. In 681 he set up a bishopric at Abercorn on the Forth, to minister to the lands he claimed to have subdued, and in 684 he sent a fleet to attack Ireland. In 685 his raids were even pressed beyond the Tay, in pursuit of Bruid, the Pictish king. But here he met with disaster, being slain with many of his nobles at Nectansmere, near Forfar. From this date onwards, Northumbria distinctly loses its vitality and gradually falls into a chronic state of civil war. Ecgfrith's successor was Aldfrid, a prince who had spent much of his time in a monastery and who was no fighter. He was willing to be reconciled to Wilfrid, but would not restore him to his old position. He only offered him the reduced see of York and the abbacy of Ripon. With this Wilfrid had to be perforce content, but not wholeheartedly, and he was soon engaged in a new quarrel with Aldfrid over a proposal to create a separate bishopric at Ripon. This question was just becoming acute when Archbishop Theodore died at the great age of 88 in 690. The absence of his moderating influence soon made itself felt, and within 2 years Wilfrid was again in exile, taking refuge with Aethelred, who gave him the monastery of Oundle in Middle Anglia, and later made him Bishop of Leicester. The appointment of a new Archbishop of Canterbury in 692, in the person of Berchtwald, the abbot of Reculver, to whom Lothair had granted Westenay, did nothing to stop the feud, and Wilfrid remained in Mercia for 11 years, 691 to 702. The most interesting notice we have of him at this epoch implies his attendance in 695 at the translation of the body of Saint Aethelthryth, the virgin foundress of Ely, formerly Ecgfrith's queen, who in her life had played a considerable part in bringing about his original quarrel in Northumbria. In reviewing Theodore's achievements, it will be noticed that the only important English kingdom not touched by his activity was Wessex, but here also great changes took place in his later days. These were brought about by the rise to power of Caedwalla, a young pagan princeling who is first heard of in 684, making an attack on Aethelwalch of Sussex. For some time before this, Wessex had been ruled by a number of petty chieftains, no one branch of the house of Cerdic being able to control the rest, a weakness perhaps due to the loss of the Chilterns to Mercia and to the difficulty of assimilating the recently acquired Celtic provinces of Dorset and Somerset. Caedwalla had been outlawed in these conflicts, and seems to have been in the pay of the Kentish princes when he attacked Aethelwalch. Having slain the Sussex king, he next year turned against Centwine, the leading claimant to the kingship in Wessex, drove him into a monastery, and got himself elected king. He followed up these successes by an attack on the Jutes in the Isle of Wight and round Southampton Water, districts which Bede describes as still ruled by their own king, and still heathen. Caedwalla quickly conquered them, and even tried to exterminate the Jutes and replace them by West Saxons. His savagery had evidently not been forgotten 50 years later. It is clear, however, that he himself was thinking of becoming a Christian, for as soon as he had the island in his power, he handed over a quarter of it to Bishop Wilfrid, and permitted the advent of Christian missionaries. thus bringing about the fall of the last stronghold of paganism in England. Having thus secured his position in Wessex, Caedwalla again attacked Sussex and overran it from end to end, and then pushed on into Kent, designing to set up his brother Mul as an under-king over that part of the kingdom. For the moment the design succeeded, and it may well be that, as a result, Surrey was detached from Kent. Mull, however, was not favoured by fortune, and shortly met a tragic death by burning. Caedwalla at once made reprisals, but in the midst of his harryings he was seized with contrition for his deeds, and determined to become a Christian definitely, and to abandon his throne and go as a pilgrim to seek baptism from the Pope. He accordingly left England in 688, and, reaching Rome, was baptized by Pope Sergius. He was still only 30, but died almost immediately afterwards. No reign in Anglo-Saxon history is more bloodthirsty than Caedwalla's, but his meteoric career had the merit of putting new vigor into the West Saxons, who from this time onwards stand out as far more determined opponents of Mercia than hitherto. Sussex, too, from this date, tends to become a vassal of Wessex rather than of Mercia, and so the first move is made towards the distant goal of the ultimate supremacy of the house of Cerdic in England. Caedwalla was succeeded by Ina, a man of considerable force, who ruled Wessex for 38 years, 688 to 726. The greater part of his reign was devoted to extending his territories. In the east he set up his kinsman Nuna as under-king of Sussex. In the west he encroached year by year on West Wales. Details are lacking, but we may ascribe the conquest of West Somerset to the middle of his reign, Geraint the British king of Damonia being driven from Taunton. In 710 a fight is mentioned in which Nuna also took part, and though no results are recorded, an advance into the valley of the Exe may perhaps be presumed, as we find the West Saxons at Crediton near Exeter early in the next reign. Ina's thoughts, however, were not solely bent on war, and the Church found him an active patron and eager to further the principles of Theodore. Among his friends were many notable ecclesiastics, such as Aldhelm, abbot of Malmesbury, the most learned classical scholar in England; Erkenwald, Bishop of London, the founder of Chertsey Abbey in Surrey, and so, in some sort, Ina's bishop; and Hedde, Bishop of Winchester. With the approval of men such as these, he pressed forward the endowment of the clergy both by generous grants of land and by formally enacting that the dues called church scots should be compulsory and levied every Martinmas. The extant land books, however, which the monks of Glastonbury and Abingdon ascribed to him in later days, can hardly be regarded as genuine. End of section 84. Read by Jenny, 2024. Section 85 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. England to circa 800 and English Institutions, Part 4, by W. J. Corbett. As his frontiers advanced westwards, the question naturally arose, ought the West Saxon Sea to be divided? Nothing was done till Hedde died in 705. The ideas of Theodore were then taken up, and the overgrown diocese split in two. The seat of the new Western See, sometimes called Selwoodshire because it comprised Wessex west of Selwood Forest, was fixed at Sherborne, and Aldhelm of Malmesbury was consecrated its first bishop, while the reduced see of Winchester was given to Daniel. Some few years later the same principle was applied to Sussex, and Daniel permitted a new bishopric for the South Saxons to be set up at Selsey. While Wessex was thus developing under Ina, Kent, though subject to Mercia, was not inactive. In Theodore's later years, the kingdom had been divided between Lothair and Edric, joint rulers, who are remembered for some amending laws supplementing Ethelbert's code. A period of anarchy, however, followed on Caedwalla's inroads in 685. This was terminated by the accession of Wictred, a particularly devout prince, who ruled as Ina's contemporary from 690 to 725, and who is claimed as the first English king to grant general charters of immunity to the churches of his kingdom, thereby freeing their hands from secular and royal dues. Whether Wictred's so-called privilege is really a genuine document will probably never be ascertained, but he also issued a code of laws mainly directed to making the status of the clergy clear and definite, which are markedly in favor of the church. The example set by Kent was not lost on Ina. Early in his reign he also issued a collection of written laws. As we have them now, they form an appendix to the dooms issued 200 years later by Alfred, and it is not quite clear how far they have been abbreviated and subjected to revision. Nonetheless, they give most valuable evidence for the 7th century, for they seem to present a contrast to the Kentish dooms on many points, and also deal with a larger number of topics. The most interesting sections are perhaps those dealing with the conquered Welsh in Somerset and Dorset. Though it is usual to speak of these laws as codes, it must always be remembered that they are in reality no more than brief amending clauses, dealing only with certain sides of the law, more particularly with the penalties for important crimes, and with the status of the clergy. Family law and the law of property are only scantily touched on, and public institutions, even if alluded to, are never explained but taken for granted. Moreover, the codes, when all put together, are extremely brief. Ethelbert's laws, for example, are confined to 90 clauses, and Wictred's to 28, while no laws of this date at all have come down to us from Mercia or Northumbria. It is clear then that any picture of society which can be deduced from them must be most imperfect, and that much is left to inference. They have, however, a superiority over similar codes produced by the conquering Germans on the continent, in that they are written in English, and so give the native terms for the things of which they speak, whereas the continental codes, being in Latin, only give approximate equivalents, which are often merely mystifying and misleading. We must now turn back to the affairs of the north. Wilfrid, while in Mercia, had never abandoned his claim to be bishop of undivided Northumbria. In 702 a fresh attempt was made to deal with it, a synod being held at Austerfield on the Idle under the presidency of Archbishop Berchtwald. As before, neither Wilfrid nor Aldfrid would give way. The upshot was that, in spite of his age, Wilfrid once more set out for Rome to lay his cause in person before the Pope. In 704, while he was still abroad, Aethelred retired from the throne of Mercia to become a monk at Bardney, and was succeeded by his nephew Coenred. And when Wilfrid returned in 705 with fresh papal letters, he found Aldfrid on his deathbed. Before a synod could meet, the crown of Northumbria passed to a child. This seemed to facilitate a compromise. Wilfrid, however, did not attain his object. He never regained even York, and had to be content with the see of Hexham. He lived 4 years longer, and died at Oundle in 709. His death brings to an end the interesting period of Northumbrian history. The northern kingdom from this time onwards is of little account, and its story one long record of faction and decay. The only bright spots in its annals are Bede's literary career at Jarrow and the development of the schools of York, and the only event of permanent importance, the conversion of the bishopric of York into an archbishopric. This took place in 735, the year that Bede died, the first archbishop of York being Egbert, the prelate who founded the schools and who for 32 years devoted himself to their development. For the whole of the 8th century, the Mercian state clearly holds the headship of England. Wessex at first caused some trouble under Ina, and we hear of a fight in 715 at a place usually identified with Wanborough near Swindon. But Ina was entirely occupied with the internal affairs of Wessex and Sussex for the last 10 years of his reign, and in 726 he followed the example of Caedwalla and abdicated, being filled with a desire to see Rome and die in the neighborhood of the popes. Coenred and Ceolred, who occupied the Mercian throne after Aethelred, may perhaps have feared Ina, but all doubt as to which state was supreme disappeared with the accession of Aethelbald, who ruled from Tamworth for 41 years, 716 to 757, only to be succeeded by the still more famous Offa, who ruled for 39, 757 to 796. These long reigns are not filled with struggles for supremacy like those of the 7th century, and lend themselves to briefer treatment. Aethelbald's reign is roughly contemporaneous with the career of Charles Martel, while Offa's extends over a part of the reign of Charlemagne, with which prince he had friendly relations. Aethelbald calls himself in his land books King of the Mercians and South Angles. Offa is addressed by the popes as King of the English, without qualification. This difference of style pretty well sums up the progress made in the period, so that at Offa's death it must have seemed to contemporaries that the domination of all England by Mercia was merely a question of time. As it was, Kent and East Anglia had already been practically absorbed. In spite of this development, these reigns are usually held to be an age of little men, of decaying faith, and of slumberous inactivity. But this is hardly the whole truth, and arises from the fact that we no longer have Bede's lively narrative to help us fill out our picture, our materials being cut down to the bald statements of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, supplemented by a few lives of saints, and some 200 land books, more than half of which are under suspicion of being spurious. The Chronicle, too, being chiefly concerned with Wessex, gives a quite inadequate impression of the aims and activities of the leading Mercians. Aethelbald's reign was clearly favorable to the growth of church endowments. The earliest Rochester and several of the earlier Worcester land books are ascribed to him. More important, however, than his actual grants of land, if we can trust it, is his general decree issued in 749, by which he conceded to all the ministers of his kingdom freedom from all burdens, a publicis vectigalibus, et ab omnibus honoribus, excepting only the duties of repairing bridges and maintaining fortresses. Here we have an important step towards the encouragement of feudalism, for clearly this concession does not mean that the peasantry on ecclesiastical lands are to be free from vectigal, but that what has hitherto been paid to the king will go for the future into the treasuries of the churches. Thus, as has been well said, the church got a grip on those who dwelt on the land. It should be noticed, too, that in the grants of this period, little stress is laid upon any consent by the Mercian magnates as a necessary condition required to make the grants valid. The king declares himself to be granting his own lands and his own rights. The magnates appear, as a rule, only in the attesting clauses as astipuladores, or witnesses. While Aethelbald was active in supporting the church, there is also evidence that under him the clergy, led by Archbishop Cuthbert, made strenuous efforts to improve themselves, a synod being held in 747 at Clavesho, in which 30 canons were drawn up for the reform of ecclesiastical discipline. These canons, no doubt, are good evidence that there were abuses needing reform, and so bear out to a certain extent the gloomy picture of ecclesiastical decay which Bede has put on record as characteristic of Northumbria in his time. It would, however, be unfair to assume that the decay was as bad in flourishing Mercia as in declining Northumbria, and the acts of this synod point rather to progress and activity. As a warrior, Aethelbald does not come much before us, Early in his reign he raided Somerset as far as Somerton on the Parrett, and towards the end of it the West Saxons, led by Cuthred, retaliated by a raid into Oxfordshire as far as Burford, an achievement which the Wessex Chronicle makes much of. There seems no real evidence, however, that this reverse had any permanent effect on the Mercian supremacy. It may have rendered Wessex somewhat more independent and more hopeful of regaining the Chilterns, but when Offa succeeded to the Mercian throne in 757, there was clearly no question as to his ascendancy in England. Offa's reign marks the culmination of the power of Mercia. All accounts admit that he was the most powerful of the Mercian kings and easily supreme in England. Among facts that illustrate this are the disappearance of the sub-kings who had hitherto maintained themselves in Essex and in the province of the Huici, and the appearance of land books in which Offa disposes of estates in Sussex, the kings of Kent and Wessex figuring as consenting vassals among the witnesses. The Kentish men rose against him in 774 at Otford, and the men of Wessex in 777 at Bensington, but in both cases only to meet with crushing defeats, and for the rest of his reign he had no further troubles south of the Thames. In 778 he devastated all South Wales, and again in 784, and it must be about this period that he ordered the great earthwork to be erected along his western frontier, which later ages called Offa's Dyke. This work is still traceable between the Dee and the Wye, and marks not so much an advance of the Mercians as a final delimitation of their territory, all beyond it being definitely left subject to Welsh law and custom, even if occupied by the English. Finally, in 793, Offa put the king of the East Angles to death and annexed his kingdom. On the continent, Offa had considerable renown, and Charlemagne even negotiated with him for the hand of one of his daughters for his eldest son. In internal affairs he was also active. For example, he reformed the Anglo-Saxon coinage, introducing a new type of silver penny in imitation of Charles the Great's denarius, a type which lasted almost unchanged down to late Plantagenet times, and also a gold coin, called the mancus, copied from the dinars used by the Moors in Spain. He also issued a code of Mercian laws. These are unfortunately lost, but they were utilized by Alfred a century later as a source for his own code. In church matters, he is remembered as the founder of St. Albans Abbey, also perhaps of Westminster, and as a liberal benefactor to Canterbury and Worcester, but more especially for his determination to make the Mercian diocese independent of Canterbury. For this purpose he applied to the Pope to convert the bishopric of Lichfield into an archbishopric. The Archbishop of Canterbury naturally resisted the design, but Hadrian I sent legates to England in 786 to examine the matter, and a synod was held at Chelsea, which settled that Higbert of Lichfield should be put in charge of the 7 dioceses of Mercia and East Anglia, and receive a pallium. In return for this concession, Offa promised to give the Pope an annual gift of money, and so inaugurated the tribute known to after ages as Peter's Pence. Offa died in 796, completely master of his realm, but his good fortune did not descend to his only son, a delicate youth called Egfrith. This prince only survived his father 141 days, and on his death the crown passed over to his remote kinsman Coenwulf, who once more had to struggle with Kent, and who ultimately abandoned Offa's scheme of a separate archbishopric for Mercia in return for the support of the Archbishop of Canterbury against the rebels. This concession was undoubtedly a good thing for England, but it marks the beginning of the fall of Mercia. Before leaving the Mercian period, it is natural to ask a few questions as to the social and political organization of the English in the days of Theodore and up to the close of the 8th century. Can a satisfactory short statement be made about these matters, or must it be admitted that our sources are so scanty and so full of gaps that it is impossible to obtain any definite light on them? The chief difficulty arises from the absence of contemporary laws for either Northumbria, Mercia, or East Anglia. Except for a few Mercian land books, for Bede's incidental remarks, and for the general picture of society presented in lives of such saints as Wilfrid, or in heroic poetry like the Song of Beowulf, apparently composed in Mercia about AD 700, we have no contemporary evidence illuminating English institutions north of the Thames. The Kentish laws and those of Ina furnish a fair amount of material for the southern provinces. But can this evidence be assumed to apply to the whole country, especially when we find that there were marked differences between Kent and Wessex? As a rule, this question has been answered in the affirmative, and it has been assumed that the main customs of Wessex were also in force in the Midlands and the North, while the gaps in the southern evidence have been filled by having recourse to parallel continental practice or to English customs of a later day. It must be admitted that no very sure generalizations can be attained by these methods, and the resulting picture is bound to be marred by misconceptions. However, if an outline is to be attempted at all, no other methods are available. As regards the social organization, the most striking feature revealed by the laws is the great complexity of the class divisions. Society in a petty English kingdom about AD 700 did not consist in the main of men on an equal footing with one another, but took the form of an elaborately graded social ladder, each grade above the slaves being distinguished, as in all primitive societies, by its special Burgeld or money price. In Kent there were 4 main divisions: Thews, Lates, Ceorls, and Jorkund men, corresponding to the Servi Liberti Ingenui and Nobiles spoken of by Tacitus when describing the Germans of the 1st century. But these main classes had many subdivisions, as for instance 4 grades of bondmen, 3 of Lates, and 4 of Jorkund men, while in addition there was the further distinction between the Godkund and the Waroldkund, the clergy and the laity, the former having also their own grades. In Wessex there were also 4 main divisions of the laity, but the classification was clearly not the same as in Kent. The 4 main classes were the Thews, the Welshmen, the Ceorls, and the Gesithkund men. Here too there were subdivisions, the laws distinguishing several categories of Welshmen, 2 of Ceorls, the Twihind and the Sixhind classes, and 2 of Gesithkund men. In both kingdoms above the Jorkund and the Gesithkund classes, or perhaps forming their highest subdivisions, were the Aethelings. This grade was composed of the members of the princely kindreds from whom the kings were chosen. These men furnished the bulk of the provincial officials, and from time to time they are seen deposing the kings and breaking up the kingdoms among themselves, each Aetheling claiming for himself a shire, that is to say, his share, as a petty principality. It is these Aethelings, men like Caedwalla before he seized the crown, who should be regarded as the nobles in such petty states as Essex, Sussex, Kent, or even Wessex, and not the mass of the Jorkund or Gesithkund classes, who were clearly not so much nobles as the equivalent of the knights and squires of later ages. The ordinary Gesithkund man, as the name implies, was suited by birth and training to be the companion, or comes, of the Aetheling. Like the latter, he spent most of his time in war and hunting. But to regard both the leader of a comitatus and his comites as nobles is only confusing. The upper grades, the dearly born men as they were termed because of their higher Wergelds, were often spoken of in the mass as Jorls, an expression best translated as the warriors, whereas all the lower free classes were in a general sense Ceorls or agriculturalists. The most remarkable fact revealed by the laws about the Ceorls, in the stricter sense of the term, was the inferior status held by the Wessex ceorls as compared with the Kentish ceorls. It is somewhat difficult to compare their respective wergelds, for the monetary systems of Kent and Wessex differed. But whatever the obscurities, it seems to be now agreed that whereas the wergelds of the Jorlkund and Gesethkund classes were approximately of equal value, the value of the Wessex ceorl was far below that of the Kentish ceorl, and little higher than the value of the lowest class of Kentish late. The best way to show this is to convert the money values given by the laws into terms of livestock, the medium in which the fines were mostly paid. In the case of Wessex, this is not a difficult problem. The laws state the amount of the wergeld in Wessex shillings, and there are passages in Ina's code and also in later West Saxon laws which indicate that this shilling was the equivalent of a sheep. It seems further that the English reckoned 4 sheep as the equivalent of 1 cow. When therefore the laws state that the Tweehind ceorl's wergeld was 200 shillings, we can interpret the meaning to be that the manslaughter of a Tweehind ceorl could be atoned for by paying his maegth either 200 sheep or 50 cows. In Kentish laws, on the other hand, we find that the ceorl's wergeld was 100 Kentish shillings, but this shilling was at least 4 times as valuable as the Wessex shilling. Many passages in Ethelbert's code showing that it contained 20 pence, whereas the Wessex shilling most probably contained 5. The Kentish shilling was therefore the equivalent not of a sheep, but of a cow, and accordingly the killing of a Kentish ceorl could only be atoned for with 100 cows, or twice the Wessex penalty. The subjoined table, giving the values, manwith, of the chief grades in cows, shows better than any description the differences between Kentish and West Saxon society. Kent, 1 shilling equals 20 pence, equals 1 cow. Wessex, 1 shilling equals 5 pence, equals 1 sheep. For Kent, Atheling, 1,500 shillings, equals 1,500 cows. For Wessex, Atheling not given. For Kent, Jorlkund, 300 shillings, equals 300 cows. For Wessex, Gesethkund, or Twelfhind man, 1,200 shillings, equals 300 cows. For Kent, ceorl, 100 shillings, equals 100 cows. For Wessex, Sixhind ceorl, 600 shillings, equals 150 cows. For Kent, late, 1st grade, 80 shillings, equals 80 cows. Late, 2nd grade, 60 shillings, equals 60 cows. Late, 3rd grade, 40 shillings, equals 40 cows. Welshmen, none mentioned. For Wessex, Welshmen holding 5 hides, DO equals DO. Tweehind ceorl, 200 shillings, equals 50 cows. Welshmen holding 1 hide, 120 shillings, equals 30 cows. DO holding half hide, 80 shillings, equals 20 cows. DO without land, 60 shillings, equals 15 cows. We may next ask, in what relation did the classes stand to each other? It is clear that among men of Teutonic descent, the distinctions of rank were for the most part hereditary distinctions. A man was born a ceorl or born a late, whereas the gradations recognized among the Welshmen depended on property. It was possible, however, for an English ceorl to acquire a higher rank by accumulating landed property. It is also clear that the lower grades were the dependents, or men, of the upper grades. Everywhere in the laws we meet with the Claffords, or lords, who were entitled to fines called manbots if their men were injured, and these lords were lords over freemen as well as over slaves. The peasantry too are put before us as gaffel-gelders or tributari, that is to say, rent-payers, and it is clear that they not only paid tribute to the king, but also had to work for their lords, as well as pay them dues, gaffel. The amount of work is not recorded, but we may be sure that the warriors and the churches got their lands tilled for them by their men, and for the most part by freemen. A Gesethkund man, with an estate assessed at 5 hides, could not till his land by himself, still less could those with estates assessed at 10 or 20 hides. They worked them by placing lesser freemen upon them, who paid them rents in kind, or services, or both. Section 70 of Ina's laws gives an indication of what might be exacted in this way, giving the year's revenue to be derived from a 10-hide estate as 10 vats of honey, 300 loaves, 12 ambers of Welsh ale, 30 ambers of clear ale, 10 sheep, 10 geese, 20 hens, 10 cheeses, an amber of butter, 5 salmon, 20 ways of hay, and 100 eels. We must understand this as the combined render collected by a land agent from many small tenants, some holding no more than a gird or yard of land, that is, land assessed at 1/4 of a hide, the bulk of them being probably in the position of the late class in Kent. This class, who correspond to the lazi of the continent, were only, as it were, half-free, that is to say, they were freemen, but freemen depressed by having alien or servile blood in their ancestry. This affected their status in 2 ways. Firstly, they lacked the protection given by a full maegth of free relatives. A freedman, newly freed, as a rule could have had no free relatives, and his descendants only gradually acquired them. At least 4 generations, or a century, had to pass away before the handicap ceased to be felt, and in the interval the support furnished by a maegth had to be obtained instead from the chlafford, to whose family the late owed his freedom. Secondly, such land as a late or Welshman held had not been acquired by conquest at the original settlement, but also came from the chlafford, and as a consequence was not held freely, but on conditions prescribed by the lord. No doubt it was regarded as heritable, but subject to the good will of the lord. In some cases, too, the lord provided a botel or house for his man as well as the land. These features, it is true, are only mentioned in the Wessex laws, and not in those of Kent, but the low wargeld of the Wessex ceorls seems easiest explained if we regard them as originally descended from a class of lates, and subsequently raised in status and dignified by a nobler name in consequence of the victorious wars, which had superimposed them on the top of the alien Welsh peasantry among whom they were settled. An exactly parallel change occurred again in England in the 9th century, when the Norsemen conquered eastern England. They too had their late class, called lacings, and when these lacings settled among the English, they were at once raised in status and made to rank as ceorls. End of section 85. Read by Jenny, 2024. Section 86 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. England to circa 800, and English Institutions, Part 5. By W.J. Corbett. The political organization of the petty English states of Theodore's day, or even when Offa was at his zenith, is as difficult to elucidate as the social organization. Much has to be inferred from later evidence, and many generalizations, which are possibly true for the 10th century, seem to lack authority when applied, as they have been, to the 8th. It is of course clear that all the states had kings, some of them even a dual kingship as in Kent and Essex, and we may also believe that they all possessed some kind of national assembly known as the Witenagemot, or Meeting of the Wise. But when we inquire what part the Witans played, and how they were composed, little can be asserted with confidence. The lists of witnesses to the land books attributed to Aethelbald and Offa are usually supposed to be evidence for the personnel of the Mercian Witan before AD 800, but these records are very difficult material to deal with, while still less confidence can be placed in the land books of Wessex or Sussex. What the land books show, if genuine, is that the Mercian Witan was a very aristocratic and restricted body, comprising the king and the bishops, a few abbots, and about a dozen other magnates who are described either as princes or dukes. Even when joined to the Kentish Witan, the assembly rarely numbered 30, and except on these occasions, there is hardly any evidence of lesser personages than dukes attending. In some Wessex documents, the dukes are described as prefects and seem to have been 7 in number. The Kentish magnates are occasionally described as comites. The Mercian dukes were clearly aethelings set over the various provinces which made up the kingdom, such as Lindsey or Riochensate, and many of them were near kinsmen of the king. It is not known whether the kings were expected to summon their witans to confer with them regularly, nor can we say how far the kings were really guided by them. They clearly were consulted on the rare occasions when new laws were framed, but it does not follow from this that a strong king submitted to their advice in matters of ordinary administration. Certainly in making grants of land, the kings claimed to be dealing with their own property at their own will. In the case of a disputed succession, however, the Witan played an important part, determining which of the royal kindred should be acknowledged, when the rivals were not prepared to appeal to arms. The king's power must really have depended chiefly on his wealth and on his prestige as a warrior. If he could keep together and endow an effective retinue and at the same time maintain friendly relations with the bishops, he was probably not much hampered by any organized political system. If we turn from the central to the provincial institutions, the same want of evidence prevails. We can only dimly imagine what the districts were which had separate dukes, but it is usual to assume that the indications as to the local government of Wessex, which can be gleaned from Ina's laws, may also be applied to Mercia. These laws show that Wessex was divided into shires, and that each shire had an alderman at its head. These officers, the praefecti of the Wessex land books, were presumably the equivalent of the Mercian dukes. Their duties were to preside in the local assemblies or shire moots, to maintain order and promote justice, and to lead the forces of their shire in war. Their power, like that of the kings, was dependent on their wealth and on their prestige as military leaders. In theory, no doubt, they were the king's agents and removable at the king's will, but in practice the aldermanries were not often interfered with, and they tended to become hereditary. The chief use of the shire moot was as a court of justice. It appears to have met twice a year and was attended by the Gesetzkundmen and the other important ceorls. For small men, attendance must have been a burden, for the richer, an opportunity for display and for social intercourse. The actual administration of justice was in the hands of those who attended. It was for them to declare the law and fix what manner of proof should be furnished by the litigants. It was they, rather than the presiding aldermen, who must be regarded as the judges. In the language of the time, they were the doomsmen, and they dealt with all cases both criminal and civil. It is obvious that a court of this kind, sitting at long intervals, and not particularly easy of access for the bulk of the inhabitants of a shire, could not have been the only court. For ordinary cases, the shires must have been further subdivided, and the courts of these smaller districts must have sat more frequently. Such courts are found in later times, sitting once a month, the districts appropriate to them being called hundreds, and consisting of groups of villages varying in number from 2 or 3 to as many as 20. There is every reason to suppose that these 100 divisions existed in England from the first. They are in fact a common feature of all primitive races, but neither the Kentish nor the West Saxon laws have anything to say about them. Traces of them are perhaps seen in the smaller divisions recorded in the tribal hidage. We may assume, however, that only the more important men laid their suits before the shire courts, and that monthly courts of some kind were the really popular courts attended by the mass of the people, the same methods of procedure being used in them as in the higher courts. There is reason to suspect, however, that already in office age, some of these smaller courts were no longer under the direct supervision of the aldermen or officials appointed by him. Already the greater churches were aiming at special immunities for their estates, and the land books bear witness to the readiness of the kings to purchase safety for their souls by freeing the clerical and monastic owners from secular control. In this way the church took over functions that should have belonged to the king or the alderman, with the result that in many sub-districts the bishops and the abbots, rather than any secular authority, were practically the controlling officials. For the peasantry in a rude age, this may have been a gain, but the outcome was a fusion of the ruler and the landowner, which greatly assisted the growth of a system approaching feudalism. The difficult questions connected with the development of feudal tendencies in the English kingdoms cannot be adequately discussed here for want of space. Not only is the whole subject very complicated, but for a long time past it has formed a topic for controversy, and though some light has been shed upon the darkness, many points still remain obscure. 3 problems have been much debated. First, what proportion of the peasantry were free landowners? Secondly, by what stages did the landlord class acquire the right to exact rents and services from their lesser neighbors? And thirdly, how did it come about that military and judicial powers properly belonging to the kings and dukes also fell into the hands of the landowners? 30 years ago it used to be supposed, following the current German views as to Teutonic society, that at the outset the bulk of the English peasantry were virtually free landowners, and the problem which perplexed historians was how best to account for the rapid decline of their freedom and the rise of landlordism. These views, however, were directly challenged in 1883 by Frederick Seebohm in his treatise on the English village community. This book not only drew a vivid picture of the methods of husbandry employed in Anglo-Saxon times, showing how tillage was carried on by joint ploughing, and how the usual peasant holding or yard land was formed of a number of acre and half-acre strips, scattered up and down the arable lands of the village and lying intermixed with those of other holdings, but also attempted to trace back all the chief features of medieval serfdom to the earliest periods. In the main, he contended not so much that the English took over a servile system of agriculture ready-made from the Romanized Britons, but that dependent tenure and the power of the lord were innate features of all tribal societies, and that consequently the English tribes or meaths, no less than the tribes of Celtic Wales or Ireland, were at no period within our ken without a considerable percentage of dependent workers. Hence much of the later manorial system and many feudal features should be regarded as present in their villages from their first settlement in England. These views did not command complete assent and were partly challenged by Maitland and other writers, who pointed out many gaps in the chain of argument, but nonetheless the evidence, marshaled by Seebohm in this book and in 2 later studies on the characteristics of tribal custom in Northern Europe, entirely revolutionized the whole current of the discussion, so that it no longer supposed that the marked equality of the yardlands in English villages can be traced back to a primitive stage of freedom and equality. On the contrary, it is recognized that such equality is much more likely to have been produced and maintained by pressure from above exercised by lords, who for their own purposes prevented inequalities arising, such as would naturally spring up within a few years in any free society by the mere application of the Teutonic rule of partible succession among children. Further discussion has also shown that, in reality, there were several different types of village community in early England. To begin with, the terms used in the earliest laws for a village vary. In the Kentish laws we find tun, ham, and wick. In the West Saxon, weirthing and hewisk. The former terms survive as English words in the forms town, hamlet, and wick. The latter only in somewhat disguised shapes in suffixes of place names, for example in Tamworth, Holsworthy, Lentwadine, and Harnish. Other terms, not used in the early laws but common enough as suffixes, are steed, Hampstead, Hampton, and Burr, the latter being the parent of both borough and bury. Whether differences of type are implied by this wealth of terms is not clear. It has indeed been argued that the suffix ham betokens an earlier settlement than the suffix tun, but this seems doubtful. As yet, no comprehensive study of English place names has been attempted. The evidence for the divergence of types is really found elsewhere by studying the plan and structure of the villages as recorded in the maps of the Ordnance Survey. Two divergent types stand out clearly. On one hand, we see villages in which all the homesteads lie clustered together in a single street. These have been termed by Maitland nucleated villages. On the other, villages in which the homesteads lie scattered here and there over the village territory. The former is perhaps the most common type and is especially noticeable in the Thames Valley, in the Eastern Midlands, in Kesteven and Yorkshire, but the latter prevails in Essex and in the southwest. In the Anglo-Saxon land books, we also have evidence of a third type of village organization, common in districts where woodlands predominate. In this type, an arable head village had appendant to it a number of woodland members, often lying at a considerable distance and quite detached. The English spoke of these woodlands as den bear or walled bear, or more shortly as dens. Instances of villages having detached woodlands should perhaps be given, as this type has hardly attracted the attention it deserves. In Middlesex, Fulham and Finchley. In Hertfordshire, Hatfield and Totteridge. In Buckinghamshire, Eton and Hedgerley, or Taplow and Penn. In Berkshire, Ilsley and West Woodhay. In Hampshire, Kingsworthy and Pamber, or McKeldiver and Durley. In Surrey, Battersea and Penge. In Sussex, Felpham and Fittleworth, Stanmer and Lindfield, Washington and Horsham. In all these pairs, the second village named was originally a detached woodland dependent on the other. In the Chilterns, in Kent, and in the Weald generally, this was the common type of organization, and it is for this reason that so many of the woodland villages appear to be absent from the Domesday Survey. A den might sometimes be 15 miles away from the head village, and even in another county. The system applied also to marshes, heaths, and moorlands. Yet another type was the arable village with a number of surrounding ends, cots, or wicks, some of these dependencies being tilled, some only used as pasture farms producing cheeses. It is obvious that no one hypothesis can be imagined which will account for the development of all these varieties of type, or for the great differences in the conditions under which the occupying peasants held them. One thing only stands out clearly. In quite early times, the basis of the organization was distinctly aristocratic, and constantly became more so as the kingdoms became consolidated and the relative distance between a king or atheling and the cultivating peasants became greater. The advent, too, of the church as a considerable landowner only strengthened the aristocratic and feudal tendencies. Before closing this chapter, a few words should perhaps be added on the spread of learning and education among the English, while Mercia was dominant. Something has already been said as to the immediate effect produced by the advent of the first missionaries. It remains to speak of the schools which gave luster to the 7th and 8th centuries, and of the writers trained in them. The most important schools were those of Wearmouth, Canterbury, and York. The first was set up by Benedict Biscop, founder of Wearmouth and Jarrow, who died in 690. He journeyed 5 times to Rome, and each time came back with art treasures and a goodly store of books. These he particularly recommended to the care of his monks on his deathbed. The progress of his school can best be judged by the after career of its most famous pupil, the Venerable Bede. The school of Canterbury owed its efficiency not to Augustine, but to Hadrian, the African abbot, who first recommended Theodore to Pope Vitalian and then accompanied him to England in 669. Like Theodore, Hadrian was well versed in both Latin and Greek, and he also taught verse-making, music, astronomy, arithmetic, and medicine. Pupils soon crowded to the school, and many afterwards became famous clerics, for example, John of Beverley. But undoubtedly the most considerable of all from the literary standpoint was Aldhelm, whom we have already spoken of as Bishop of Sherborne. For his time, Aldhelm's learning was very comprehensive. His extant writings comprise a treatise both in prose and verse on the praise of virginity, which had an immediate success, a collection of 100 riddles and acrostics, and several remarkable letters, one being addressed to Geraint, the king of Devon, and another to Aldfrid, the king of Northumbria. These writings show acquaintance with a very extensive literature, both Christian and profane, and also a great love for an out-of-the-way vocabulary. A considerable number of scholars took to imitating his style, the most important among them being Huitbert, abbot of Wearmouth from 716, and Tatwin, a monk of Bredon in Worcestershire, who became Archbishop of Canterbury in 731. Far the greatest and most attractive figure among the scholars of the period is Bede, who was born in 672 and spent his whole life of 63 years at Jarrow, never journeying further afield than York. His style is exactly the opposite to that of Aldhelm. It has no eccentricities or affectations, but is always direct, sincere, and simple. Year by year for 40 years he worked industriously, producing in turn commentaries on the Scriptures and works on natural history, grammar, and history. For us his historical works are the most important, and of these the greatest and best is the Ecclesiastical History of the English Nation. This contains 5 books. The first is introductory and deals briefly with Christianity in Britain before the advent of Augustine. The other 4 books deal each with a period of about 33 years, or 1 generation, and bring the story down to 731. The success of this history was immediate, and copies of it quickly spread over the continent, so that at his death Bede had secured a European reputation. Bede's most important pupil was Egbert, already mentioned as the first Archbishop of York. To him Bede wrote his last extant letter, dated 5th of November, 734, pleading for ecclesiastical reforms in Northumbria and denouncing pseudo-monasteries. Egbert partly answered this appeal by developing his cathedral school, forming it on the Canterbury model, and here was educated Alcuin, the second English scholar to gain a European reputation in the 8th century. His work, though it throws great lustre on York, was not done in England, but at the court of Charles the Great, with whom he took service. It is a sufficient proof, however, that England in Offa's day had attained to a literary preeminence in the West, that the great Frankish ruler should have looked to England for a scholar to set over his palace school. Besides these Latin scholars, there is good evidence that throughout the 7th and 8th centuries there were also many court bards in England who cultivated the art of poetry in English, handing on from generation to generation traditional lays which told of the deeds of the heathen heroes of the past, and perhaps composing fresh ones in honor of the English kings and their ancestors. These lays have much in common with the Homeric poems, and like them are highly elaborated. Both Aldhelm and Alcuin refer to their existence, but only fragments of them still survive, modified to suit Christian ears. The most important example is the Song of Beowulf already referred to. This deals with Danish and Swedish heroes and extends to 3,000 lines. English poetry was also cultivated in ruder forms by the common people, for Bede tells us that wherever villagers met for amusement, it was customary for the harp to be handed round among the company and for English songs to be sung. A tale is also told of Aldhelm which points in the same direction, how it was his wont to stand on a bridge near Malmesbury and sing songs to the peasants to attract them to church. The best-known maker of English sacred songs was Caedmon of Whitby. End of section 86. Read by Jenny, 2024.
Section 87 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire, the Carlovingian Revolution and Frankish Intervention in Italy, Part 1, by G. L. Burr. The 8th century had hardly entered on its second half when the last of the long-haired Merovingians was thrust from the throne of the Franks, and Pepin, the mayor of the palace, hailed as king. The change seemed slight, for the new dynasty had served a long apprenticeship. For more than a century the descendants of Clovis had been mere puppets in a king's seat, while the descendants of St. Arnulf, though called only mayors of the palace or dukes and princes of the Franks, had managed, and with vigour and success, the affairs of the realm. Their neighbours, the scoffing Greeks, marvelled at the strange ways of the Franks, whose lord the king needed no quality save birth alone, and all the year through had nothing to do or plan, but only to eat and drink and sleep and stay shut up at home, except on one spring day, when he must sit at gaze before his people, while his head servant ruled the state to suit himself. But it was one thing to rule the state, and quite another to lay hand upon those sacred titles and prerogatives which the reverence of centuries had reserved for the race of the Salian sea-god. And the house of Arnulf was little likely to forget their kinsman Grimwald, who in the 7th century had outraged that reverence by setting his own son upon the throne, and had paid the forfeit with his life and with his child's. Charles Martel, the hammer, in the last years of his long rule, had found it possible indeed to get on with no king at all, dating his documents from the death of the latest do-nothing. But if he hoped that thus the two sons between whom at his own death he divided Francia like a private farm might enter peacefully upon the fact of kingship without its name, a year of turbulence was enough to teach the sons that to rule the Franks a kingly title must back the kingly power. The shadowy Merovingian whom they dragged forth from obscurity to lend a royal sanction to their acts was doubtless from the first a makeshift. Through their surviving charters, especially those of Pepin the younger and more statesmanly, who not only appended to his name the proud phrase, "To whom the Lord hath entrusted the care of government," but used also the "we" and "our" employed hitherto by royalty alone, there glimmers already another purpose. But not Pepin himself, even after his brother's abdication left him sole ruler, and when, all turbulence subdued, 2 years eventless in the annals had confirmed his sway, ventured the final step of revolution without a sanction from a higher power. To one reared, like Pepin, by the monks of Saint Denis, and to the prelates who were his advisers, it could hardly be doubtful where such a sanction should be sought. Whatever veneration still attached to ancient blood or custom, Jesus Christ was now the national god of the Franks. "Long live Christ, who loves the Franks," ran the prologue of their Salic law. May he guard their realm and fill their princes with the light of his grace. And if a public law of the Franks knew no procedure for a change of dynasty, the story of another chosen people grown more familiar than the sagas of German or Roman or Trojan ancestors told how, when a king once proved unworthy, the God of heaven himself sent his prophet to anoint with oil the subject who should take his throne. Nor could any Frank be at a loss whither to look for such a message from the skies. From the days of Clovis the glory of the Franks had been their Catholic orthodoxy, and to Catholic orthodoxy the mouthpiece of heaven, the vicar of Christ on earth, was the successor of Peter, the Bishop of Rome. Since the time when Pope Gregory the Great had by his letters guided the religious policy of Brunhild and her wards, there had come, it is true, long interruption to the intimacy of Frankish rulers with the Roman bishop. But with the rise of the mayors of the palace of the pious line of Arnulf, that intimacy had been resumed. Already to Charles Martel the Pope could plead the gifts of his ancestors and his own to Roman altars, and it was that rude warrior, however unchurchly at times his use of church preferment and church property, who had made possible a reform of the Frankish church, through which it was now, beyond even the dreams of Gregory the Great, becoming a province of Rome. What, backed by his strong arm, the English zeal of a papal legate Boniface had begun, the sons of Charles had made their personal task. From the first they had turned for guidance to the Pope himself, and when in 747 Carloman the elder, laying down all earthly rule for the loftier service of heaven, had with lavish gifts betaken him to the tomb of Peter, and under its shadow had chosen for his monastic home the cave which once had sheltered that saintly Pope, to whom the despairing Constantine, as men believed, had turned for healing and for baptism, the Frankish pilgrims whose multitude disturbed his peace must have learned afresh the proper oracle for princes in doubt. It can never be quite certain indeed, so close were now the relations of the Franks with Rome, that the scruple of conscience which in the autumn of 751 two envoys of Pepin laid before Pope Zacharias, the question whether it were good or no that one man should bear the name of king while another really ruled, was not of Roman suggestion, or that the answer had not, in any case, been made sure in advance. But there were reasons enough why, without prearrangement, the papal verdict might be safely guessed. It was not Pepin the Frank alone who ruled while another reigned. For a century that had been as true of a bishop of Rome, and the Pope not less than the mayor of a palace needed an ally. Though the nominal sovereign at Rome was still the Byzantine monarch, who called himself Emperor of the Romans, and though from Constantinople still came imperial edicts and imperial messengers, the actual control, now that the Lombards had narrowed to a thread the road from the Exarchate by the Adriatic to the Roman duchy by the Mediterranean, and now that the Saracens were not only tasking all the empire's resources in the east, but making hazardous the sea route to the west, had passed ever more and more into the hands of the Roman bishop. Even under the law of the empire his civil functions were large: the nomination of local officers, the care of public works, the oversight of administration and of justice, the protection of the poor and the weak. And what survives of his official correspondence shows how vigorously these functions were exercised. But the growing poverty of the public purse, drained by the needs of the imperial court or the greed of the imperial agents, and on the other hand the vast estates of the Roman Church, scattered throughout Italy and beyond, whose revenues made the Roman bishop the richest proprietor in all the West, had little by little turned his oversight into control. From his own resources he at need had filled the storehouses, repaired the aqueducts, rebuilt the walls, salaried the magistrates, paid off the soldiery. At his own instance he had provisioned the people, ransomed captives, levied troops, bought off invaders, negotiated with the encroaching Lombards. This beneficent activity the imperial government had welcomed. Making the Pope its own banker, it had formally entrusted him with the supply of the city, with the maintenance of the militia. To him, as to a Roman magistrate, it addressed its instructions. Meanwhile, the needless civil magnates gradually vanished or became his creatures. The Roman Senate quietly ceased to exist, or existed so obscurely that for a century and a half it ceases to be heard of. The prefect of the city was the bishop's nominee. Even the military hierarchy, which elsewhere in Italy was now supplanting the civil, at Rome grew subordinate. The city and its district, separating from the exarchate, had indeed become a duchy, and a duke still led its army. But before the middle of the 8th century, the duke was taking his cue, if not his orders, from the pope. So long as there remained that slender thread of road connecting Rome with Ravenna, the exarch, as imperial governor of Italy, asserted a shadowy authority over both duke and pope, but year by year the exarch's Adriatic lands narrowed before the Lombards, and with them his resources and prestige. In 751, a few months earlier than Pepin's embassy, the Lombards occupied Ravenna itself, and the exarch was no more. The Roman pontiff was now the unquestioned head of what remained to the empire in Italy. Why should there be any question? Who could serve the empire better than this unsalaried functionary whose duties to heaven seemed an abiding guarantee against the ambitions of earth? And what could the vicar of Peter more desire than thus unhampered to administer his province on behalf of that imperial Rome whose eternal dominion he so often had proclaimed? But imperial Rome did not leave unhampered that spiritual headship for whose sake he had proclaimed her eternal dominion. Neither the rising prestige of the Roman See nor the waning of imperial resources had restrained the emperors from asserting in the West that authority over religious belief and religious practice which they exercised unquestioned in the East. Upon the Roman bishop they had heaped honours and privileges. They had even recognized his primacy in the Church. Yet at their will they still convened councils and promulgated or prescribed dogmas, and when the Bishop of Rome presumed to discredit what they declared orthodox, they did not scruple, while their power was adequate, to arrest and depose him or to drag him off to Constantinople for trial and punishment. Their purpose may have been the political one of silencing religious dissension, and so ending the quarrels which hazarded the unity of the empire, but to the successor of Peter the peace and unity of the empire had worth only for the maintenance and the diffusion of that divinely revealed truth whose responsible custodian he knew himself to be. When, therefore, in the year 725, the Emperor Leo, having beaten off the besieging Saracens and restored order in his realm, addressed himself to religious reform, and waiting for no consultation of the Church, forbade the use in worship of pictures and images of the Christ, the Virgin, and the saints, and they began at once on their destruction, Pope Gregory II not only refused obedience, but rallied Italy to his defence against what he proclaimed to Christendom the Emperor's impiety and heresy. And now, after a quarter of a century, though Gregory II had been followed in 731 by Gregory III, and 10 years later he by Zacharias, while on Leo's throne since 740 sat Constantine V, his son, the schism was still unhealed. The emperor, after the shipwreck of a fleet sent for the humbling of the rebels, had indeed contented himself with the transfer of Sicily and southern Italy from the jurisdiction of the Pope to that of the Patriarch of Constantinople, and having thus begun that severance of the Greek south from the Latin north which, helped soon by the unintended flooding of South Italy with religious fugitives from the east, was to endure for centuries, he did not disturb the authority of Rome in the rest of the peninsula. The Pope, on his side, though he laid all iconoclasts under the Church's ban, opposed the treasonous design to put a rival emperor on the throne, and scrupulously continued to date all his official acts by the sovereign's regnal years. But clearly this was no more than armed neutrality. No emperor could feel safe while religious rebellion had such an example and such a nucleus, and the Pope well knew that it was all over with his own safety and that of Roman orthodoxy the moment they could be attacked without danger of the loss of Italy. Italian loyalty to Roman leadership there was no room to doubt. The alienation of the Latins from their Byzantine master had grounds older and deeper than their veneration for the pictures of the saints. Their consciousness of different blood and speech had for ages been increased by administrative separateness and by the favoured place of Italy in the imperial system. And when division of the empire had brought to her Hellenic neighbours equality of privilege and of prestige, there still remained to Italy the headship of the West. She had welcomed those who, in the honoured name of Rome, freed her from the Ostrogoth barbarians and heretics, but when in their hands she found herself sunk to a mere frontier province, the officials of her absentee ruler had soon become unpopular. The growing extortion of a tax-gatherer was sweetened by no pride in the splendours it nourished. The one public boast of Italy, her one surviving claim to leadership, was now the religious preeminence of her Roman bishop. His patriarchate over all the West made Rome and Italy still a capital of nations. His primacy, if realized, meant for her a wider queenship. To Italy he was a natural leader. Directly or through her other bishops, nearly all confirmed and consecrated by him and bound to him by oaths of orthodoxy and of loyalty, he was the patron of all municipal liberties, the defender against all fiscal oppression. And when the imperial court, in its militant Hellenism, used its political power to dictate religious innovation, the Roman pontiff became yet more popular as the spokesman of Western conservatism. More than once before the iconoclastic schism had the sympathies of the Italians ranged themselves on the side of a pope against the emperor. When that quarrel came, it found Italy already in a ferment. Imperial officials on every hand were driven out or put to death, and, what was more significant, their places filled by popular election. But if thus sure of popular support, Pope Gregory III, as there is reason to believe, already harboured the thought of breaking with the Byzantine authority, a nearer danger stared him in the face. The empire's Italy was, in fact, but a precarious remnant. There were the Lombards. Already masters of most of a peninsula, they were clearly minded to be masters of it all. The Lombards, of course, were Christians. They had long ceased to be heretics. Against the iconoclasts they had even lent the Pope their aid. For the vicar of Peter they professed the deepest respect, and their bishops were suffragans of his see. There was no reason to suppose, should they even occupy Rome itself, that they would hamper or abridge the ecclesiastical functions of the Pope. But the Pope well knew what difference lay between a mere Lombard bishop, however venerated, and the all but independent sovereign of the capital of the Christian world. Already the temporal power had cast its spell. Should the Lombard king win Rome, there was much reason to fear that he would make it his own capital. Though orthodox now and deferential, he might not always be deferential or orthodox, and how short the step was from a deferential protector to a dictatorial master papal experience had amply shown. At Constantinople such a master was quite near enough. The Pope had no mind to exchange King Log for King Stork. Against the Lombards, therefore, Pope and Emperor made common cause. The Emperor, needing every soldier against his eastern foes, was only too glad to make the Pope his envoy. The Pope, needing every plea against the eager Lombard, was only too glad to urge the claims of the empire. But in spite of papal pleading and imperial claims, the Lombards took town after town. The desperate Pope intrigued with Lombard dukes against the Lombard king. Liutprand turned his arms on Rome itself. Then it was in 739 that Gregory appealed to Charles the Frank. It was by no means the first time the Frankish champions of orthodoxy had been called to the aid of Italy against the barbarian. Not the first time a pope was their petitioner. As sons of the Church and allies of the Empire, they had crossed the Alps in the 6th century and in the 7th to fight Ostrogoth and Lombard. But the appeal of Gregory was couched in novel terms. Not for the Empire, nor for the faith did he now implore protection, but for the Church of St. Peter, and us his peculiar people. and as return the Frankish chroniclers record that puzzling offer of allegiance. The great Frankish under-king, so the Pope entitled him, did not lead his host against the Lombard king, his kinsman and ally, but he answered courteously by embassy and gift. He treasured carefully the papal letters, the earliest in that precious file preserved us by his grandson, and it is not impossible that he interceded with the Lombards. In any case, they did not now press on toward Rome, and the mild and tactful Zacharias, who soon succeeded to the papal chair, not only won back by his prayers for the blessed Peter, Prince of the Apostles, the town seized from the Roman duchy, but staved off the advance of the Lombards upon Ravenna, and before long, when the pious Ratchis succeeded to the throne, he made with him a truce for 20 years. But the persistent Lombards would not so long be cheated of a manifest destiny. Ratchis, in 749, retiring like Carloman into monastic life, gave place to the tempestuous Aistulf. By 751, as we have seen, Ravenna was his, and the exarchate had ceased to be. Then came Pepin's conundrum. The precise terms of Zacharias's reply are not preserved. What is left is only the oral tradition as to its substance. No letter of his can be found among the papal epistles of the Carolings. Errands so momentous often went then by word of mouth, and Pepin's were trusty messengers. One, Bishop Burchard of Würzburg, the new Franconian see so richly endowed by Pepin and by Carloman, was a loyal lieutenant of the legate Boniface, English like him by birth, and as his messenger already known at Rome. The other, the Austrasian Fulrad, abbot of Saint-Denis and arch-chaplain of the realm, owed to Pepin both those high preferments, and was throughout his life his master's intimate and the Pope's. If their message must in part be guessed at, its outcome is well known. The Merovingian and his son, rejected like Saul and Jonathan, went shorn into the cloister. The aged Boniface, in St. Peter's name, anointed king, the new David chosen by the Franks. King Pepin was not ungrateful. That same November of 751, which saw his elevation to the throne, saw the capstone put to the organizing work of Boniface by the lifting of his see of Mainz to metropolitan authority throughout all Germany, from the mountains to the coast. It saw, too, by papal grant soon royally confirmed, if we may trust to much disputed documents, his beloved Fulda, his favourite home, the abbey of his heart, raised to a dignity elsewhere unknown in Francia, by exemption from all ecclesiastical supervision save the Pope's alone. As coadjutor in the heavy duties of his primacy, Pepin gave the old man Lull, best loved of the disciples brought from his English home, and when even thus stayed he presently sighed beneath his task, the king released him from his functions to seek among the heathen Frisians the martyr's crown for which he yearned. And Abbot Fulrad, now as royal chaplain the king's minister of public worship, was not forgotten. The earliest of Pepin's surviving royal charters, 1st of March 752, awards Saint-Denis at Fulrad's prayer a domain long unlawfully withheld, and many another from that year and those which follow bears witness to his constant zeal in the defence of churchly property and rights. Even as king, indeed, Pepin never gave back into full ownership all those church lands appropriated by his father to the maintenance of a mounted soldiery. But the Church was assured her rents, and the right of a state to make such grants of church lands, though maintained, was carefully restricted. It was doubtless the growing importance of the mounted force, and its dependence on the pasturage of summer, which prompted Pepin early in his reign, 755, to change, for the advantage of the Franks, the time-honoured assembly and muster of the host, the Field of March, into a Field of May. The faith itself had still need of swift champions. The Saracens yet had a foothold in Gaul. Septimania, the rich though narrow coastland stretching from Rhône to Pyrenees between the Mediterranean and the Cevennes, the low Languedoc of later days, was not yet a possession of the Franks. A remnant of the old realm of the Visigoths, and still peopled by their descendants, it had been overrun by the Arab conquerors of Spain, who remained its masters and made it a base for their raids. But in 752 a rising of Gothic townsmen expelled them from Nîmes and Maguelon, Agde and Béziers, and offered their land to Pepin. Narbonne alone held out still against the Franks. Gaul thus all but redeemed to Christendom, Pepin in 753 led his host against the rebellious heathen of the north. Crossing the Rhine into the territory of the Saxons and laying it waste to the Weser, he subjected them once more to tribute and this time compelled them to open their doors to the missionaries of Christianity. End of section 87. Section 88 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. The Carlovingian Revolution and Frankish Intervention in Italy, Part 2, by G. L. Burr. But while Pepin had thus been proving in Francia his worth to church as well as state, there had not been wanting signs that the church's head might need from him a more personal service. Since early in 752 the soft-spoken Zacharias was no more, and in his place sat Stephen II, a Roman-born and of good Roman blood. An orphan reared from boyhood in the Lateran itself, he was no stranger to its aims and policies. There was need at Rome of Roman pride and Roman self-assertion. Aistulf the Lombard was no man to be wheedled, and his eye was now upon the Roman duchy. From the Alps to the Volturnus all was now Lombard, except this stretch along the western coast. Rome was clearly at his mercy. Already in June the Pope had sent envoys, his brother Paul, later to succeed him as Pope, and another cleric, who made with the Lombard king, as they supposed, a 40 years' peace. But it was soon clear that Aistulf counted this no bar to the assertion of his sovereignty. Scarce 4 months later, claiming jurisdiction over Rome and the towns about it, he demanded an annual poll tax from their inhabitants. What could it matter to the Roman bishop who was his temporal lord? Stephen, protesting against the breach of faith, showed his ecclesiastical power by sending as intercessors the abbots of the 2 most venerated of Lombard monasteries, Monte Cassino and San Vincenzo. The king, in turn, vindicated the royal authority by contumeliously sending them back to their convents. Again and again the Pope had begged for help from Constantinople, and now there appeared not the soldiery for which he had asked, but, Byzantine fashion, an imperial envoy, Vicelentiarius John, with letters of instruction for both Pope and King. The Pope obediently sent on the envoy to the King, escorted by a spokesman of his own, again his brother Paul. Aistulf listened to the imperial exhortations, but there his barbarian patience had an end. Yielding nothing, he packed off home the Byzantine functionary, and with him sent a Lombard with counter-propositions of his own. He then turned in rage on Rome, vowing to put every Roman to the sword unless his orders were forthwith obeyed. The Pope went through the idle form of sending by the returning Greek a fresh appeal to the Emperor to come himself with an army and rescue Italy. He calmed the panic-stricken Romans by public prayers and processions, himself marching barefoot in the ranks and carrying on his shoulder the sacred portrait of the Christ painted by St. Luke and the angels. But he had not grown up in the household of the Gregories without learning of another source of help. By a returning pilgrim he sent a message to the new king of the Franks. That unceasing stream of pilgrims, prelate and prince and humble sinner, which now from England and the farther isles, as well as from all parts of Francia, thronged the roads to the threshold of the apostles, Carloman, to escape their visits, had fled from his refuge on Mount Soracte to the remote seclusion of Monte Cassino, must have kept Pepin and his advisers well informed of what was passing in Italy, and many messages lost to us had doubtless been exchanged by Pope and King. But what Stephen had next to offer and to ask was to be trusted to no go-between, not even to his diplomat brother. By the mouth of the unnamed pilgrim who early in 753 appeared at the court of Pepin, he begged that envoys be sent to summon himself to the Frankish king. 2 other pilgrims, one was this time the abbot of Jumièges, bore back to the Pope an urgent invitation, assuring him that the requested envoys should be sent. From the tenor of the Pope's still extant letter of reply, it would appear that by word of mouth a more confidential message was returned through the abbot and his colleague. The written one briefly contents itself with pious wishes and with the assurance that he who perseveres to the end shall be saved, and shall receive 100-fold and possess eternal life, and a companion letter which the Pope, perhaps not unprompted, addressed to all the leaders of the Frankish nation, adjures them, without defining what they are wished to do, to let nothing hinder them from aiding the king to further the interests of their patron, St. Peter, that thus their sins may be wiped out, and the key-bearer of heaven may admit them to eternal life. For the formal invitation of the Pope and for the sending of the escort, the concurrence of the Frankish folk had been awaited, and it was autumn before the embassy reached Rome. Meanwhile, Aistulf had shown his seriousness by taking steps to cut off Rome from southern Italy, and the emperor had sent not troops, but once more the silentiary John, this time insisting that the Pope himself go with him to beseech the Lombard for the restoration of the exarchate. Happily, with the arrival of the safe conduct sought from Aistulf, arrived also the Frankish envoys, Duke Ochard, the Ogier of later legend, and the royal chancellor, Bishop Chrodegang of Metz, after Boniface, the foremost prelate of the realm. It was mid-October of 753 when, thus escorted and in company with the imperial ambassador, Pope Stephen and a handful of his official household set out, ostensibly for the Lombard court. King Aistulf, though notified, did not come to meet them. As they approached Pavia, they met only his messengers, who forbade the Pope to plead before their master the cause of the conquered provinces. Defiant of this prohibition, he implored Aistulf to give back the Lord's sheep, and the silentiary again laid before him an imperial letter. But to all appeals the barbarian was deaf. Then it was that the Frankish ambassadors asked his leave for the Pope to go on with them to Francia, and the pontiff added his own prayer to theirs. In vain the Lombard, gnashing his teeth, sought to dissuade him. A grudging permission was granted and promptly used. The Pope and his escort, leaving a portion of their party to return with the Greek to Rome, were before the end of November safe on Frankish soil. As they issued from the Alps, they were met by another duke and by Abbot Fulrad, who guided them across Burgundy to a royal villa near the Marne. While yet many miles away, there met them a retinue of nobles headed by the son of Pepin, the young Prince Charles, who thus, a lad of 11, first appears in history. Pepin himself, with all his court, came 3 miles to receive them. Dismounting and prostrating himself before the Pope, he for some distance humbly marched beside him, leading by the bridle the pontiff's horse. 6th of January, 754. Such, in brief, is what is told by our one informant, the contemporary biographer of Pope Stephen, of that transalpine journey whose outcome was the temporal sovereignty of the popes, the severance of Latin Christendom from Greek, the Frankish conquest of Italy, the Holy Roman Empire. With the Pope's arrival, the Frankish sources, too, take up the tale, yet only by clever patching can all these together be made to yield a connected story of what was done during the long months of that papal visit, of the Pope's appeal for Frankish aid against the Lombard, of his sojourn through the winter as the guest of Fulrad at Saint-Denis, of the futile embassies for the dissuasion of the Lombard king, of the appearance in Francia of the monk Carloman sent by his abbot to intercede for the Lombard against the Pope, of a springtide assembly of the Franks, and of reluctant consent to a campaign against the Lombard, of an Easter conference of king and pope and Frankish leaders at the royal villa of Carisiacum, Quercy, of a great midsummer gathering at Saint-Denis, where in the abbey church Pope Stephen himself, in the name of the Holy Trinity, anointed Pepin afresh, and with him his 2 sons, Charles and Carloman, forbidding under pain of excommunication and interdict that henceforward for ever any not sprung from the loins of these thus consecrated by God through the vicar of his apostles be chosen king of the Franks. Our most explicit account of this coronation, a memorandum jotted down a dozen years later at Saint-Denis by a monkish copyist, adds a detail. Pepin and his sons were anointed not only kings of the Franks, but patricians of the Romans. Certain it is that this title, though Pepin himself seems never to have used it, is thenceforward invariably appended to his name and those of his sons in the letters of the popes. Now, patrician was a Byzantine title, a somewhat nondescript decoration or title of courtesy applied by the imperial court to sundry dignitaries, as to the Exarch of Italy and to the Duke of Rome, and not infrequently conferred upon barbarian princes, and there have not been wanting modern scholars who divine from its use that the Pope was in all this the envoy of the Emperor. No intimation of such a thing appears elsewhere in the sources. Footnote. One document, indeed, were it trustworthy, would more than prove this true. The strange scrap known as the Pactum Pipini, or Fragmentum Fantusianum. It purports to be the written promise given to the Pope during his visit by Pepin, and opens with an account of the Lombard peril and of the Pope's winning imperial consent and authority for an appeal to the Franks. Unfortunately, it exists only in a 15th or 16th century transcript of a 12th century copy, and even if derived from a genuine original, as few critics have believed, is so corrupt in its text, and so suspicious in its form, that all use of it is hazardous. Even its latest editors, Schnürer and Olivi, Das Fragmentum Fantusianum, Freiburg, 1906, though they give a better text and explain away many difficulties, leave ample room for scepticism. End of footnote. It is not hard to believe that the Pope may have persuaded the imperial government that his journey into Francia was an expedition in its interest, or that he may even have sought its authority for the gift of a patricial title. It is easy to see that the papal biographer might suppress a fact which by the time he wrote had grown uncomfortable. But had the Pope in Francia posed as the representative of the Emperor, it is incomprehensible that a function so flattering both to him and to his Frankish hosts should escape all memory. And the title conferred on Pepin was not the familiar one of patrician, but the else unknown one, patrician of the Romans. Precisely what that may have meant has long been a problem, but it could hardly have been aught pleasing to Constantine Copronymus, who had just alienated anew his Italian subjects by an iconoclastic council, whose deference to the religious dictation of the emperor might excuse almost any treason on the part of Western orthodoxy. Nor are we at a loss to guess what may have obscured for Pepin the empire's claim to Italy. For more than 2 centuries there had been growing current in the West a legend which strangely distorted the history of Church and Empire. Constantine, earliest and greatest of Christian emperors, while yet a pagan and at Rome, so ran the tale in that life of Pope Sylvester which gave it widest vogue, persecuted so cruelly the Christians that indignant heaven smote him with leprosy. Physicians were in vain. The pagan priests in desperation prescribed a bath in the blood of newborn babes. The babes were brought, but, moved to pity by the mother's cries, the emperor preferred to suffer, whereat relenting heaven, sending in a dream St. Peter and St. Paul, revealed to him Sylvester as his healer. The Pope was brought from his hiding-place on Mount Soracte, disclosed the identity of the god seen in his dream, and not only cured, but converted and baptized him. Thereupon the grateful monarch, proclaiming throughout the empire his new faith, provided by edict for its safety and support, made all bishops subject to the Pope, even as are all magistrates to the emperor, and setting forth to found elsewhere a capital, first laid with his own hands the foundations of St. Peter's and the Lateran. It was doubtless faith in this wild tale which led the rueful Carloman, fain to atone for his own deeds of violence, to choose Sylvester's cave for his retreat, and dedicate his convent to that saint. The legend must thereby have gained a wider currency among the Franks, and none could know this better than the papal court. Was it for use with them, and was it now, that there came into existence a document which made the myth a cornerstone of papal power, the so-called Donation of Constantine? No extant manuscript of that famous forgery is older than the early 9th century, and what most scholars have believed a quotation from it by Pope Hadrian in 778 can possibly be otherwise explained. But minute study of the strange charter's diction seems now to have made sure its origin in the papal chancellery during the 3rd quarter of the 8th century, and startling coincidences of phrase connect it in particular with the documents of Stephen II and of Paul, while to an ever-growing proportion of the students of this period the historical setting in which alone it can be made to fit is that of Stephen's visit to the Franks, or of the years which closely follow it. Footnote: the scholars to whom this demonstration is chiefly due are Hauck, Friedrich, and, above all, Scheffer-Beuchhorst. The first to ascribe it, at least in its final form, to the time of Stephen's visit. The last would connect it rather with Paul, but these two papacies were too continuous to make discrimination easy. Gerhard, who ably began this textual criticism, reached a different result, but he has not maintained his position against later students. Whether the Pope was author, accomplice, or victim of the fraud cannot be guessed. Of historical scholarship there is no ground to suspect either Stephen or Paul, and there is reason to believe both dominated by that Christopher who accompanied Stephen into Francia, and who soon, and under both popes as primicarius, or chief of the notaries, headed the papal chancellery. During Paul's pontificate, Christopher was expressly accused by the emperor to Pepin of falsifying documents. The latest critics of the donation, Burr, Hartmann, Meyer, all assign it to this period. It is perhaps not without significance that our oldest copy of it is found in a formula book of Saint Denis, where it occurs between a letter of Pope Zacharias and one of Pope Stephen. End of footnote. The document makes Constantine first narrate at length the story of his healing, embodying in it an elaborate creed taught him by Pope Sylvester. Then, declaring St. Peter and his successors worthy, as Christ's vicars on earth, of power more than imperial, he chooses them as his patrons before God, decrees their supremacy over all the Christian Church, relates his building of the Lateran and of St. Peter's and St. Paul's, and is endowing them, for the enkindling of the lights, with vast estates in east and west, grants to the Pope the rank and trappings of an emperor, and to the Roman clergy those of senators, tells how, when Sylvester had refused the emperor's own crown of gold, Constantine placed upon his head the white tiara, and in reverence for St. Peter led his horse by the bridle as his groom, and now transfers to him that the papal headship may forever keep its more than earthly glory, his Roman palace and city, and all the provinces and towns of Italy. If this document or the traditions on which it rests were through Fulrad or Chrodegang or the Roman guests familiar to the Frankish king, neither his policy nor his phrases need longer puzzle us. Even in this life, Pepin, like Constantine, needed St. Peter's help. The dethroned Merovingians, indeed, had sunk without a ripple, and even while the Pope was on his way to Gaul, that turbulent half-brother Grifo, who had made for Carloman and Pepin such incessant trouble, met death at loyal hands as he was escaping through the Alps from his plotting place at Aquitaine to a more disquieting plotting place among the Lombards. But there still was Carloman himself, a gallant prince whose renunciation and monastic vows need bind no longer than the Church should will. There were still his growing sons committed by him to Pepin's care, but with no rights renounced. Was it in part, perhaps, to vindicate for himself or for his sons these rights of the elder line that Carloman had now appeared in Francia as advocate of the Lombard cause? Was his reward, perchance, to be the Lombard's backing of his own princely claims? In any case, what troubled waters these for Lombard fishing? Was the Pope himself only a timelier fisher, and may the reluctance of the Frankish nobles have been due in some part to friends of Carloman and of the Lombard alliance? All this is mere conjecture. But certain it is that Pepin made effective terms with Heaven's spokesman, and that the outcome was the papal unction for himself and for his house. Carloman, sick, perhaps with disappointment or chagrin, was detained in a Burgundian monastery, where soon he died. His sons were, like the Merovingians, shorn as monks. Even the fellow monks whom he had brought with him from Italy were held for years in Frankish durance. And what did Pepin in return assure the Pope? Stephen's biographer speaks only of an oral promise to obey the Pope and to restore, according to his wish, the rights and territories of the Roman state. Footnote: Omnibus eos mandatis et ammonitionibus sese totes nisibus oboidire, et ut illi placitum fuerit exarchatum Ravenae et Republica Jura seu loca redere modis omnibus. Respublica Romana had in Roman usage meant the empire in general, but the term which in the papal letters becomes from this time forward Respublica Romanorum was doubtless vague enough to Frankish ears. Its happy ambiguities and clever use during this period are studied most carefully by Gundlach in his Die Entstehung des Kirchenstaates, Breslau, 1899. End of footnote. But when 20 years later the son of Pepin, leaving his siege of a Lombard capital, went down to Rome for Easter, there was laid before him for confirmation, if we may trust the papal biographer of that later day, a written document signed at Chieri during Pope Stephen's visit by Pepin, his sons, and all the Frankish leaders, which pledged to St. Peter and to the Pope the whole peninsula of Italy from Parma and Mantua to the borders of Apulia, defining in detail the northern frontier of the tract, and including, by express stipulation, not only all the exarchate as it was of old time, and the provinces of Venice and Istria, but the island of Corsica and the Lombard duchies of Spoleto and Benevento. Footnote: Civitates et territoria, allunis cum insula Corsica, dende in Suriano, dende in Monte Bardone, id est in Verceto, dende in Parma, dende in Reggio, et exinde in Mantua atque Monte Silicis, simulque et universum exarchatum Ravenantium, sicut antiquitus erat atque provincias Venetiarum et Istria, nec non et cunctum ducatum Spoletinum seu Beneventanum. It must of course be remembered that to this barbarous age seu meant and quite as often as or, and that in general its Latin is not classical. End of footnote. May we trust this passage of a Vita Hadriani, not only for the fact of a written promise by Pepin and of its confirmation by Charles, but for all the startling contents? This is that Roman question about which seas of ink have flowed and still are flowing. For long it was the wont of ultramontane writers to assume both the reality of such a promise and confirmation and the accuracy of its account of it, while with almost equal unanimity those unfriendly to the papacy or to its temporal power dismissed the one as myth, the other as forgery. But in these later years, now that the temporal power is but a memory, scholars have drawn together. Footnote: especially since in 1883 Sickle, reinforcing the earlier arguments of Ficker, established the genuineness of the Pactum Ludovicianum of 817, the oldest surviving confirmation of the gift, and since in 1884 Scheffer-Beuchost and Duchesne demonstrated the contemporaneity of a passage in the Vita Hadriani. Duchesne 2 years later made this demonstration more effective by publishing the first volume of a critical edition of the Liber Pontificalis, of which the Vita is of course a part. End of footnote. It seems established that the passage, however corrupt, is no interpolation, and that it was written at Rome in 774, and there is a growing faith in its accuracy, even as to the details of Pepin's promise. Footnote: the Fragmentum Fantusianum, which purports to be Pepin's Promissio itself, has already been described. Its list of the territories promised differs in several points from that of the Vita Hadriani, though agreeing substantially as to their extent. End of footnote. But how to explain so strange a pact is still a puzzle. Was it, as some have thought, not the main compact between Pope and King, but a scheme of partition for use only in case the Frank invasion should perhaps result in the fall of the Lombard power? Footnote: this is the solution of Kerr, a scholar long busied with the documents of the popes, and has met with much acceptance. It has been ably supported by Hubert. End of footnote. Schemes such as this may well have filled the Pope's long Gaulish visit, but for aught but guesswork our sources are too scanty and too crude. The clerics who meagrely penned the deeds of king and pope were only official scribes, inspired and inspected, who of the deeper planning of their lords perhaps knew little and betray yet less. The papal letters, a more solid support, are mute, of course, during Stephen's visit, and when they reappear imperfectly preserved and uncertainly dated, are often but the mask for a wilier diplomacy by oral message. And in this day of the eclipse of culture, when the best trained clerk of convent or of curia groped helplessly for words and for inflections, one can never be quite sure whether what is written is what seemed best worth writing, or only what seemed possible to write. Nor may it be forgotten that from the side of Greek or Lombard, great though their stake in the affairs of Italy, we have in all this period not a word. End of section 88.
Section 89 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. The Carlovingian Revolution and Frankish Intervention in Italy, Part 3, by G.L. Burr. The Frankish host, at last, in the late summer of 754, possibly the spring of 755, set forth for Italy, taking with it the Pope. Before its start, and yet again during the march, a fresh attempt was made to scare off or buy off the Lombard from his prey. But neither gold nor threats could move Aistulf from his purpose. Happily for the Franks, the Alpine passes and their Italian approaches had long been in their hands, and now, ere their main army began to climb the Mount Cenis, they learned with joy that Aistulf, routed by their vanguard, whom he had rashly attacked in the mountain defiles, had abandoned his entrenchments in the Vale of Susa and sought shelter within the walls of his capital. The Franks, rejoicing in the manifest favor of heaven, were soon before Pavia, and Aistulf, disheartened, speedily consented to a peace between the Romans, the Franks, and the Lombards. He acknowledged Pepin as his overlord, and promised to surrender to the Pope Ravenna with all his other conquests. The Pope was sent on, under escort, to Rome, and Pepin, taking hostages, returned to Francia. But Aistulf soon rued his concessions. Only a single town did he actually give up, and by midwinter of 755 to 756, he was again ravaging before the gates of Rome. The Pope in panic appealed frantically to his ally. Nay, so great was the emergency that, when the Franks delayed, St. Peter himself addressed to Pepin, Charles, and Carloman, and to the clergy, the nobles, and all the armies and people of Francia, a startling letter. I, Peter, apostle of God, who have adopted you as my sons, so runs this strange epistle, duly delivered by messengers from Rome, do call and exhort you to the defense of this Roman city and the people committed to me by God and the home where after the flesh I repose, and with this our Lady, the Mother of God, Mary ever Virgin, doth most solemnly abjure, admonish, and command you. Give help, then, with all your might, to your brothers, my Roman people, that in turn I, Peter, apostle called of God, granting you my protection in this life and in the day of future judgment, may prepare for you in the kingdom of God tabernacles most bright and glorious, and may reward you with the infinite joys of paradise. Suffer not this my Roman city and the people therein dwelling to be longer torn by the Lombard race. So may your bodies and souls not be torn and tortured in everlasting and unquenchable hellfire. Lo, sons most dear, I have warned you. If ye shall swiftly obey, great shall be your reward, and aided by me, ye shall in this life vanquish all your foes, and to old age eat the good things of earth, and shall beyond a doubt enjoy eternal life. But if, as we will not believe, ye shall delay, know that we, by authority of the Holy Trinity and in virtue of the apostolate given me by Christ the Lord, do cut you off for transgression of our appeal from the kingdom of God and life eternal. The Franks delayed no longer. In May they were again upon the march. Aistulf hastened from Rome to meet them, but again he failed to bar their path, and again was shut up in Pavia. It was now, as Pepin drew near the town, that a Greek envoy, who had tried to intercept him on his way, at last came up with him. In honeyed words he claimed for the empire of Ravenna and its exarchate. But Pepin answered that for no treasure in the world would he rob St. Peter of a gift once offered, swearing that for no man's favor had he plunged thus once and again into war, but for love of St. Peter and the pardon of his sins. It is the papal biographer who reports his words. The siege was short. Aistulf, now a convicted rebel, was glad to escape with life and realm by payment of 1/3 of his royal hoard, with pledge of yearly tribute, and by immediate surrender of his conquests. To Abbot Fulrad, as Pepin's deputy, these forthwith were handed over, one by one, from Ravenna, with Comacchio, down the coast to Sinigaglia, and over the mountains to Narni, and their keys the abbot bore to Rome, where, with a written deed of their donation by his king, he laid them on St. Peter's tomb. When the Franks went home, the exarchate, as Aistulf had found it, was the Pope's. Rome and its duchy, though unnamed by Pepin, were as surely his, but not contentment. Though his lands now stretched from Po to Liris and from sea to sea, the redemption of Italy was but begun. Aistulf's robberies won back. Why not Luitprand's? Occasion offered soon. Aistulf was killed by accident while hunting, and his brother Ratchis, without asking leave of the Pope, left the monastery to assume the crown. The outraged Stephen stirred Benevento and Spoleto to revolt, and aided Desiderius, Duke of Tuscany, in a struggle for the throne. But this aid had its price. A sworn contract bound Desiderius to the surrender of the rest of the towns seized by the Lombards. Abbot Fulrad, who lingered still at Rome, was not only witness to the pact, but with his little troop of Franks took a hand in the enthronement of Desiderius. Perhaps he thought thereby to plight his royal master to enforce the contract, but though the Lombard, once on his throne, yielded only Faenza and Ferrara, and though Pope Paul, who in that same year, 757, succeeded his brother, could extort no more, and filled the 10 years of his pontificate with piteous appeals to the patrician of the Romans for help against dangers, real or fancied, from Lombard and from Greek, the Frank refrained from further meddling. Nor was there need of it. Though Desiderius quelled with firm hand the rebels in Spoleto and in Benevento, and was not to be cajoled into further restitutions to the Pope, and though the emperor tried intrigue both with Lombard and with Frank, neither assailed Pope Paul with arms. Not even the fiercely contested papal election, which in 767 followed his death, disturbed the integrity of the papal state. Pope Stephen III, who in 768 emerged from the turmoil, however he might date his charters by the emperor's regnal years and report his elevation to the Frank patrician, his defender next to God, was to all intent as sovereign as they. That so vigorous a ruler and so capable a soldier as Constantine V made no armed attempt to save to his empire the fair peninsula that gave it birth must doubtless be explained not only by the nearer cares which kept him busy, but by the potent shadow of the Frank, and to that shadow was clearly due the inaction of the Lombard. But the Frank himself, beyond St. Peter's gratitude here and hereafter, asked no other meed. Yet Francia was not without reward. Through the door which war had left ajar, culture crept in. "I send you," writes Pope Paul, "all the books which could be found," and he names the hymn books and the school books of his packet, all written in the Greek tongue, and antiphonal and responsal treatises on grammar, geometry, orthography, works of Aristotle and of Dionysius. I send too, he adds, the night clock, doubtless an alarm clock, such as waked the monks to their matins. It is but a glimpse at a traffic which must mainly have found humbler channels. The improving calligraphy of Frankish scribes shows already Roman influence. Bishop Remedius of Rouen imported from Rome a singing master for his clergy, and when the master was called back to head the Roman training school, sent his monks thither to complete their musical education. Chrodegang of Metz, ever in close touch with Rome, inaugurated the most notable church reform of his day by organizing under a discipline akin to the monastic the clergy of his cathedral city. Among the imperial gifts from Constantinople came an organ, the first seen in the West. A more questionable blessing was the advent of Greek theologians. Byzantine envoys debated with papal before the king and his synod as to the Trinity and the use of images, and though they lost the verdict, they must have quickened thought. Nor was the new horizon bounded by Christian lands. The Lord of Barcelona and Girona, Muslim governor of northeastern Spain, strengthened himself against his Moorish sovereign by acknowledging the Frankish overlordship, and a more distant foe of the Umayyad court of Cordova, the great Caliph Mansur, from his new capital of Baghdad, exchanged with Pepin embassies and gifts. It was the beginning of that connection between the leading power of the Christian West and the leading power of the Muslim East, which has proved so perennial, and to the powers of Christian East and Muslim West so costly. But all this interest in the world at large meant no sacrifice of energy at home. It was precisely the years that fell between or followed the Italian expeditions which saw Pepin most active as a legislator. In 4 successive synods of his clergy, he perfected the work begun by Boniface, but made it clear that in the Frankish Church the crown was still to be supreme. Every spring henceforward, all the bishops should gather to the king for synod, and every autumn at his seat in Soissons, those clad with metropolitan authority should meet again. Inspection and stern churchly discipline should keep at home and at religious duties priest and monk and nun. All Christians must observe the Sunday rest and worship, and all marriage must be public. Though at the moment our power does not suffice for everything, runs an introductory clause full of significance for the king's whole character, yet in some points at least we wish to better what, as we perceive, impedes the Church of God. If later God shall grant us days of peace and leisure, we hope then to restore in all their scope the standards of the saints. Days of peace proved rare. In 759, having freshly scourged the Saxons to tribute and submission, he made no campaign that he might reform domestic affairs within his realm. But in 760 began the task which busied his remaining years, the subjection of Aquitaine. The broad southwest of Gaul, cut off from Neustria by the wide stream of the Loire, from Burgundy by the escarpment of the Cevennes, had not since Roman days fully cast in its fortunes with the rest. When Clovis won it from the Goths, he had not sown it with his Franks, and the Goths, withdrawing into Spain, had left its folk less touched than any other in the west of Europe by Germanic blood and ways. To the chroniclers, and even to the laws of Pepin's time, they still are Romans, the race of native dukes which under the later Merovingians had made them almost independent, acknowledged Pepin as a suzerain only, and their boldness in harboring fugitives from his authority and in taxing the equatorian estates of Frankish churches had already caused friction and protest when the Frank occupation of Septimania gave rise to war. That this district, so closely knit to Aquitaine before and since, its doorway to the Mediterranean and the highway of its commerce, should pass into the keeping of the Frank, was indeed a knell to all their hopes. Duke Waifar had as early as 752 begun to wrest the region from the failing grasp of the Moor, and it was perhaps only to escape his clutches that the Goths of its eastern towns offered themselves to Pepin. This could be borne, But when, in 759, the taking of Narbonne carried to the Pyrenees the Frank frontier, the speedy sequel was the war with Aquitaine. Pepin did not underrate his foe. Year after year, from 760 to 768, he led against Waifar the whole Frankish host, and though a brief peace closed the first campaign, the struggle thereafter was to the death. With thoroughness and system, wasting no time in raids, from fortress to fortress, district to district, through Berry, Auvergne, the Limousin, garrisoning and organizing as he went, the king relentlessly pushed on. Once desertion and famine forced him to a pause, but there followed a fruitful year, for whose blessings the king, like some American governor or president of modern days, ordained in the autumn a general thanksgiving, and the war went on. By the early summer of 768, the land was wholly overrun, and the death of Waifar ended the brave but hopeless fight. Pepin, himself worn out by the struggle, lived only long enough to enact the statute which should govern the new won province. By this he fused it with the rest of his kingdom, but left to its people their ancestral laws, guarded them against the extortion of the royal officials, and provided for a local assembly of their magnates, which in conference with the deputies of the crown should have final authority as to all matters, civil and ecclesiastical. In the palace reared by his son at Ingelheim, the fresco devoted to the memory of Pepin pictured him granting laws to the Aquitanians. It was indeed his most lasting work. Though the whole history of Aquitaine betrays her separateness of blood and speech, though still there is no Frenchman south of Loire, she has never ceased to form with Neustria a single realm. All else, the absorption of Brittany, the conquest of the Saxons, the humbling of Bavaria, whose young duke's desertion had for a moment crippled the war on Aquitaine, Pepin left unfinished to his sons. Between the two, after the bad old fashion of the Franks, he now parted the kingdom. To Charles the elder, grown a man of 26, fell Austrasia, most of Neustria, the western half of Aquitaine, all that is to north and west. To the younger, Carloman, still in his teens, though wedded, all to south and east. Bavaria was assigned to neither. It must first be won. At St. Denis, home of his childhood and his chosen place of sepulture, Pepin died, not yet half through his 50s. His life, though short, was fruitful. Modern scholars are at one in thinking his fame eclipsed unduly by that of his successor. Nearly everything the son accomplished, the father had begun. Vigorous, shrewd, persistent, practical, his own general and his own prime minister, relentless but not cruel, pious but never blindly so, able to plan but able too to wait, Pepin bequeathed to Charles more than a kingdom and a policy. Even for his bodily strength and presence, his power of passion and his length of life, Charlemagne perhaps owed something to the stainless self-control as husband and as father, which was Pepin's alone of all his line. How the king looked, we have no means of knowing. The legend which caused him in later centuries to be called the Short is baseless fable. End of section 89.
Section 90 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Conquests and Imperial Coronation of Charles the Great, Part 1, by Gerhard Seeliger. The significance of great personalities is nowhere in all history more evident than in the Carlovingian age. Without the work of the great men of the 8th century, it is impossible to explain the shaping of the Middle Ages and the theocratic and imperial ideas that governed life in every department. It was Charles the Great, above all, who for centuries gave the direction to the historic development. It is true that imperialism and theocracy in the state were required on general considerations, but their particular form in the West depended very largely on particular individuals. Charles was born 2nd April, probably in the year 742, at some place unknown, and was the eldest son of Pepin, the mayor of the palace, and afterwards king, and of his wife Bertrade. Shortly before his death in September 768, Pepin had divided the kingdom between his 2 sons. Charles received Austrasia, Neustria, and half of Aquitania, while Carloman had Burgundy, Provence, Gothia, Alsace, Alemannia, and the other half of Aquitania. The young kings were solemnly enthroned and anointed, 9th October, in their respective halves of the kingdom. We soon hear of disputes between them. We need not assume that Carloman wished to supplant his brother because Charles was born before the marriage of his parents. There is no doubt that Charles was born in lawful wedlock. Unknown personal grounds caused the dispute. When the Aquitanians under Hunald rose against the Frankish rule in the first year of his reign, Carloman refused to help his brother, and Charles reduced the rising by his own power. Bertrade acted as peacemaker and succeeded in reconciling the brothers. She did more. She passed through Bavaria into Italy to win over the 2 opponents of the Frankish kingdom, the Bavarian Duke Tassilo and the Lombard king Desiderius. The daughter of Desiderius was to be married to Charles, and Gisela, the sister of the Frankish kings, to the son of the Lombard king. And as Tassilo had married another daughter of Desiderius, and as Frankish emissaries of Sturm, the abbot of Fulda, were working in Bavaria on behalf of peace, there seemed to be a real bond of union between Francia, Bavaria, and Lombardy. The old traditions of Frankish policy before the alliance with the Curia seemed to revive. The Pope, however, had considerable cause for anxiety. When he heard rumours of the proposed marriages, he addressed to the 2 Frankish kings a letter full of passionate hatred against the Lombards and of consternation at a change of Frankish policy. He warned the Franks against an alliance with the Lombards, that stinking people, the source of leprosy, a people that were not recognised amongst civilised nations, and he threatened anathemas if the papal warnings were disregarded. But when Charles nevertheless brought home his Lombard bride, the Pope accommodated himself to circumstances. He was mollified by the restoration of patrimonies, and in overflowing words besought the blessing of heaven on Charles. Soon the Lombard party even obtained the upper hand in Rome. Desiderius appeared in Rome as the friend of the Pope, and overthrew the party that was opposed to the Lombards and friendly to Carloman. In a letter sent to Francia, Stephen praised the Lombard king as his saviour, his most illustrious son, who at last had restored all the prerogatives of St. Peter. Even if Charles was but little offended at the Pope's opposition to Carloman, such intimate friendship with the Lombards cannot have seemed desirable to him. But all these circumstances were soon radically changed. After a union of 1 year, Charles divorced his Lombard wife. Policy had brought about the marriage. Personal wishes of the king, we may surmise, rent the union sharply asunder. Friendship for the Lombards was followed by the bitterest enmity. There was a further cause. The opposition in Rome increased the estrangement of the royal brothers. Other personal motives may have cooperated. The alienation was so great that Carloman's people urged war, but the sudden death of Carloman, 4 December 771, made a complete change in the political situation. Charles seized his brother's portion of the kingdom. There were, it is true, children of Carloman, especially a son, Pepin, who had indisputable rights to the inheritance, but might prevailed over right, and though the enthroning and anointing of Charles took place with the consent of all the Franks, while the court historians praised the grace of God because Charles' authority was extended over the whole kingdom without shedding of blood, his disregard of right cannot be denied. Carloman's widow, Gerberga, had fled with her children and found refuge with Desiderius, now Charles' mortal enemy. The union of the Frankish dominions under one authority was indispensable for their further development. Not till then did Charles' independent rule begin. The preeminence, and at the same time the ruthlessness of the great ruler, had already manifested themselves, but until 771 the softening and restraining influence of his mother had prevailed with him. Now began the period of vigorous conquest. An empire was founded that embraced all the West German races, and extended over wide Romance and Slavic regions and Avar territory. An empire that in consideration and extent might be compared with the West Roman Empire. The real motive in the advance of the Carlovingian authority was certainly not religion. It is the secular ideal and the struggle for power which dominate men and nations. The Christian idea was but subordinate. It frequently ennobled, frequently veiled, the desire for power. Later on, it had an essential part in the founding of the empire that brought to a close the development of a universal authority in the West. The first advance, accompanied by immediate success, was directed towards Italy for the subjection of the Lombard kingdom. A second was against the Arabs of the Pyrenean Peninsula. This aimed only at an unimportant extension of the empire on the Spanish border, and a closer union of southern Gaul with the empire. A third was on the east in Bavaria and the territory of the Avars. A fourth was on the north and northeast in the territory of the Saxons, the Slavs, and the Danes. The political state of Italy was far from settled in the 8th century. After the collapse of the rule of the Eastern Goths, the country had been a province of East Rome, then conquered from the north by the Lombards, and the part lying northwest of the Exarchate of Ravenna and Tuscany was left in possession of the Lombards, and was opposed to the Republica Romana as Lombard Italy to the province of Italy. When the vigorous Lombard kingdom, after the time of Liutprand, 712 to 744, aimed at sole rule over all Italy, winning Ravenna with the Exarchate, and the duchies of Spoleto and Benevento were made dependent, this was regarded as an injury to the Republica Romana. As holder of this political power for the Exarchate of Ravenna and for the people of the whole province of Italy appeared the Roman bishop. According to law, the Eastern Emperor was still lord of the Roman province. He was still, until 772, honoured as sovereign in the papal documents, and so late as 752 Stephen II had turned to him for help against the Lombards. But political and ecclesiastical circumstances had led more and more to estrangement, and when the Roman duchy and Rome itself were likely to fall before the advance of Aistulf, Stephen turned to the first Catholic power of the West, to the Frankish king, Pepin. The donation ascribed to Constantine must have been forged in Rome at this time, when the Curia was freeing itself politically from East Rome, and as representative of the Republica Romana in the West was desirous of winning what had formerly belonged to the Eastern Empire, and when for this purpose the Curia was obliged to summon the aid of the Franks. Thus old tendencies and views of the Roman Curia were invested with the authority of the great Emperor Constantine. St. Peter is represented as the vicar of Christ in the world, and the Roman bishops as the representatives of the Prince of the Apostles. Therefore the emperor is made to exalt the chair of Peter above his own secular throne, and in order that the papal dignity may be honoured with power and glory far above the secular empire, Constantine is made to have conferred upon the Roman bishop the city of Rome, and all the provinces, places, and towns of Italy and of the West, while he himself removed his capital to the east and erected a residence in Byzantium, because it is not right that the secular emperor should have authority where the principality of priests and the heads of the Christian religion were established by the heavenly emperor. In the 8th century, the Curia put forward for the first time this claim of political sovereignty for the highest office in the Church, and this claim has never since been completely forgotten, though often greatly modified. Pepin satisfied the Curia when Pope Stephen came in person to visit him in France in 754. Pepin presented him with a certain document and promised to procure for him the states of the Church. He twice took the field against the Lombards and won Lombard districts for the Pope. What he promised to bestow we do not know, because the document has not been preserved, and subsequent accounts are not sufficiently circumstantial. But we know that in 754 and 756 Pepin secured for the Curia the possession of the Roman duchy of Pentapolis and the Exarchate of Ravenna, and that he regarded his promise as thus fulfilled. Pepin was appointed Patricius by the Pope and declared protector of the Church and her territory. From his Roman patriciate, Pepin inferred a duty to protect, but not a right to rule. His son Charles, on the contrary, managed to change the relation and transform the obligation of protection into a suzerainty. After a short vacillation during the first years of the reign of Charles, the papal policy under Hadrian, 774, the successor of Stephen IV, naturally took its former course of alliance with the Franks in opposition to the Lombards. Circumstances soon became exceedingly threatening. The Pope demanded restoration of church property, but Desiderius marched against Rome, and legates from the Pope hastened over the Alps to implore Frankish help. Charles acted cautiously. He sent messengers into Italy to ascertain the exact position of affairs, and he made reasonable proposals to Desiderius in order to avoid war. Only when these failed, he summoned an assembly to Geneva, resolved on war, and marched over Mont Cenis into Italy, while a second division of his army, led by his uncle Bernard, chose the road over the great St. Bernard. The defiles of the Italian side had been strongly fortified by Desiderius. Later legends tell of a Lombard minstrel who guided the Franks over the mountains into Italy by secret paths. It is historically certain that Charles caused part of his army to take a circuitous route, while negotiations with Desiderius were renewed, and that this caused Desiderius to give up his position in the defile and withdraw to Pavia, while his son Arudgis, with Carloman's widow Gerberga and Charles' nephews, sought refuge in the fortress of Verona. Probably about the end of September 773, Charles began the siege of Pavia. An expedition sent thence against Verona obtained the surrender of Gerberga and her sons, of whom no more is heard. Adalgis fled to Constantinople, but Pavia itself held out till the beginning of June 774. The town was ravaged by disease and obliged to surrender. Desiderius with his wife and daughter were taken prisoners, the royal treasure was confiscated, and the Lombard kingdom was at an end. Before this, however, while the Franks were still besieging Pavia, Charles had taken a journey to Rome. He reached the Eternal City, 2nd April, and made such an entry as was usually granted to the Greek exarch and patrician. The Pope awaited the king in the entrance of St. Peter's. Charles approached on foot, kissed each of the steps which led up to the church, embraced the Pope, and entered the church on his right. Together they descended to the grave of St. Peter and took an oath of mutual fidelity. After that came an entry into the city itself. On the succeeding days various solemnities were celebrated, and, 6 April, the important discussion took place in St. Peter's. According to the contemporary Life of Hadrian, the Pope begged and warned Charles to fulfil the promise that had once been given by King Pepin, Charles, Carloman, and the Frankish nobles on the occasion of the papal visit to Francia, concerning the bestowal of different towns and districts of the province of Italy. Hereupon, Charles caused the document drawn up at Queretsy to be read. He and his nobles assented to everything that was recorded therein, and voluntarily and gladly ordered a new document to be drawn up by his chaplain and notary Heathenius, according to the pattern of the former one, and in it he promised to confer on St. Peter the same towns and districts within certain limits as described in the document. The boundary begins at Luni, so that Corsica is included. It goes on to Suriano, to Mons Bardone, Parma, Reggio, Mantua, and Monselice. Thus, according to the papal biographer, the donation was the exarchate of Ravenna in its ancient extent, the provinces of Venetia and Istria, and the duchies of Spoleto and Benevento. The document itself, as he further reports, was attested by Charles with his own hand, and the names of the nobles present were added. Then Charles and his nobles laid the deed first upon the altar, then upon the sepulchre of St. Peter, and delivered it to the Pope, taking an oath that they would fulfill all its conditions. A second copy, also written by Heathenius, the king laid with his own hands upon the body of St. Peter under the Gospels. A third copy, prepared by the Roman Chancery, Charles took with him. There can no longer be any doubt that the detailed account in the Vita Hadriani of the events of 6 April 774 is correct in the essential particulars. In the most solemn manner, Charles then renewed his father's promise, but it is not likely that the contents of the document are always correctly quoted by the biographer of Hadrian, or that Charles bestowed such extensive territories. We hear indeed that the Curia was afterwards not quite satisfied with the performance of the Promise of 774, but we never find the Pope asking for so much territory, though we see his utmost hopes quite clearly in the extant papal correspondence. The popes had no reason modestly to lay aside demands which in point of law would have had such an excellent foundation as that indicated in the Vita Hadriani. Again, the later forged donations by the Frankish rulers in favour of the Curia know absolutely nothing of the immense extent of the promise of the Vita Hadriani, nor is there ground for assuming that Charles made a new treaty with the Pope somewhere around 781, and altered the promise of the document of 774 because it was too burdensome. The conclusion, therefore, seems inevitable, that Charles the Great never issued a document of such contents as the papal book asserts. We must suppose there has been distortion or falsification. Whether the author made these erroneous statements consciously or only through misunderstanding, whether the document was interpolated at the time, is quite unknown. But it seems certain that the donation made in the document which Charles deposited in 774 was not so comprehensive as we read in the life of Pope Hadrian. The political conditions of Italy were not finally settled by the conquest of Lombardy. Many difficulties had to be overcome. As early as the end of 775, the Lombard Duke Hrodgaud of Friuli rose. A conspiracy of wide ramifications involving Hildebrand of Spoleto, Arichis of Benevento, and Regenbald of Chiusi seems to have been threatening. A Greek army under the leadership of Adalgis, the son of Desiderius, was, as some hoped and others feared, to master Rome and restore the ancient Lombard kingdom. But Hrodgaud remained isolated. The quick campaign of Charles in the winter months of 775-6 crushed the rising, and Hrodgaud fell in battle. Charles' sojourn in the winter of 780-81 simplified the situation in Italy. Charles' second son, Pepin, was anointed as King of Italy by the Pope, and at the same time Ludwig, Louis, his 4-year-old third son, as King of Aquitania. This step by no means indicates that Charles renounced his own share in the rule of Italy. On the contrary, it was merely a formal concession to the special political needs of Italy, with a view to a stricter control and a closer approximation of the Italian to the Frankish government. The separate kingdom of Italy was not limited to the former Lombard kingdom, for districts were added to it. Such were Istria, which had been conquered by the Franks before 790, and Venetia and Dalmatia, which surrendered towards the end of 805, and belonged to the Empire of Charles the Great till 810, and also Corsica, which was repeatedly defended by the Frankish power against the Saracens in the first 20 years of the 9th century. Outside the Italian kingdom lay the possessions of the Roman Church, Romania, as they were officially called. Much remained unsettled: the position of the powerful Duchy of Benevento, and above all the relations with the Greeks, who, pushed aside by the events of 774, still plotted against the states of the Church and against the kingdom of the Franks. Sicily, where a Greek patricius was in residence, and South Italy, where their possessions were gradually melting away, gave them a base of operations. Threatened hostilities might still be avoided. The Emperor Leo IV had died suddenly in 780, leaving the empire to his son Constantine VI, Porphyrogenitus, who was a minor, and for whom the widowed Empress Irene undertook the regency. Irene wished to restore image worship, and thus come nearer to the Roman Church and to Western politics generally. By her command, an embassy appeared before Charles to seek the hand of the king's daughter Rotrud for the young emperor of the East. The betrothal does not seem to have led to any distinct settlement in Italy. On the contrary, the existing conditions were tacitly recognized. But the continued uncertainty, especially as concerning Benevento, at last made necessary a definite adjustment. Since 758, Arichis, the son-in-law of the dethroned Desiderius, had ruled here, and continued to do so in complete independence after the fall of the Lombard kingdom. With his highly cultured and ambitious consort, he desired to make Benevento the centre of an advanced civilization. He called himself Prince of Benevento, and had himself anointed by the bishops, and set a crown upon his own head, thus seeking to emphasize his sovereign position. The Pope was naturally opposed to this proceeding, for the prosperity and independence of Benevento were a continual danger to him. Charles also, the heir of the Lombard kingdom, could not suffer the rise of a great power in South Italy. The so-called Annales Einhardi credibly reports that Charles, on his journey to Italy, 786-7, contemplated from the first an attack on Benevento, because he wished to gain the remainder of the Lombard kingdom. At the beginning of 787, while Charles was waiting in Rome, Romuald, the eldest son of Arichis, appeared with presents and assurances of peace, hoping to hinder the advance of the Franks towards the south. The Pope and the Frankish nobles who were present prevailed upon Charles to advance as far as Capua. Arichis, who had shut himself up in the fortress of Salerno, sent a further embassy to make new proposals, that Arichis might be excused from appearing before Charles in person, but that he should give hostages, among them his second son Grimoald, send rich presents, and profess his subjection. These proposals were accepted, and Arichis, as well as his eldest son Romuald, who had been set at liberty, and the Beneventines took their oath of allegiance before the plenipotentiaries. This was doubtless a great success, not lessened by the rupture with the Greeks that followed, and the breaking off of the betrothal of 781. But difficulties arose when Arichis died, 26 August 787, after the death of his eldest son and heir. Then the Beneventines asked for Grimoald, the second son of Arichis, whom Charles held as a hostage. But the king hesitated to comply with their wish. Pope Hadrian especially had a share in this decision, for he had informed Charles of the plans of the Greeks to conquer Italy, and appoint the Duke of Benevento as the Greek Patricius, accusing Arichis of treachery and hinting at continued conspiracies of the Beneventines. As a matter of fact, there was a Greek embassy at Benevento at the end of 787, trying to effect a great alliance. At different ends of the empire, the forces of opposition were thus arising against Charles at that time, but they did not take concerted action, for there is no evidence that the Beneventines entered into alliance with Tassilo of Bavaria, or even with the Avars and Saxons, and indeed it is quite improbable, for otherwise Charles could not so easily have overcome his difficulties. End of section 90.